Good morning, you beautiful people. I had to have a moment of silence and meditation. I had to give praise, and I'm being heard because I hear it here. So the mic is live, Pete's live, everybody here is live. Appreciate you guys. What a day. Chris Grier is on his way to work and earn GM of the year. That guy might have a comeback year. Shout out to everybody tuning into the building. Did I just see Miss Finn's name right there? Oh, wow. Shout out to Miss Finn, Mr. Paul. Haha. Shout out to Mr. Park, everybody tuning in, because as soon as I saw that first comment right there, I said, oh, it's 11:28. Let's be early to work today. Let's do it. So shout out to you, Mr. Park, Miss Relentless. I appreciate you. Shout out to you and everybody else in the chat. Brandon, there's going to be a lot to talk about when it comes to that part, because me and you, I don't know. We might be on the same boat, rolling together strong. Pete, about the Tyreek and 2 first-round picks at the conference yesterday. Coincidence? The conference was right before the draft. Greer setting the bar high, seeing what he can get. And that is exactly what it is. Brandon, you're on it, man. You are on it as a Dolphin fan, and I love it. Tua's name was never mentioned at the conference. When is the last time? You're hitting every nail in the book. You're hitting it. You are nailing it right now, Brandon. I believe Tua was mentioned when Chris Grier sat here, and we'll get to that. We're gonna get to it. You're nailing it. Appreciate you. Who else is out there? The background pick, Miss Relentless. Appreciate that, Brandon. New channel name yet? You said last week you're doing it. We are. We're going to be doing a name change. Shout out to a delusional Patriots fan. I was gonna make delusional Dolphin fans, right? And I had that one. I have a few listed, like all Dolphins 22, just like all Dolphins 22. But I think I just found one, and it's gonna. I'm gonna do that one. We'll so stay tuned to the name change. Maybe you guys come up with something I like even more. The help from the people. This is a people's channel. Waiting on the guys here. Lance McDonald. Lance McDonald, I hope you're out there driving safe. Nightmare has his popcorn ready. Appreciate you. I hope everybody's ready this morning, this beautiful Wednesday. That was Miss Finn. Shout out to Miss Finn. Like to see you in the building. Always like to hear your thoughts as well, Miss Finn. Shout out to you. One of the best and most consistent in the community. She kills it over there. They talk more about Wilson McDonald. Suicide after listening to McAfee. I might have to tease the Dolphins to 5.5 wins and take the under. Suicide hotline. I'm telling you right now, the over 8.5 is almost the easiest money I've seen in a very long time for the Miami Dolphins. Just slam the over at 8.5. Minimum 9 wins. Minimum 9 wins. Pete, then you woke up. Shout out to I Got Game. Appreciate you. We're waking up over here. I will get started. Pete, going to lunch. If you're on, I'll get back. I'll come back. Shout out to John. Appreciate you, John. Rifleman, good morning to you too, my guy. Appreciate you. Pete's right. New name. Yeah, we're changing names. Changes and is going to come. So maybe you guys, even after the show, get back on the show, comment below. But I got to be honest. This Chris Grier reacting video right now we're going to get into right now. I saw it. I heard it. I really didn't get a chance. And then this morning I watched Dolphins Collective. Shout out to the Dolphins Collective. TD, this man is a star, man. The ugly do wrong up there with TD, Alain Poupart, Omar Kelly. I mean, honestly, that show, that's the, at least for me, that is the number one Dolphin show right now in the community, and it's not even close. And it's not even close. Shout out to those guys up there for pulling that one off. And TD, man, you're a genius, man. TD is almost like Chris Grier. Chris Grier is a genius, man. Shout out to them guys up there. We needed that. Let's get to the comment.
Hello.
Look at Chris Grier. Look at Chris Grier.
Well,
Iceman, shout out to Iceman. Where you at, Iceman? Appreciate you stopping by, my guy. Okay. Shout out to you, Iceman. Didn't want to leave no names out. Appreciate you. Let's go. Let's go. We're going to go ahead and get started to this because it is. I didn't even think it was 30 minutes long.
I offered Perkins and my colleagues $1 each asking the first two questions. I'm related.
Sorry for before we get going, and I'll get back to you right after. But just first, good afternoon. But wanted to
see this crap. That's probably the only smile. I wanted to rewind it a little bit because that's probably the only smile we're gonna get out of Chris Grier. Look at him smile. Look at him. He's happy. Hey, Chris Grier. Look at his face. This man has something up those sleeves, guys. He has something up those sleeves. This is a GM that's happy. Look at that face. Look at that face. This man, look at that. Look at the position of his lips. He has something up his sleeves. He has his nostrils open. He probably took a deep breath right now. He's excited. He's looking at Barry Jackson right now. Shout out to Barry. Listen to this. Look at how happy and smiling he is. Look at him.
Sorry for before we get going, and I'll
look at that smile.
Right after, but just
this
first,
is a GM.
I wanted to address obviously the news of the day that people will be curious about with regarding Jalen Ramsey.
Look how he got serious now. Look how he got serious now. This is his business look. This is his business look. He's being serious right now, talking about Jalen Ramsey. We're going to get into this. And I'm shocked. I am shocked as Jalen Ramsey. And this is why, you know what? This is why we got to sit here and say, like, this is one of the best off seasons Chris Grier has had in a long time. Oh, my God. Pull this Jalen Ramsey trade off. Please pull it off.
So really, after a couple of weeks of discussions between ourselves internally and Jalen and his representation, we decided that it was probably in the best interest for all parties to move forward. So I will say these decisions aren't done quickly, and they're not taken lightly because we spent a lot of time this off season working through this, talking through things. At the end of the day, Jalen did not ask for a trade. So we went through the process and just felt.
Y'all rubbing your hands together? Or is everybody watching right now palming their hands and rubbing them together right now after listening to Chris Grier say that? Jalen Ramsey does not want out. Jalen Ramsey has not requested a trade. Jalen Ramsey is probably shocked that this happened. This is Chris Grier and the team, Mike McDaniel. This is these guys, Anthony Weaver, a collective, getting together and saying, hey, we are projecting this player. We know we might need a corner, but he is not going to help us either. Jalen Ramsey is aging. He is aging. The NFL is dog years. He's late. He's down bad. He's down bad. He's regressing. You cannot count on Jalen Ramsey being your number one. You are in deep trouble thinking that Jalen Ramsey is going to be your number one cornerback on the team. He needs help. He's Jimmy Butler right now to Stephon Curry. He needs a Stephon Curry. Jalen Ramsey does not have what it takes, especially at that salary cap. It was a bad deal. Bad deals that have gone bad. This regime is turning around. We're going to get to it.
That after numerous conversations and then talking last week with Jalen and his agent, that it was best to move forward and it was best interest of the Miami Dolphins and for Jalen Ramsey. So.
Best interest for the Miami Dolphins and Jalen Ramsey. It's not just Miami Dolphins. It's Jalen Ramsey's best interest. This is what I was talking about. Send him to the Cleveland Browns. He can work off of Denzel Ward, be the number 2. He's a good number 2, number 3. But here in Miami, the way fans are making it seem, we're losing Jalen Ramsey. Slam the under. No. If we would have kept Jalen Ramsey, it would have been slammed the under. This regime is going younger, more dogs, hungry. This is what the leader, the real face of the franchise, Tyreek Hill requested. He wants dogs. He's out there getting paid, but he's a dog. Jalen Ramsey taking plays off. I don't want to hear none of that. Get Jalen Ramsey. He couldn't even cover Garrett Wilson. He can't be trusted. He can't be trusted at that. Get rid of him. Good move, Chris Grier.
Questions.
I love it.
Trade him before the draft for a draft pick and other assets.
I don't know. Trades come together at all different times. You've seen from before the draft, day of the draft, during the draft. Like I think AJ Brown was during the draft. It happened.
We're moving on up, guys. We are moving on up one of these days. It's going to happen soon. I feel it. What if it happens when I'm live right now? Y'all better tell me. I'm telling you right now, this guy is about to trade up in the NFL draft. They want it bad. They want to trade up. I feel it.
It'll happen. And if it doesn't, we'll deal with it then.
And then my other quick thing for you, I was just really curious the past couple of months. Why did you decide not to restructure Tua, create 19 million, and use that to sign?
Listen to this. Why couldn't they restructure Tua? Oh my God.
Was during the draft. It happened. When it happens, it'll happen. And if it does,
told you, Brandon. They mentioned Tua, Barry Jackson.
I was just really curious the past couple of months. Why did you decide not to restructure Tua, create 19 million, and use that to sign the best possible trench players, defensive tackles, offensive linemen? Obviously, you had the Daniels, and make sure you had the best possible trench play on both lines. Why was that decision made not to restructure Tua to create that money?
I wish Chris Grier would have responded to Barry Jackson like this, because I didn't think that was the best for the Miami. Is that you should be cursing Chris Grier? Pump up. These guys are dogging you left and right, making it seem like you should have restructured Tua. You know what you're doing, Chris Grier. Stand on business. Stand on business, Chris Grier. 10 toes down. Do it. Straight up. Shout out Cap for Life. First one in the building. Appreciate you. Chris Grier needs to stand on business. And that's what I love.
Yeah, we decided we just felt we didn't need to. I think.
We felt we didn't need to. So all of the Tuaneers that were begging for the restructure, according to their sources, they heard Tua was getting restructured. Next thing you know, the reason was exactly everything Barry Jackson just laid out, fellas. This is what everybody was spewing months ago. His question. This is what everybody, beat writers, YouTubers, everybody included, and on the Twitter world. Tua will restructure. We're going to get Trent Williams from the 49ers. We're going to get this tackle from this team. We're going to pay this guy, and we're going to build the best team. And it didn't happen because that wasn't the best route for the Miami Dolphins. So, again, explain to me how he might have made bad decisions in the past when we called it out. But now, when Chris Grier has been learning from his mistakes and the moves he's made prove that he's learned from a lot of these mistakes and he's doing great moves, exactly what most fans will actually want, people aren't satisfied with Chris Grier anymore. Like a quarterback. This man is a general manager learning through the ropes. Head coach learning through the ropes. This man this year is nailing it, man. What's up, Cap? What you got in mind? What you been thinking? You're off of mute?
Good morning, Pete. Good morning, everyone. How are you, my friend?
Good, man. Thank you for asking. I hope you're doing well yourself. The more this interview gets deeper, the more we got. How you feeling about it so far?
Oh, man, it's been 24 hours to digest and let this sink in. The local media in Miami has let 24 hours digest, and they're sinking it in right now. And bro, if there's been any thought of any type of divide amongst the fan base and the media, the past 24 hours have proved that things can get united. Bro, everybody is in agreement. Fan, casual, football guru, local, national, media. Bro, we are all in the same consensus right now, and it's beautiful to see everybody agreeing that they know for a fact that our general manager was full of shit yesterday.
What do you mean?
Bro, as far as everything that was said to that man, I give props to Furones Bonus and Perk for asking some hard-hitting questions. Barry Jackson for asking a question that needed to be asked about the extension. All these questions that were asked yesterday, and the Big O finally says it. The Big O says it. The guy was fearing for his job. You can see the nerve in him every question that was asked. Greer right now knows he's on the hot seat, bro. He knows he's on the hot seat. He's playing nice with everybody, but to dodge and duck and move and just all the questions that he was trying to answer with, oh, the future, the future, the future. Bro, do you trust this man with the future?
I'm not gonna lie, with the moves that he's been making so far, Cap, how he's been working this particular offseason, I like him. I like it. He needs to finish. He needs to finish strong, but so far so good, in the right direction. If we would have got another GM, Cap, for life, and the GM's name would have been whatever name you want to name, whoever it could have been, and they would have came in this year, not restructured Tua, that new GM would have been considered to these guys that are now flip-flopping off of Chris Grier, these Tuaneers, that new GM would have been getting praise. Yeah, the new GM is making great moves. He didn't restructure Tua. You see where I'm going with it? So now that Chris Grier is doing good moves, because he would have damaged us by restructuring Tua, and everybody knows it. But that was a move that someone as desperate as the past Chris Grier would have done to save his job, to save his career. That's what I'm saying. There's something up his sleeve. And one more thing I want to say,
nice, bro. He's playing nice because he knows right now everybody's on his ass. He has to play nice. He's gonna tell you what you want to hear, but the damage is done.
And you know what? And you know what? Later into this, he's gonna talk about they asked him about the pressure, I guess, or he felt the firing, and he talks about that. And one thing I do want to say now, by the time we get to it, to that part, is from my heart to all you flip-flopping Tuaneers, I want to thank all of you guys dearly. And I want all of you guys to realize how powerful a community can be as long as they're together. Because it was you guys, despite how wrong you guys were, the voice that you guys were spelling out in the air, on the airwaves of YouTube, on Twitter, sending the praises through internet emails and everywhere you got
all the platforms, yeah.
All of you guys made it seem like y'all were happy, so the organization kept rolling with it. All of you guys weren't satisfied anymore by the December, and look at what the organization is doing. They're moving forward past Tua. Or if they don't, he needs to come in and play like Drew Brees. That's the reality of it. Tua needs to come in year 6 right now, this upcoming year, start off hot, end hot, and possibly win something in the playoffs. There's a lot of pressure that these flip-flopping Tuaneers have put onto the Miami Dolphins, and I want to thank each and every single last one of you. Now, it's a little bit 2-3 years too late, but finally you guys have come around. Finally, it's here, but don't get it twisted. Don't start blaming Greer for past mistakes on paying Tua, because this is all y'all fault.
Yup.
This is all y'all fault. He gave y'all what y'all wanted. Now that he's doing the opposite, a new GM would have got praised for doing some of the same things based on salary cap structure and the money we were allowed to, y'all would have been praising the new GM right now. So give Chris Grier his flowers for what he's doing right now. Give Chris Grier his flowers for getting rid of an aging cornerback that can't be trusted and thrusted into a number one cornerback role. You can't do that.
And if you think that if you think that he didn't ask for a trade, I got some sand to sell you on the beach of Miami, bro. He wanted out of here, bro.
No way, bro. He wanted to milk this, dude. It's the opposite, Cap. Don't let these blind beat writers try to convince us and otherwise. Jalen Ramsey wanted to milk this. There's no other team. He wanted to milk Miami for all of their money.
All I know, Pete, I know is I saw that man.
Anymore.
All I know is
it's no more blind love over here.
All I know is when I left Twitter, all I saw was that man flipping me off, saying that he doesn't, what is it he did with the fan base? If he gave us the middle finger on the way out the door.
Who was that?
Ramsey.
That's fine. That's fine.
So you're telling me he's willing to stay here after flipping off the fan base, bro? No, he doesn't want to be here, bro.
He wants to milk this situation. I don't buy that.
No.
How come Chris Grier just came out right now?
He got paid. He can milk it. He got paid. He got paid. He can milk it.
Chris Grier is looking at it as, you're not going to take advantage of me anymore. Chris Grier is looking at it as, I need to win, and I need hungry young dogs. Tyreek Hill was right. He needs hungry young dogs. That's why it's better. You can hit on a cornerback in the second and third round that will be better than Jalen Ramsey. They can. It's not that hard. The man's 31, old. You can't cover. You can't trust that guy. Imagine playing the Chiefs, Jalen Ramsey on Xavier Worthy. You're toast. You're toast. Let's get back to it. Real Talk Perez, you want to get into, have you been hearing the press? Oh, the press conference is off the screen?
What happened?
Can you hear it?
James is a player we're very happy.
No, I can't see it.
We're still,
but can you hear it?
Things roster-wise, and with the draft approaching, I would say, the strength of the draft this year aligns with where our needs are.
What did I do?
Say our needs are. So, from that perspective, we just felt.
Where are you?
There was no need to.
Let it right.
Touch the contract, and that we could operate and keep building the team, and that whole process will continue through the draft like it always does with the June 1st and all that, and we've done that throughout the years here.
Only want a salary adjustment.
No, he's not.
You didn't ask for a trade, and you didn't want more money. Why is this happening?
Did you just not hear that right now, Cap? What was I just explaining to you? I forgot about this question. Did you just not hear that right now?
Yeah.
Listen to what David Ferronis just asked us. Shout out to David Ferronis.
You didn't ask for a trade, and you didn't want more money. Why is this happening?
No, I think that was Joe Shad.
Those discussions
that was Joe Shad.
I'll keep internally. I'm not going to get out here and talk about it, but we had a lot of discussions on it, and from both sides. And at the end of the day, we felt this is what was best for the Dolphins and for Jalen.
This moving on from Jalen.
Jalen didn't ask for more money, Cap. He didn't request a trade. Chris Grier is in a life and death situation with the organization, dude. He's not going to let no aging, high-paid veteran milk him. When it gets tough, Ramsey might, remember what Ramsey did to us last year, dude? How can we forget what Jalen Ramsey did to us last year? This man, before the season started, demanded the bag, bro. He demanded more money. He was acting hurt. He wasn't playing. Explain to me how Jalen Ramsey gets paid and he's not injured anymore. He comes in week 1 and plays. You can't have that on your team, dude. He can't be trusted. And this organization, Chris Grier, is sitting here on his seat looking at the roster and saying, you know what? I remember what Ramsey did to me last year. He ain't that good. I screwed up. He's not worth that contract. I want him out. That's what's best for the Miami Dolphins. And you got to remember, him thinking what's best for the Miami Dolphins is him thinking what's best for us.
And you know what, Pete? And to your point right now, when I did that mock draft on Finn's tailgate, I didn't even think I didn't hesitate, bro. I thought about Ramsey and Cheetah, but I thought about Ramsey first. So you might be right from a general manager perspective. If you're trying to save your ass, you're trying to get rid of the contract that you can now to accumulate draft capital. But man, like the timing couldn't be any worse,
Especially at
bro.
that position, though, Cap. Cornerback. That's a
Yeah,
big
they
position.
have to go for corner, bro. They have to.
Yeah,
They have to.
100%. And he talks about a certain player I want people to listen to.
How recently did this come about? It doesn't seem like, just based on the free agency strategy, like you were making moves with the idea that Jalen was not going to be part of the team this year.
No, I think when you're talking through the off season and all these conversations we're having throughout the off season, you're still working and you try to prepare for scenarios. So, like again, this was a long discussions, many discussions, I would say, throughout the off season. So this wasn't anything we rushed to and just said today, let's do this. So
No, I mean, from a business standpoint, it makes sense.
We'll deal with
Don't get me wrong.
From a business standpoint, and it makes sense.
From a business aspect, he's right as far as like, we're not going to show our whole cards. But man, everybody knows we're at the poker table, bro. Everybody knows that we're trying to gamble right now.
This is a situation where teams might be looking like, wow, we might have to trade in front of the Miami Dolphins to select Will Howard.
This is what
not Will Howard, Will Johnson, the cornerback.
Yeah. All these GMs in the NFL, bro, you're going to hear strategies throughout the week.
We feel good about where it is. It's never easy to replace a player like Jalen. He was a good player for us. He's a good player. He'll probably be a Hall of Fame.
Yeah, he's selling, bro. His business is open, bro. He's selling.
The Dolphins going forward, we feel like this is the best chance to help us win, not only just this year, but in the future as well.
Chris, are you optimistic about Jalen being in a Dolphins uniform in 2025?
I don't know. I think at the end of the day, we're like I said, we're talking to teams. I've had some discussions with teams, and we'll see where it falls.
Is he unhappy schematically, or how he's used? Is that part of the equation here?
No, I'm not going to speak for Jalen and coaches. So there's just a lot of discussions we've had. And
yeah, you're speaking for Jalen. You're having a press conference speaking about Jalen.
Stay between Jalen and myself.
The last time we spoke to you, we're pretty confident that Tyreek was still going to be part of this team's future. Is Tyreek another piece that might be possibly moved during the trade or after the trade?
That is not anything that we're pursuing. Like I said, who knows if someone wants to come?
He could have said no.
On picks, then we consider.
Hey, how many times does he
listen?
say?
Hold on, Cap. Listen to this.
Tyreek was still going to be part of this team's future. Is Tyreek another piece that might be possibly moved during the trade or after the trade?
That is not anything that we're pursuing. Like I said, who knows if someone wants to come and give me 2 first-round picks, then we consider it. But
look how happy he looks. Didn't he just make every Dolphin fan say that? Didn't he just make all of us happy when he just said that?
Yeah.
2 first-round draft picks. He put the bar on Tyreek Hill's head right now.
He put the bar, bro. He set the bar.
He put the price on Tyreek Hill's head right now.
He set the bar, bro.
He got a price. And now a team was probably talking to Chris Grier, and they keep saying, what's up with Tyreek? What's up with Tyreek? He keeps rejecting them. But he knows what teams were asking for Tyreek. These teams are going to say 2 first-round draft picks? Nah, he's crazy. Let me call him and say, I'll give you a first and a third. And
start high, bro. When you're negotiating, you start high, bro.
Yes, he's going to push it. We might get a first and a third for Tyreek Hill this upcoming draft, one of these days coming. Just like he mentioned, think about what he said earlier when they were talking about Jalen Ramsey trade. He said, it can happen in the draft like A.J. Brown did with the Eagles when he got traded away from the Titans during the draft. He mentioned a wide receiver, dude. The chat's on fire, bro. The chat's on fire, bro. These guys are cooking. I can't see it.
Right now, that's not anything we're pursuing.
Has anyone called about possibly trading for Tyreek?
What, in your conversation
Nobody has
with
called.
Steve Ross, not just about Tyreek,
That's the biggest lie right there. You believe that, Cap?
I'm trying to tell you, bro. Like, bro, like as much as we argue, the fan base and the media, we all agree this guy, bro. He's bluffing. He's at the poker table and he's bluffing, bro.
So you feel he's bluffing too? This guy has something up his sleeve. Something major is about to happen. He's going to buy the entire fan base in.
Yes.
He's going to make something shake. And it's not going to be, oh, we traded Jalen Ramsey and got a 4th round pick for him. That's not what it is.
It's going to be player for player. It has to be contract for contract at this point.
It's something. This man might trade Jalen Ramsey and our 1st round draft pick to go up to number 5 with the Jaguars. Something is about to shake, dude. This man might trade Jalen Ramsey back to Jacksonville, and we can use our 1st and get to number 5. Think about that. I was just listening to I think ESPN this morning, and they mentioned Will Johnson landing number 5 to the Jaguars. They need a corner.
but certainly including, Tyreek in the conversation, including Jalen Ramsey and the state of the team. What's his mindset? How would you describe it? How hopeful can he be that this team is going to make some noise in 2025?
No, he's been, and I'm not going to speak for Steve, but obviously when you do a lot of moves like this, he's aware, he's involved in the discussions on this. So he's supportive of what we do, and he leaves those football decisions to us. So he's aware of everything, but he's been good in all our conversations.
Chris, how much of
that was big? This is big. This is real big. Think about what he just. This is Stephen Ross. He said us. Chris Grier is tagging himself along. He's no longer. If Howie Roseman was at the podium right now, Howie Roseman would have said, "No, the Eagles owner, he trusts me to get this team." You see the difference? Chris Grier just said us.
No, he's been, and I'm not going to speak for Steve, but obviously when you do a lot of moves like this, he's aware, he's involved in the discussions on this. So he's supportive of what we do, and he leaves those football decisions to us. So he's aware of everything, but he's been good in all our conversations.
Chris, how much of an effort, how much of an effort was made to re-sign Calais, and in the end, was it just purely financial considerations that led to him being for Arizona?
We had talked to his agent a couple times throughout the
who did Poupar ask?
The off season, and
Calais
made him an offer, and ultimately he decided to go play for the team that drafted him. So
Poupar, what are you talking about, Calais, man? Damn, man.
Great job for us.
A dumb question. Ain't nobody worried about no 38-year-old Calais. Poupar.
On our D-line here in the future.
With Calais departing, Toronto instead retiring, this now
Ferrone.
to Jalen Ramsey, would you label this at least a soft rebuild or reset?
No, that word has not been brought up.
A soft rebuild. A soft reset? Seriously? So losing one shoulder Poyer, 59-year-old Calais Campbell, not re-signing Javon Holland to that type of money, which is a good move. To not pay Javon Holland all that money that the Giants paid him. Mind you, they're hating on him for that. Like, David Furones, this is a straight-up upgrade. He has upgraded the team. We got better football players. We have more dogs. What is wrong with these? I'm so tired of these people that don't know what the heck is going on.
We have a lot of really good football players on this roster still. Some places that impact games. So
Oh God.
can use it all, and our goal is to win this year and keep winning for sustained success in the future.
But
Damn
going off
right.
of David's question, that's, multiple captains. It's more than like 30 years. I don't know the exact number of NFL experience. Are you confident that
What did Marcel? Exactly. Look at Chris Grier's Paul's face right now. He's saying what he should have said. I'll say it for him. Look at that Paul's face. We just got rid of 2 players that aged like 30 plus years in NFL experience. We don't need that. We don't need that, Marcel Jockeus. We don't need that.
you have the leaders in place to, I guess, achieve the desired results in 2025?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. We do. And some of the players we added are quality human beings and people that have been leaders at other teams. But I do think in-house, when you have guys like Zach Sealer,
Dog,
just to name a few, you could say Tyreek,
Dog,
Waddle,
dog,
Alec
puppy
Ingold,
dog.
Austin Jackson. The offensive line guys love, those guys, they lead differently.
Offensive line guys love Austin Jackson. Austin Jackson is the leader of that offensive line. Been here with Greer for how many years? Grew up. Now, we got dogs, man.
They're quiet guys and how they do it by example and stuff. So we feel comfortable. They know the expectations, as we talked about at the post-draft press conference. Mike addressed that and what he told the team. And so Mike and leaders on the team have been meeting all throughout the offseason talking about things. So very excited for where it's going, and they know the expectations. And so looking forward to see how this group responds.
What is your
Him and Mike, he said major. Mike McDaniel is excited for where this is going. Mike McDaniel is excited for where this is going. Think about that. Think about that.
your response? What is owner Stephen Ross's response been to the most recent domestic incident police call involving Tyreek?
I would say our statement that we released would probably cover it. I don't really want to talk about people's personal lives. I'm not going to speak for Steve, but Steve was obviously involved in putting that statement out from the Dolphins. So leave it at that.
Leave it at that.
Spending this year was pretty clear that you all did not participate in the high end of free agency, other than obviously the Daniels contract.
No. Steve has never given that. Steve wants to win like we all do, and he's a fantastic owner that wants to do and wants badly for the Miami Dolphins to win, as we all do. For us, it's in a salary cap era, you just can't keep when you have high-priced players, and you've seen it around the league, as other teams. So you make decisions. We have 10 draft picks this year for the first time with that many draft picks. So excited about that. But at the end of the day, we were just looking to sign some good players at prices that we felt comfortable paying, and that continues all the way through the draft and post-draft, as we've been in touch with a number of players as well still that we're still tracking.
How would you evaluate your draft history, the three big?
You see how they try to trap Chris Grier, these beat reporters? Chris Grier is smarter than you guys. That was pretty much like the opening question from Barry Jackson, and then he's asked the same similar style question to see what Chris Grier would do. Chris Grier is not switching.
That's damage control 101. Public relations class in session right there. That's how you get it done.
They're asking the same questions. Yes, they had an avenue. Yes, everybody spoke about it for months. Restructure Tua's contract. Open up this much so you can build and keep this and pay this and get that. No. Chris Grier isn't on you Tua Near's level anymore. Chris Grier flip-flopped off Tua, and now the Tua Nears are flip-flopping off Tua, and now they're mad at Chris Grier for flip-flopping off Tua. Explain that. Unbelievable to me.
And wants badly for the Miami Dolphins to win, as we all do.
Yes.
For
he
us,
didn't stop no money. If this regime would have went into the building and said, hey, we need to restructure Tua, we're going to bring in Trey Hendrickson, from the Cincinnati Bengals, led the league in sacks last year, Mr. Ross, and we're going to turn it up. We're going to have the best defense in the NFL. We're going to have the most accurate quarterback in the league. These guys are going to stay healthy, and here we go. We're on our way to a home playoff game like you wanted. That's what he could have easily done and made all these guys that flip. Cap, think about this, dude. I just want you to give you a thought. I don't even need to hear you. Just think about this later on whenever. Imagine Chris Grier really did restructure to his contract. Imagine he did that and he brought in a lot of talent, like I just mentioned. Imagine he restructured to bring back Javon Holland, to sit here and get a Trey Hendrickson, to sit here and possibly get a better receiver. You think these flip-flopping Tuaneers would have been calling Greer's name out and saying that he's the worst GM in the league? Or they would have been praising him this offseason, calling him one of the best based on how smart he did to get more players over here for Tua. Think about that before I press play. What's up, Mr. Paul? Thank you for joining in.
In a salary cap era, you just can't keep.
Oh, my fault, Mr. Paul. Before I continue, you got anything to say? Have you been listening in, or did you just pop in? You got anything to say about what we watched so far?
I'm gonna say this real quick. I heard this on another platform, and I think Cap was with me and what have you. But no, go ahead and finish playing because we want to hear the whole thing so everybody can get a better understanding of what's going on.
All right, 10-4.
Players and you've seen it around the league, as other teams. So you make decisions. We have 10 draft picks this year for the first time with that many draft picks. So excited about that. But at the end of the day, we were just looking to sign some good players at prices that we felt comfortable paying, and that continues all the way through the draft and post-draft as we've been in touch with a number of players as well still that we're still tracking.
How would you evaluate your draft history, the three biggest positions in need, corner, defensive tackle, and guard?
I think defensive tackle, I think Christian's probably the biggest one. Last time we went early on a guy. I think we've drafted a few guys mid or late who've, been okay. But Christian is probably the biggest one. Corner Xavier is probably the best one that I've drafted. We've had a lot of success with some late round guys and for the cater.
You heard what he just said right there, right, Cap for Life? So when they start asking when has Chris Grier been the GM of the Miami Dolphins, you make sure you tell him that his first draft pick was Xavier Howard. Then
what year was that? What year was that again?
2016.
Thank you.
Who's undrafted and stuff like that. Cam Smith needs to come through at the end of the day. He's got to stay healthy and be on the field.
Smith.
He has shown some flashes, but this is
he has.
He knows what's expected. Smith needs to come through at the end of the day. He's got to stay healthy and be on the field. He is showing some flashes, but this is a very big year of him. He knows what's expected because he can't hold his hand and wait for him anymore. And offensive guard, I think the last time we really went were Austin and AJ. Austin and Rob Hunt, sorry. And then and Liam. They're probably the last three we've drafted, and they've all been players that have helped us win games here. And would I say perfect? No, I'm not. I said there's no GM that's perfect, but working with our scouts and our coaching staff and what we're doing and the scheme that they believe in and finding the fits for players is always important. And it's been a pretty smooth process the last couple of years.
Where parent needs it.
Cam Smith is a dog, guys. Cam Smith is better than Jalen Ramsey. I trust Cam Smith more than I trust Jalen Ramsey. That man just needs to stay healthy. Oh, yeah.
What?
Oh, yeah.
What?
I trust Cam Smith more than Jalen Ramsey. Yes, I've been complaining and crying about Jalen Ramsey. Go do the film review. Go back to the film reviews. When Cam Smith was on the field, what were we up here saying? I was highlighting. Look at Cam Smith. Look at Cam. I was highlighting plays. Look at Cam coverage skills. I would say, man, what a throw. There's no way no cornerback can stop this guy. Like, I forgot what game that was that Cam Smith was like draped all over the receiver damn near the whole game, but the balls were placed in like the best spot ever. Like one inch of a difference was major in that game of the ball being thrown. I like Cam Smith. I really do, and he needs to stay healthy. And in year 3, I do trust him to be our number 2, potential number 1, because he has upside. He does have upside. So I won't want to be one of these fans that are like, oh, we don't have no cornerback. No, we got Cam Smith. 3 years in, good athlete, 2 years in the same system under Anthony Weaver. Come on now. I trust this guy.
Corner guard.
We don't have the cornerback.
The film speaks for itself. How? I ain't gonna get there with you right now.
So you're going to have to adjust. You're going to adjust your preferred best player available approach and consider more strongly players at positions of obvious need.
Yeah, it's always a balance with that, because it's sometimes the best players in need. Sometimes, like we've talked in the past, when I said, J.J. Watt, we had defensive players. If he's there, you got to pass on him. But, for us, it's the draft kind of aligns with a lot of the positions of need for us that people perceive and what's on our roster right now. So for us, we think at 13, there'll be good players there that will be NFL ready players that are also filling needs. So if we choose to stay there, we'll have options, and if we move around, we'll take advantage of that as well.
Since the end of the last regular season game, Tyreek has said that I'm out, which I know that he's clarified. Jalen is, you've given him permission to seek a trade. That's 2 of your best players. That would seem from an outsider's perspective to be a red flag, indicating there could be in-house trouble. Would that be an accurate statement, wildly inaccurate? How would you classify that?
I would say, it's for people to judge. I would say wildly inaccurate, but that's me. I think Tyreek has shown that, he clarified that, and he has been here in the building almost every day in the off season, working incredibly hard. He's been in touch with Robert Prince, our new receivers coach.
You know what Barry should have came back and asked him? Has Tua been in the building every day this offseason? How come we're damn near half of this and we haven't spoken about Tua? How come there's not one Tua question, guys? Why we're not talking about Tua?
You can't do that. That's not
This man
allowed.
this is incredible. We haven't even been really bringing up Tua's name.
You ain't kidding.
That's a great point. Hey, that's a great point.
It is.
What the heck is going on?
Pretty much every other day. He's been working and doing all the things to show his teammates that this is where he wants to be. As I told you when we met with him after the season, he wanted to be here. There was no indication. So he has been, in terms of when he's in the building doing everything, he's been great. Things happen with players. You see it around the league, and you guys have seen moves like this that have happened. So they happen for all various reasons, and people don't talk about them obviously because they're between the player and the team. But no, there's no internal where people are trying to get out of here, and it's still, I think, the other way because people wanted to come back here. A lot of people that we did not bring back.
Chris, you've mentioned it a few times.
Yeah, but why you didn't bring him back? Huh? Why you didn't bring him back? He won't tell you that.
Because he's not doing what he used to do, Cap. This is a man that is walking
it's because he paid everybody. He paid everybody, and we didn't have enough money for those people to stay.
No. You got to remember, we have money. You don't remember all off-season, Cap, once the season ended? You got the Cow Crabs, the Reasons, the Dudleys, and all of these other Dolphin channels that were breaking down how much. Don't worry, don't panic. If the Miami Dolphins just make these 2 or 3 restructures, the Dolphins will be top 10 in cap space this year, and will make a lot of moves.
So they rolled over whatever they had last season. They rolled over till now.
Yeah, they're eating it. They're eating their mistake. They're with what they're doing right now. Chris Grier, he's proved to everybody, and he's showing face. Okay, I screwed up, but I now need to fix this. This is like this season. Chris Grier is almost like having a new general manager in the building. That's how
Oh,
people need to look at it. It's like we got a new general manager. It's like Chris Grier, boom, you failed that. You tried
Okay,
your
so let me
best,
let me
but
ask
Tua
you this.
ain't it.
So
Do
let
it
me
with
ask you
someone
this.
else now.
Let me ask you this. Do you guys think that maybe he's already in the front office up front? Maybe he got promoted, nobody knows, and the GMs are really the other two guys?
well, they did bring in another GM or assistant GM from another team, so
Yeah,
that could
Champ
be what's
Kelly from
going
the
on.
Raiders.
Yeah, yeah, that could be what's
Assistant.
going on.
No,
And
that's not what's
then
going
it
on.
makes sense because if you, this is just my opinion, I think Ross or the upper guys they like Greer so much because he goes along with anything that they want.
No, you got to
So
look at it, Mr. Paul.
oh,
Let's give Chris Grier his round of applause right now. Not many GMs
oh
would have
my
been able
goodness,
to build the team and get to the playoffs with Tua.
build a team.
Yes, not many GMs would have been able to do that and get
I
Tua
don't
to the
believe
playoffs.
I don't
He's
believe I'm
one of
not
them.
being
He's one of one. You
Pete.
don't just get a bad quarterback and have him win this many games with a team that you built, maneuvered, traded for, did what you did in a way to scheme it to have this guy be successful.
Hey Pete,
Chris Greer should be getting better praises, my guy.
I got some good news for you, Pete.
What's up, Mr. Paul? Tell me the news.
I don't took the title away from you as flip flopping. That's now I'm the flip flopper because I'm not because I defended Greer, but from the conversation that we're having with him now and what I heard a little bit yesterday, oh my goodness, I'm not too happy with Greer right now.
Oh, you're not too happy so far? What's that sound?
I don't know what that is.
What's up, Lance? You want to tell us anything? Thank you for coming in, my guy. So far,
Yeah,
based on
well,
what you heard, you want
when
to
you
add
were
anything
saying
to it?
when you were saying why ain't they talking about Tua, I mentioned that in the beginning in the thing and below when we first
Well, they
came
Oh,
on.
asked about hey,
I
I put
said
your
that. I
comment. Oh no,
said
no,
that.
no.
Hey,
That was Brandon. I remember. It was
they,
Brandon. Zach
they,
in here.
they asked about what? The first round quarterback, and he said, well, we have a starting quarterback, but that was it.
Oh, we haven't even got there yet.
I mean, they talked more about Wilson than they did Tua.
I haven't even heard anything about Wilson yet. We're 15 minutes. We're half in,
Yeah,
and the only Tua question we heard so far, since we have it's like this should have been blown up with questions.
Yeah, but
he
go
he,
ahead,
he was
Pete.
saying how Wilson fits our scheme.
Let us get there, Lance. But you don't have
Oh, okay.
anything based on what we heard
Okay.
already.
You haven't got there yet. Then I watched this thing about three times already.
All
All
right.
they see of Tyreek is what he does on Sundays and what happens off the field. What makes you, Mike, the rest of this organization, trust him as a leader, as a captain? What gives you trust in Tyreek Hill?
Right. Well, I would say because when we're around him, when he's in the building and he's here, and we see how he works and everything, and how his teammates interact, because they voted him captain, and we know with them, but personal lives, people are always dealing with it, and I'm not going to speak on anyone's personal life or what's going on. So all I can do is judge him for when he's here and when he's around.
Some of these Tyreek Hill haters need to hear Chris Grier say that 10 times. Stop worrying about these guys off the field, man. Judge these guys based on what they do on that football field. Got social media killing these guys out here, man. Let them live. When there's no football off season, yeah, Tua's on the yacht. He deserves that. But at the end of the day, we got to sit here and not get too involved when it's real personal matters.
Hey, reality. You shouldn't be putting any athlete on a pedestal.
It's not that, Lance. It's like when they start speculating the worst. You heard people make it seem like Tyreek Hill put that baby over the balcony. Come on, man. They exaggerate assassinating people's characters, and it could be for a joke, but a lot of these people don't put LOL behind those tweets. They don't put a smiley face behind it. Judge these guys based on what they do on that football field. That's the reality, and that's exactly what Chris Grier just told you all. Yeah, Tyreek Hill has problems at home with his wife. A lot of people do too. That's what I told y'all on one of my other streams. People out here get on the internet, make it seem like at least they ain't never argue with their wife. Their relationship has been perfect for 50 years, going on 51. Never an argument. Never ever. Come on, man.
And they make it sound like he beat her to death.
To a pulp, no heartbeat left. I agree, lads. They characterize and assassinate some of these young men when they're in positions and they don't know nothing that happened. So a lot of these people, they don't know the story.
They don't know the situation, nothing.
They don't even know if that they're defending themselves. They see a clip. They just see a clip of a player hitting a woman. That woman might have had and I'm giving an example. That woman might have, lunged at him with a knife. But you don't see the knife. You don't see nothing. You just see a hit. You see what I'm saying? Nobody knows.
On the guys and the things he does that shows us that he wants to be here and he's a leader, and those things he's done for the last 2 years here before last season. And so for us, very optimistic about him. People deal with stuff in their personal life, and and I leave that to them to handle until it gets to a point where we have to talk about it.
Chris, is you're thinking that with Iffy and Ashton Davis and with McMorris and Elijah Campbell, that your two starting safeties are in the building?
Yes, we feel good about those three. And
yes, what I've been saying for the longest, fellas, those guys are our starters. Iffy and Ashton Davis, we upgraded at safety. We upgraded at safety based on last year's safeties going into this year's safeties. Yes. Could it get better? You add a safety like Imawara or whatever. Yeah, you add him. Now we got an even better safety group. It gets even better because now our depth is good.
Elijah Campbell as well as back. So
I like Elijah
we have
Campbell.
some depth there, but we'll keep looking to add as well as we will to every position.
Chris,
every position.
Chris, Mike mentioned at the end of the season about discipline and accountability. Some of the guys mentioned that too. Now we had Tyreek and what's going on with Jalen. Where do you kind of view the team's culture now and going forward?
No, again, it's when people are studying culture and talking about it, it's always interesting because it's you take snippets of what it is or what one person says, and you never know what people have going on. We feel good where it is. Like I said, Mike, when he first came here, had his way of how he wanted to do things, and this has been a steady build of doing it to the way we want it done. And you've been around the guys, and so I'm not going to go into things, but we feel good where the culture is. Like I said, a lot of the leaders and players are involved in taking accountability for it as well. And so all the stuff we talked about at the end of the season has been great, and it's continued all the way through the offseason.
Will Patrick Paul be your starting left tackle, or do you intend to sign a challenger? And did you sign Liam with
Y'all heard that right now? How does this man go through a whole leadership conversation and not mention Tua's name again? Why hasn't he said Tua's name? This man could have easily said our leader right now on offense is Tua Tagovailoa. Defensive leader is Zach Zeeler. The team looks up to them. Their game, is what they gravitate to, and they're leaders of this squad, still young. This man just something is up his sleeve.
that you will again be your starting right guard?
Jason Sanders is more of a leader than he is.
Yeah, but check this out.
will Patrick Paul be your starting left tackle, or do you intend to sign a challenger? And did you sign Liam with the thinking that he will again be your starting right guard, or just a swing guard and backup center?
In terms of Patrick Paul, yes, he will be our starter at left tackle and get the first crack.
What did I tell y'all? I was telling people, don't worry about Teron Armstead. That's a position we upgraded to. Our left tackle position has upgraded. Oh, we lost Teron Armstead. Teron Armstead was bad, guys. We upgraded now. Second year tackle. Huge. He's way bigger than Teron Armstead. Way stronger than Teron Armstead. At this point of their career, he's way faster than Teron Armstead.
What's up, Marcus?
What up, Marcus? Appreciate you.
Not much. How y'all doing?
What's happening, Marcus?
Good. We're doing good over here. We're happy you're here. And also, you want to give us your thoughts so far based on what you heard?
Oh, yeah, sure, man. Hey, before those, I heard y'all talking about why they not asking about Tua. See, how a press conference works is these reporters, they walk in, they tell you what you can ask and what you can't. They probably told them, like, look, don't ask nothing about Tua. We're not going to answer it. We may address him once, but we're not taking no questions about Tua. So they operating off of that premise because he know he don't want to hear talk about Tua. So it makes sense. We're not talking about Tua. We're going to talk about the rest of the team.
That is exactly how it goes down, and Mr. Banks is correct on that.
Yep,
they do limit questions that you can ask and in that nature. But Patrick Paul, guys, how y'all feel about that? I'm so happy. I'm so happy.
I'm still optimistic about
the second rounder, because I felt like we should have just started. This is why I was saying we should have started Patrick Paul last year. If we would have started Patrick Paul last year, we would have been better off without Teron Armstead on the team last year, because he would have got the rookie kinks off. He would have got more reps. He would have got this going. He would have learned more by playing more. Now he's going into this year with what? 1 game started, 2 games played, whatever the case is.
And a lot of knowledge from Teron Armstead.
Yep.
And a lot of knowledge in this scheme to be advanced in the system. You're absolutely correct. Patrick Paul should be day one ready, week 1. And also dominate.
I'm with Lance. I'm in the same boat with Lance. I'm optimistic. He's still a rookie, but we'll see.
I think he's better than Austin Jackson.
Back at doing it. We signed Larry Borum, who we felt really good about. We really liked him in free agency. And Liam will come in and provide swing versatility, and he'll compete for a job. And he's not promised anything, and he knows there's going to be competition for it.
How come he ain't never say that about Tua? How come he could easily let that run off his tongue with Eichenberg, a guy you traded up for, but yet you ain't say that about Tua? What you did was go out and give out a new model for the backups. You labeled you said top flight backup quarterback, letting it known from the start, no matter who you get, that's who the backup quarterback is going to be, because Tua is QB1. But Eichenberg, on the other hand, he has to compete now.
Yeah, but from what I'm seeing with Larry Borum, he's not all that.
Larry Borum came from Chicago.
Yeah.
Hey, remember, guys, they don't care about winning like we care about winning. Like they just want to do the bare minimum, and they good as long as they feel the team and they got their job and they clear it with the owner. They not like us. We want the Dolphins to win. They ain't gonna go all in,
Yeah, but
Right,
it sucks when you
exactly.
start liking the moves that are done.
In past years, I mean, this is your 10th
That's
draft.
when the
You've
market
generally
formed.
filled
Larry
most
formed, I mean.
positions with players that you felt could not put you in a desperate spot going into the draft, addressing those needs. This year, completely different approach where you've left glaring holes on your roster. What created this change?
Glaring
philosophically?
holes? We have glaring holes on this roster?
Yeah,
How you
That,
mentioned
that,
it.
cornerback, defensive tackle,
Yeah, I would even go as
guard.
far, I would go as far as say center also.
You feel like it aligns with areas of strength in the draft, but I know you have 10 picks, but you only have so many premium picks.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. I think it's for us. We feel good with our scouting staff and what we've done, and our ability to be able to fill some holes with the free agency, like we've done with the guys we've added. The strength of the draft was a little bit of the reason where we felt like, okay, like we said, we're going to need NFL ready players.
Chris Grier is a genius, guys. Chris Grier is a genius. He left holes on the roster purposely to see what falls to him in the draft. This guy is in a mindset where he's going into the draft with a BPA mindset. Best player available at that position. And not only that, he's going into this draft with a potential extra pick with Jalen Ramsey. What if we fetch a second rounder for Ramsey? A third?
That'll be difficult because they paid him. So
Yeah, but we took some of the money. It was supposed to be like 25 million. We already paid a portion of it, so he's gonna only be owed like 20 million.
gotta be a contender.
Has to be a contender. Right? Any team that's gonna want someone like Tyreek Hill, like Jalen Ramsey, they feel that's the missing piece to get them to the Super Bowl. That's how you gotta feel.
Send them to the Ravens.
The Ravens.
Like
He ain't going to the Ravens.
Not like there's no like, hey, let's hope this guy's there. Like these guys gonna be forced into play, and that's a good thing, So we just have to be right on the person and the characters of the guys that we bring in here that they're going to do that. So there was really no grand plan of doing it. It was just as we were looking through, because you really always look a year into the future, like when you're looking at like the quarterbacks evaluations, like who's the next class of college players. So you always try and get a peek of what the next year's draft class looks like in strength. So for us.
Y'all just heard that?
He sound lost to me.
Lost?
Yeah.
I think you're the one that's lost right now. Let me rewind it for a bit so you guys can hear what he just said right now in those last few seconds. Check this out.
A year into the future, like when you're looking at like the quarterbacks evaluations, like who's the college players. So you always try and get a peek of what the next year's draft class looks like in strength. So for us, it just aligned to where it made sense for us to invest in some younger players at those positions, and then we'll fill in the rest post draft through free agency.
This man's job is not hot. He's not on a hot seat, guys. This man is talking future, looking into prospects next year, comparing should he draft this guy, this or that, look at free agency this year or what could potentially be in free agency next year. He's looking into the future. He's speaking it into existence. You guys heard it. This is a man with a mentality that I'm going to work and build and work off of Tua. Can he? He won't have that leash. I mean, he will have that leash on. Tua's plug is nearly off the wall socket. It's nearly off the wall socket.
The team targeted Zach Wilson as the backup quarterback. Why was he the choice instead of a more veteran, experienced backup?
Yeah, I think as we were all going through it, and we spent a lot of time on that, with Mike and the offensive coaches and the scouts, and we just felt like Zach had a lot of potential and a lot of talent, and I know, you could go the veteran route with someone that more proven. Zach has won a few games. I know everyone's going to say his record and stuff, but I think for us, and dealing with it and getting to know him, talking, once he signed and getting to know him and going through it and going back to the relationships people had with him prior to the draft when he came out. We just felt that in talking to him and some veterans that he was the right fit and right choice for us, because we do think that his skill set really fits what our offense does.
They spoke to Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill said, "Give me Zach Wilson." Don't forget, a lot of the Jet fans loved him when they got there. A lot of the Jet fans were comping him to baby Patrick Mahomes. He was Mahomish, based on whoever it was that said he had Patrick Mahomes traits. This is who we have now at quarterback in Zach Wilson. And I wouldn't be shocked. I got to hear this again because I love Zach Wilson.
Hold up, before you do that.
I thought you loved Tua. You offered Tua now?
No, hold up. Zach, I mean, Pete, before you make those comments, you're going to really stir up a lot of people in the chat about Zach Wilson. But go ahead.
No, they don't get stirred up over here. They know what's going on right here with Zach Wilson. A lot of these people know Zach Wilson.
And we spent a lot of time on that, with Mike and the offensive coaches and the scout.
They spent a lot of time on that with scouts and coaches and Mike McDaniel.
Mm-hmm.
This regime, you see, I have to keep saying what I told y'all. I keep saying it. I have to keep saying it because I've been saying this is a guy. They sat here and said, "Wow, look at these talents." This guy is QB1, dude. This guy is QB1, guys. If the whole coaching staff went remember when I was telling people they must be mad at Tua. This was when these Tuaneers were talking restructure. I was up here on this channel saying Chris Grier must be mad at Tua. He has to be mad at Tua. Opposite. Chris Grier must be mad at Tua. Exactly. I said it right. Because Tua has Chris Grier doing something that he shouldn't have to do work-wise. So now that Chris Grier has to go do his job and get a better backup quarterback or get a better quarterback, period, he's going to go out and get the best and most talented one with the highest ceiling.
Whoa, look what CCRR said down there. Wilson QB1? Are you still CCRR?
CRR?
Yeah, because he sounds like he has a lot of he's very smart as far as the NFL, the Miami Dolphins.
We just felt like Zach had a lot of potential.
Shout out to C.
And a lot of talent.
A lot of potential. A lot of talent.
You could go the
I said don't be surprised if he takes over the number one spot.
More proven.
All he needs to do is let that ball come out his hand and let the locker room fall in love with him. That's how you win in this league. That's how you take a job in this league. When the locker room gravitates to you based on your play. Tua's in trouble, guys. Tua is in trouble. And I can't wait for training.
Some people disagree, but don't be surprised if Tua is traded this year too. Even with the money. I think everybody's on the table right now. There is no safe person.
No
good point, Lance.
No, nobody's safe. That is a good point, Lance.
Good point, Lance.
He sat here in this interview. We just heard him. We just heard Greer say it out of his mouth. Him, McDaniel, sat down and evaluated the whole roster. And they're doing what's best for the Miami Dolphins moving forward. He didn't say we're doing what's best for Tua Tagovailoa, because that's the old Chris Grier. The old Chris Grier would be like, we're doing what's best for Tua. He wouldn't say it, but that's what will be going down. This new Chris Grier, He's doing what's best for the Miami Dolphins, literally. He's not no longer, this isn't a GM, basically, that's no longer thinking, I got to save this prospect Tua.
Oh, P,
I
wish
got
you
to
can see
do,
the chat.
Well,
he's not working in that way no more.
P, I wish
you
you
know,
could see
maybe
the
he's
chat.
tired of it. He's been trying to help them for the past 4 years.
P, I wish you can see the chat room, man. Good.
Hold on, let me get my phone. You got me interested now.
Yeah, you got some Zach and Ears down there.
Hey, some Zach.
Zach and Ears
Zier,
are speaking up.
Zeeler might, Zeeler might even be going. Who knows? Captain or no captain, you give Miami a good reason, they'll get rid of him.
Look at Miss Relentless. She's a Zachaneer. We got a bunch of Zachaneers. Look, and Zach we trust.
And I'm gonna tell you
I don't
something
know
about
what to make of your
Miss
team, Pete.
Relentless.
This is a team getting better. I'm gonna tell you that right now, Sweet Jump.
I want to say one thing about Miss Relentless. She is very accurate when she makes those statements because she said something a little ways back, and I don't know if she remembers. She said, "Keep getting a quarterback until you get a hit," and I like that. I never thought about that. That came from Miss Relentless.
That's what I have always said. Get a second rounder every year. If you want to put a first rounder in it, go ahead. But until you find that guy, you got to pick. Get him in the first or second round, because anything else, it's just not going to work. I mean, it can once in a lifetime, but your chances are better with your first and second round quarterbacks.
Look, Jose. Oh, here, Jose.
Yep. Patrick Paul is the starter before camp starts. There is no competition. There is no competition. We don't need a draft. Think about this. I told y'all already before. Patrick Paul, left tackle. Hopefully, we can draft Jared Wilson, the center from Georgia. If we draft Jared Wilson, the center from Georgia, Jared Wilson, Patrick Paul, and possibly Austin Jackson could all be together for the next 6 to 7 seasons together. Long term, where all you plug and play is your guards. This is a long-term plan that looks promising. Austin Jackson stays healthy, continues to get better. Your left tackle is Patrick Paul, someone that looks like a wall with his size. Jared Wilson, a real deal center coming out of Georgia this year. You can put your guards, Aaron Brewer and Leo Meikenberg. It's going to work.
Who do we got backing up? Patrick Paul.
Backing up who?
Is it?
You see, that's the problem when we start.
It might be Larry.
Borum.
It might be Larry Borum.
What's up, y'all?
Borum and Leo Meikenberg is the swing guy. He can swing to any position. Shout out to Lakers all day. Yep. He
What's
just
up,
pulled
y'all?
up to the building.
All day. So like, what we talking about right
comment, get another 3-minute airwaves because that Patrick Paul comment just hit right there.
What we talking about?
Chris Grier talking about Zach Wilson. Let's hear it one more time and rewind it for you, Lakers all day.
I bet.
No grand plan of doing it. It was just as we were looking through, because you really always look a year into the future, like when you're looking at like the quarterbacks evaluations, like who's the
this
next
is him
class
talking
of
about the
players.
future.
You always try and
that's how you know
get a
Chris
peek of
Grier
what
is safe.
the next year's draft class looks like in strength. So for us, it just aligned to where it made sense for us to invest in some younger players at those positions, and then we'll fill in the rest post draft through free agency.
Told us that the team targeted Zach Wilson as the backup quarterback. Why was he the choice instead of a more veteran, experienced backup?
Yeah, I think as we were all going through it, and we spent a lot of time on that, with Mike and the offensive coaches and the scouts, and we just felt like Zach had a lot of potential and a lot of talent, and I know, you could go the veteran route with someone that more proven. Zach has won a few games. I know everyone's going to say his record and stuff, but I think for us and dealing with it and getting to know him, talking once he signed and getting to know him and going through it and going back to the relationships people had with him prior to the draft when he came out, we just felt that in talking to him and some veterans that he was the right fit and right choice for us because we do think that his skill set really fits what our offense does.
AP, pause it.
Pause
Okay.
for you, sir.
Okay, so look, he said that he has skill set, right? And he said that he has what else I forgot. He said he has skill set, right? He said he's a leader and something about beating teams and playing in
Man,
the
I think I went too far.
He said that potential and a lot of talent, and I know.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, my bad. He said that he has a lot of talent.
More proven. Zach has won a few games. I know
See,
everyone's
won a few games and more proven.
I think
Ain't
for
that
us,
something? Mm-hmm.
So basically, he's saying instead of a veteran that's gonna milk my money, this is the change Chris Grier has shown. Instead of the veteran that's gonna milk my money and not push Tua, you see, when you put Tua in that pressure situation, he's gonna fold.
Yeah,
he will fold. Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And once he folds, we have a
problem.
dog at number
Hey,
2
Pete.
that's really trying to prove himself. Shout out to John
Hey,
for pulling up. We don't have
Pete,
a veteran that's coming
wanna-
in and milking the money. And when he gets here, he gets the opportunity to start. He loses the 3 games, 4 games, and he's retired. No,
Mm-hmm.
we need someone that's hungry.
P, I'm gonna add something to what you're saying. Also, you got to also remember something else that was said about Zach Wilson. They said that he was a calculated target.
That's the question. He was at. That's what David Ferrona's asked him.
Right.
Why was Zach
McDaniels,
Wilson the calculated target? Why?
Right, because
and that was his response.
Right, because really good saying what McDaniel said. McDaniel said that he had looked at a film on Zach Wilson when he was at BYU, and I know people were saying BYU didn't really play that many good teams. He also looked at the situation of
the Broncos,
Zach Wilson with the New York Jets,
Mm-hmm.
and then the Broncos where he sat down with Sean Payton, and they said Sean Payton had some good words to say about him. Now, here's the thing that people are using to trash Zach Wilson. Where Sean Payton made some good comments about Zach Wilson. Why did he let him go?
Mm-hmm. So who cares? They found a better quarterback.
Yeah, but here David Ferrona's laid something that we're going over our head just because we're excited. But there's a little bit of hypocrisy that I have to call out. You guys know I might like Zach, I might trust Zach, but the real question that he said was, Greer, he didn't say a question, he laid a statement. He said that he's a perfect fit because of his talents. But here's the hypocrisy part that comes out. McDaniel, Greer, because Greer just said they all sat together and spoke. So they came into an agreement with Zach Wilson. But Mike McDaniel proved that Zach Wilson is not a scheme fit when he spoke about him. Now Chris Grier is saying he's a scheme fit. McDaniel said that Zach Wilson is not a good passer in the phone booth, meaning he's not a really good passer in the pocket when possibly things are tight. Because if you're in a phone booth, you're tight in a phone booth. So basically, not that he's just in a clean pocket. Where he's referring to is in a tight pocket where the offensive line is closing in on you. He hasn't really shown a lot of that. Hold on. So it's a little hypocrisy coming from our organization that I want to come out. Because now if he wants to be technical, David Ferronas has a very valid point. You should have went out and got Jimmy Garoppolo. You should have went out and got Jimmy Garoppolo, Christopher Greer. And this is probably why you lost your career. If Zach Wilson doesn't hit, you lose your career, and you didn't get Jimmy Garoppolo that fits perfectly in Mike McDaniel's scheme and does it better than Tua. And if he's healthy, he's a Super Bowl caliber quarterback because he has it upstairs in the system.
Did you watch the Dolphins collective yesterday?
I watched it. I actually caught a lot of it this morning. I didn't get to finish it. I did want to go live. And I started to do other things, but I caught on to it like 6 in the morning. I tuned into it, John. Shout out to those guys. I loved it. That's actually the best YouTube show. Don't you guys all agree? The best Dolphin show right now in the nation is the Dolphins Collective right now.
The
John,
only time I watched, the only time I knew about it was because I saw TD and he said he was going to be on it, and so I plugged it in and I watched the replay of it. And Alan Poupart was the one that asked the question about TD. I mean, yeah, about Tua.
And what he
Okay,
said?
he was the one that brought it up
And what he said?
because it was on ESPN,
Mm-hmm.
and Greer said, "Well, we're not looking for a quarterback, but nothing's off the table." Okay, and so you got Ramsey going out, Hill's in trouble off the field. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and you got Tua that no one wants, at least out here. Now you got the Saints at number 8, right? Or 6 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
The
If
who?
and they need a quarterback.
Who?
If
What
we
team did
could
you just say, John?
Saints,
The
They're at
is
Saints.
that
number
right?
9. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
They're
need
they're
a
at
at number
number
quarterback.
9.
9. They're at number
Yeah,
9.
yeah.
If we package Hill and Tua, send them to the Saints for number 9, you could snag um,
Who we
a
getting?
quarterback.
A corn? Nah, because wait, hold up, wait,
I
wait,
mean,
wait,
you could send maybe Chubb over there with.
You could get
You
a
cannot
quarterback.
trade Tyreek Hill.
wait, hold on, wait.
Why not?
If I'm getting rid of Tyreek Hill and a quarterback, I want a wide receiver back that's going to value what Hill values. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? Like okay, like you know what I'm saying? Like we're giving up 2 players for what? What does the Saints have that we need or we want?
No.
They have a
It's what
corner that we
it's
want. They have a corner and they have a running back. Well, that's it. They don't really have a wide receiver. So
no. The
who
Saints had the
else?
higher draft pick though.
Oh, I just thought about something too. McDaniel said not too long ago that we were going to go get a running back. Now I'm not. I know we just added Madison on our team, but what it?
We may
About
get a running back in the 6th round.
oh no. I know that part. I know that part. But I'm thinking about something else. Who is the running back with the Saints? Kamara?
I
Alvin
don't know.
Kamara. Yeah.
He
I don't
has
know.
been in trade conversations the last 2 seasons, by the way, Kamara.
Well, maybe he might be a part of
Kamara,
that package. Who
Hey
knows? Just guessing.
did y'all hear what Lewis Riddick tried to? So Lewis Riddick today on First Take, right? He tried to not say what he wanted to say and tried to be nice about the Tyreek Hill and Jalen Ramsey situation.
Oh,
He tried to be nice about it and not really say what really was on his mind. And Stephen A. called him out about it.
yeah.
And
Well, Omar said this in that collective. But he
I
said
was talking about today.
I know it. I know, but Omar said that Ramsey and the Dolphins there was a little friction, and that's just
What
why
friction?
there was something going on. Omar thinks that there Ramsey might have seen something. They didn't say it and they wouldn't say it in public.
Yeah.
But behind the scenes, there is something going on. They're butting heads.
I'll tell you
Okay.
what happened. Want me to tell you what happened, John? I can
it
tell you
about
why they're
football?
butting heads.
Is it
Because
about football?
Chris Grier has realized it's not worth it. Jalen Ramsey, he's looking at the talent. He just said that. They sat down, they looked at the talent, they evaluated it. They probably went over and said, they looked at each other. We overpaid for Jalen Ramsey. We can't count on this guy to be our number 1. We need cornerbacks, and we need to go young.
Has he been healthy?
Yeah, he's been healthy.
Yeah.
What you talking about? He played all last
Has he
year.
missed all game? Has he missed one game?
No, he played all game last year. He's healthy.
Yeah.
Nothing's wrong with him.
He's one of the
Looks like
healthiest people.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean,
And so
you
He's
got
one of Or other cornerbacks wish they had the job that Jalen Ramsey had last season
Jalen
to
Ramsey,
cover.
one of the best cornerbacks in the
But
NFL right now.
Yeah.
that's why
No,
I
he's
don't
not.
understand. But what you mean
According
he's
to
not?
I
he's not.
said one
That
of the
guy was
best.
not shutting down number one. You cannot. This is why I
Okay,
was
what about
arguing, and this is what the film shows. Y'all can say what y'all want. The
Hmm.
film shows that Jalen Ramsey was not covering the number one wide receiver consistently, and when he was asked to do it, he was getting done in. Okay,
okay?
you
Okay,
cannot
what
be a
about
cornerback getting paid 25 million per year and not be able to cover their number one receiver.
okay, what about
That's why
when
you're
we had
CB1 to take out our WR1.
what about when we
Well,
had
but
Xavier Howard and then we had the other guy on the opposite side who was to me similar to no, go ahead.
I don't know
What's that
who
guy's
it
name?
was.
We had
Byron
Xavier
Jones.
Howard.
You
Byron
had Xavier
Jones.
Howard and Byron Jones.
What's Byron Jones? No, it wasn't
Yeah,
Byron
it
Jones. It
was.
was
Yeah,
somebody else.
but it was
He took
Byron
the
Jones. Yeah, it
Dolphins' money
was.
and
It was,
ran off with it.
oh,
He
that's
took
right,
them.
Byron Jones.
This is
That's
what
right. That
Greer
was him.
and Byron Jones is another example that Greer has learned from. This is a new GM. People need to start looking at Chris Grier as a new GM of the Miami Dolphins. We have our new GM. It's just the same guy. He flip flopped off
Uh,
Tua, and he's working
oh,
on the team to get better,
oh,
So,
younger and better.
so,
We
so,
got a
he,
new
Come on,
GM. He's
come on
switched.
up, Truth Fans fan.
so,
he switched
so
up.
he just
Yeah.
he's not a two and error.
No.
He
He would
switched
have
up
still
his
if
thing.
he would have
Yeah.
ended up restructuring to his contract, he would
and
have been
dealing
fired.
with it and getting to know him, talking, once he signed and getting to
Well,
know him and going through it and going back to the relationships people had with him prior to the draft when he came out. We just felt that in talking to him and some veterans that he was the right fit and right choice for us because we do think that his skill set really fits what our offense does.
Chris, would you
Yep.
His
rule out
skill
regardless
set.
of
I'll
how
tell
this
you what.
happened?
Well, let me ask y'all that question. What y'all think his skill set adds to what our offense does? How about that?
I got you, Pete. I got you, Pete. His skill
Talk to
set,
me.
what he does is running the ball that we don't have, right? Throwing the deep pass, right? Getting out the pocket, throwing the ball on the dime, playing play action pass that you can do with Zach Wilson, and you can quarterback sneak with him, and you're saying if he needs to, he can get you the first down with his legs. That's what we don't have, and that's what he said skill set. Because they're looking at what he did on the Jets against the Chiefs, and they're looking at what he did against these teams when he did play in the game with the Jets. They're looking at all these things that he did
And don't forget
against the
Buffalo.
Chiefs and all that Buffalo
against
games,
Buffalo
all
too.
this stuff,
Hey, hey,
and they see that
Lake,
his skill set is better than Tua's. That's why he said skill set.
Lakers out there.
Hmm.
Would you say he's also good
Take
at
it in.
extending plays too?
Yeah, yeah. Extended
Mm-hmm.
plays,
Extended
getting
plays.
the run, getting the first down. His skill set
Yeah.
is what he does on the field.
Throughout the
Is
whole
what
scheme,
yeah
he's
throughout the
saying
whole thing. Yeah,
he's better than Tua,
he's
no
better than
no
two, but
matter
he's
what.
not saying it. But he's saying skill set
Yeah,
is the
right.
Yeah,
key
that skill
word.
set to be better
This
than
yeah.
He's saying it
Mhm.
without saying it.
Yeah.
Is what you're saying.
Skill set. If you realize his skill set is the key word that we have to listen to, because he's saying that his skill set on the field, what he does to create for himself to be better than others, is
Yeah.
what we need as an organization,
He's having to choose
and
his
that's what
words
we have.
carefully.
We have Zach Wilson now. Yeah. He's not going to talk about Tua, but he's talking about Tua
Yeah.
and talking about Zach Wilson's skill set is better than Tua's skill set, but then he's not going to say it.
Right.
And what I saw on First Take today,
He's
when
not
I
to
was
say
on,
Tua
Oh
sucks.
yeah, that's what I
Okay.
Lakers all day. Tell us what happened with Lewis Reddick.
so Louis Riddick back tried. Do you know how Louis Riddick that he doesn't want to say the wrong thing, so you know he don't get blamed or whatever. So
Mm.
Stephen A. called him out today and said, "Why are you backtracking on what you just said?" He didn't want to. Stephen A. really didn't want to say what he really wanted to say. So Stephen A. said, "Look, the reason why not Tua, but Jalen Ramsey and Tyreek Hill doesn't want to be here is because of Tua's injury. He's injury prone and he's always injured. That's what Stephen A said, and I agree with him. Because if you realize it, right, that's what Stephen A said. You can go on the first take and you can watch it right now. But I think it's true because if you realize it, right, Tyreek said he wants a dog. He wants dogs in this organization. Jalen Ramsey is one of those dogs that he's talking
Yeah,
about, right?
yeah.
Jalen Ramsey is not going to go out here and talk about his quarterback like that, but he's going to
No.
do that in the locker room. He's going to do that with the coaches. He's going to do that to the. He's going to talk. He's going to be mad and frustrated about not winning and not having a quarterback that they can win with. That's what I'm saying. Like this is
Shout
the part
out
of the
to
reason why I think it is.
SAS,
I
man.
think
SAS is doing
I
a
think
SOS for us Dolphin fans with that
Yes,
type of take.
you ain't kidding Lakers all day.
It's I think it's Jalen Ramsey and Tyreek that knows that this team is not going to go where we need that they need to go because of the quarterback. And why you think that Tyreek Hill did what he did, and now they're not going to say nothing, but Jalen Ramsey is doing what he's doing because they want to win. They are both competitors. They are both strong-headed players. They are both confident players in themselves, and they go up against these Chiefs. They go up against these Baltimore Ravens. These great teams that they, you know what I'm saying? So look, Chris Grier don't go up against competition like that. These two players do. So why do you think these players every time they go up against the Baltimore Ravens, the Chiefs, they play top notch just like these other players do? Because they have to
Jalen
take their
Ramsey ain't
level.
out here. What big game moment did Jalen Ramsey have versus a big team? He has. That's another guy. He fails to show up in big games when we need him.
But I'm saying, but it's good to have somebody out there like that you can count on, bro. That's what I'm
You
saying. Like
can't
saying,
count on him. If this
what you
guy
mean
is
you
out
can't?
here versus the good teams, he's not covering their best receiver. The other team is dragging. This is
When
dragging the rest of the roster, Lakers, all day. Because
but
now you got
but
Cater Kohu covering Stephon Diggs. Y'all forgot about that? I mean, Noah Igbenogany. Y'all forgot? Like, come on, bro. We need to stop. If you're the high-paid corner on this team, you better be able to shut down the highest-paid receiver on the opposite team. And if you're not asked to do that every week, you're out of here, dude. Because it's not fair for Cater Kohu, who's an undrafted corner. It's not fair for Storm Duck to be out here covering number one guys. It's
you
Mm-hmm.
not.
think they could? Do you think Kader Kahoot and Storm Duck can do it right
They did
now?
it last year.
Yeah, they got
Nah,
potential is
I,
there.
I, I,
You
I
think they
mean,
could
I
do
mean,
it for
I
16
mean,
games
maybe.
or 18 games, whatever it
Nah,
is?
I don't think so, bro.
I've
I
been
don't think
We
so
telling
don't, we
people
don't
a
either.
need
lot.
that
Cater
dog.
Kohu is a dog. Cater
Yeah,
Kohu,
he's
y'all
a
better
dog
stop acting
too.
like we ain't got one of the top nickel corners in the game right now.
No, he's good.
With boundary, he has outside boundary experience. But you keep him in that nickel, he's a dog. He's
No,
one of the
trust me.
top
No,
in the
trust me.
league.
You know what I'm saying? I like Katie Kohu, right? But that's what I'm saying. Like, we need to keep Ramsey so we can
We
go
play
get
the
the.
Chargers. I'm gonna give you an example right now, Lakers all day. If we play the Chargers, I want Cater Kohu all over Lab McConkey. Shut him down, harass him, keep him in the phone booth. You see what I'm saying? We play the Buffalo Bills. I like that matchup between Cater Kohu and Khalil Shakir. I love that matchup on our end. I feel confident on it. Now we play the Jets. I don't like the matchup that much versus Garrett Wilson and Cater Kohu, but I
No,
trust it more than Jalen Ramsey. But I trust that more than Jalen Ramsey. I sure do.
I don't. I don't. I don't.
The
I
film
would
don't
rather
lie.
have.
He
I
couldn't.
would rather
We
have.
already played the Jets twice with Ramsey, dude. He could not guard him. The separation was obnoxious. Jalen Ramsey is at a point of his career where he's PFF playing. He ain't really playing for the logo. He's playing for his PFF numbers, guys. This is what people need to realize.
All right,
Covering Alan Lazard. What the hell are you doing covering Alan Lazard?
let's get back to Zach Wilson.
Hey,
Told
yo,
me
Zach.
they are picking a
Hey,
quarterback in round
go
one,
ahead.
as some in the national media has suggested.
I would say we have our starting quarterback, so
That's
I
Zach
would
Wilson,
be
y'all.
looking to it, but I'd never rule anything out. But I would not be looking to draft a quarterback in
No,
the first round.
no, that was
Chris, obviously
Alan
last
Poupart
Hold on,
offseason.
hold on, hold on, hold on,
calling.
hold on.
He was the
This
right
question,
fit
hold
and
on,
right
That was
choice
that.
for us because we do think that
one
his
second, guys.
set really fits what our offense does.
Chris, would you rule out, regardless of how the draft unfolds, the idea of taking a quarterback in round one, as some in the national media has suggested?
I would say
So the question, shout out to Alain Poupart, he asked was, what are the chances of pretty much the Miami Dolphins selecting a quarterback in round one? And
Yeah.
his response is this, guys. Listen to it carefully.
we have our starting quarterback, so I wouldn't be looking to it, but I'd never rule anything out. But I would not be looking to draft a quarterback in the first
Never
round.
ruled anything out.
Chris, obviously last offseason, you kind of made the decision to pay a lot of your core guys, Tua, Waddle, Tyreek.
He said we have our starting quarterback on the roster. He didn't say Tua is the starting quarterback on the roster.
But he also said we would never rule anything out.
And he's not going to rule anything out. He won't leave no stone unturned, is what he said at his end of season presser. I need y'all to hear that one more time. If you ask this to Zach, what's his name, Zach Taylor, over there in the Cincinnati Bengals, you ask him this question at the head coach, he's going to tell you our starting quarterback is Joe Burrow. You ask any matter of fact, you ask the Raiders right now, Pete Carroll, our starting quarterback is Geno Smith.
He was the right fit and right choice for us because we
Watch
do
this.
think that his skill set really fits what our offense does.
Chris, would you rule out, regardless of how the draft unfolds, the idea of taking a quarterback in round one, as some in the national media has suggested?
I would say we have our starting quarterback, so I wouldn't be looking to it, but I'd never rule anything out. But I would not be looking to draft a quarterback in the first round.
In the
Chris,
first round.
obviously last offseason, you kind of made the decision.
So he is not looking to draft a quarterback in the first round because
In the
he
first
already
round.
has his starting quarterback.
But also to that also leaves the door open, meaning that he may still get a quarterback in the later rounds.
Oh yeah. If it's not in the first, it's going to be somewhere. That's what he's saying.
Exactly.
If Cam Ward falls to 13,
That's a different scenario.
That's a different scenario, but Cam Ward's projected to go number one quarterback, isn't he?
yeah, I know the projection could be the projection. Sam Darnold was projected to be the number one pick. Baker Mayfield stole the show last day. Nobody knew what was happening.
Okay.
Things happen. And if the
Yeah.
quarterback class is as bad as it is and they pass up on Cam Ward, someone takes Shadur before Cam might be there at 13. The impossible might not be impossible. It's so I can't wait
Pay
for
a
the
lot of your
draft.
core guys, Tua, Waddle, Tyreek, Ramsey. How do you look at that a year later, given where we are with Ramsey and Tyreek's year?
Yeah, I think those decisions are always independent of what it is. They had earned those paychecks and money and getting paid. So at the end of the day, yeah, I don't look back and can't. It's easy to sit back on everything and say, like, why did I draft this guy in the third round 2 years ago? They earned it. They're good players. So for us, we just move on and adjust and just keep going.
Chris, when you
It's just that simple. Making it seem like the world is ending because of salary cap hell and all this crap. You just move on and make it work with what you do.
Well,
And this season, what happened?
No, I said let's remember now. When we had that bad cap at the Tannenbaum, who came and cleared that up? That bad cap that we had.
Chris Grier.
Chris Grier.
He cleaned it up and got us to a rebuild. And had all the capital, and he built this team. And because of Tua, he didn't get to the potential he could have got to. Those are the discussions that we should be having here as a community, as a fan base. If they would have went Herbert and did all of this for Herbert, do we not have an AFC championship appearance at least? I don't want to be greedy and say Super Bowl, but I will say
Well,
championship.
actually, Greer was looking at Love instead of Herbert.
Even if we would have
Okay.
had Jordan Love, we possibly have a AFC championship game as well.
Yes, it actually would have been better.
So
Probably.
to be straight, from what y'all saying, Chris Grier was not really in on selecting Tua. It was somebody else in the Dolphins office that wanted him.
Yeah, I don't
That's
know.
somebody else. Everybody knows who it is. It's Stephen Ross that looked at the money. Brandon Shore. Brandon Shore came up to Stephen Ross and showed him the script. Hey, you select Tua, you select the top jersey seller in the NFL. He's projected. The people are behind him. They want this story. You got a good story. You got an athlete who broke his hip, is coming back. If he does become what he is in college, you got one of the greatest stories ever told. Build around him.
You could
They
compete.
wanted the money. They wanted the story. This is why I say if Shadur's at 13, all you do is go to the next chapter of the story. If that's who you are, it's a money book. You're reading the money book on a prospect. Does this prospect bring you money? No. He's good, but he ain't going to bring me no money unless he has everything around him.
Oh, he's
He
got
has
the name
this.
recognition.
He has that.
Oh.
Exactly. So right now, everybody knows Stephen Ross is about that money. Shadur Sanders is there at 13. He continues this money journey.
That's right. That is. Oh my goodness. I keep forgetting about that.
Shadur Sanders is there at 13. He will be overnight. It won't be Cam Ward with the Tennessee Titans as the top jersey seller, guys. It's not going to happen. It's going to be Shadur Sanders as a Miami Dolphin, as the top jersey seller of the NFL. There will be so much hype. No, it's not only just because of his name. It's not because of his last name. His last name has a lot to do with it. I'm not knocking you on that, John. It's not only because of his last name, though. It's because of the prime market he just landed in Miami. It's because of the cheetah that he's going to be throwing the ball to, right? It's because of Jalen Waddle that he's going to be throwing the ball to. It's because of this new movie star head coach that we have, Mike McDaniel, that's going to have everything coming together, right? That's going to be singing praises that he's going to fit. So when you put with the 13th pick, Miami Dolphins select Shadur Sanders, everybody in the media is going to say there wasn't a better destination for Shadur Sanders than the Miami Dolphins. Perfect scheme fit. I mean, the weapons he's throwing to are two of the best in the NFL. He has it all in front of him. Shadur Sanders gets picked at 13. Expectations from Miami don't change. It won't change. Oh, you got a rookie quarterback. Now you got to build around him. Expectations in Miami stay the same. You have to make the playoffs because you got a better quarterback than Tua. He's a scheme fit. You got the top jersey seller in the NFL right now. You have to win games. There is no losing only because you got a rookie quarterback. Cam Ward could go to Tennessee, go 5-12, and the Titans might look at as an upgrade and they might love it. You see what I'm saying? In Miami, Sanders can't go 5-12. Nobody's gonna love it because our team is too talented.
You know what's gonna happen? It's gonna be like Flores in reverse, where Flores had the good defense. We're gonna have a good offense and an adequate subpar defense, basically. I mean, if we build the offense up so much, so good, I mean, then the offense is gonna be more powerful than the defense on our Dolphins.
We're gonna be an opportunistic defense this upcoming season with better quarterback play, John. So that's why we don't need Ramsey. Let these quarterbacks think. Let these quarterbacks think we ain't got good corners in Cam Smith and Cater Cole. Let them go. And with our high-powered offense, Lakers all day, this is what I'm talking about. If you're asking, Zach Wilson, week 1 comes in, first drive of the game, goes down, 4 plays, 50-yard touchdown bomb.
Yeah,
Tyreek Hill.
Tyreek. I know.
That next drive, that defense, that offense of the
Who was playing
opposing
though?
team,
Who was playing?
they now they are afraid. Now they know they got to take more chances because they got to play keep up. You can't just hand it off and milk the clock no more on the Dolphins. You can't. You got to play big boy football against the Dolphins with a real quarterback that can throw that rock. So us worrying about the run defense, it's not so much because we got a high-powered offense. We're taking teams off that script from the beginning. Go out there and go test the Storm Duck. Go beat him. Pass that ball down deep. Let's see if he ain't got that speed to go cross that and pick that. Let's see if Tater ain't going to go ahead and swat that ball.
So you're saying that we're going younger at cornerback. I got you.
Younger and faster, and we want teams to test them. That's what we want. We want these Josh Allens. Okay, go ahead. Test them. Because we didn't get interceptions last year. I mean, we were one of the worst teams last year at getting interceptions. You know why? With or without Tua, we couldn't put teams to be one-dimensional. It was always a handoff fest. Nobody wants to go to a football game and see the running backs get 30 carries apiece, guys. Not in today's NFL. You can't even hit that hard. That's why they made it a passing league. It's more exciting. Keep it a passing league now. Trying to go back to heavy run when you can't even tackle anymore. This is what I'm saying. Like, people got this team confused, guys. We are upgrading. We are getting better right now. This team, if everybody sat here and convinced others that this team was going to be playoff material last year, this team, and we haven't even did the draft, and we haven't did the late free agency pickups. This team hasn't even done that, and it's already better on paper.
Mentioned Mike has been in touch with team leaders this offseason. Is there anything
Team
you
leaders.
can reveal to us about the nature of those meetings? What he said to them?
That's me, or
I can't hear nothing.
No, I can't hear
I think
anything.
this is dumb. There you go.
In the future, but it's been really cool watching it come together and seeing the players and Mike talk about through things and a lot of little things here because they feel, like I said, they feel good about what's going on here and the culture, and it's just cleaning up some little things.
Are these meetings typical, or is this unusual for this season, or more than usual this season, I should say?
I wouldn't say they're unusual. They happen. I said, maybe because of the urgency after the end of season that was talked about, maybe a little more frequently than it has been before. But you always do those things throughout the season when you set your goals for each season with the team.
Chris, with more needs than usual heading into this draft, would you be more willing than normal to entertain the idea or look for the idea of trading down to accumulate more picks?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely open to moving around in the draft, and but also if the opportunity arises to get a really good player, be open to figuring out a way to go get them too as well. So.
Greer is the man of the year. Greer is the man of the year. I love you, Chris Grier, and I take everything back. I love the switch up, dude. I love the switch up. I feel like I got a new GM with the Miami Dolphins now. I feel like we got a new GM. This is a new Chris Grier. This is the new man of the year. He's going to win comeback player of the year. I just felt it right now inside. Ross is involved. He admitted it that Ross is involved. Stephen Ross is involved, guys. He's not going to let.
He told him this is your final chance. So this is why he changed, probably. You got one shot at it.
We're trading up, guys. I think we're going to actually do it. Jalen Ramsey. Look, Calais Campbell, where was he drafted? He got drafted by the Cardinals, didn't he? He went back to the Cardinals this offseason to go retire a Cardinal.
Yeah.
Where was Jalen Ramsey drafted? The Jacksonville Jaguars need a cornerback. The Jacksonville Jaguars desperately need a cornerback, and the Jaguars drafted Jalen Ramsey. Sitting at number 5, the Jacksonville Jaguars could help out a Florida team. Help us out. We trade up to number 5 with the 13th pick at the draft and add Jalen Ramsey and send him back home. Stephen Ross is involved because
They're
he's
not going
going
to do
to
that
get
with a
his
new head coach.
quarterback.
They just got
Where-
Cohen. They ain't going to do it.
Where
They got a
come
new,
from?
yeah, they got Liam Cohen, the new coach. Everything over there is new. New GM, new coach.
Where did he come
This is-
from, Ramsey?
He came from the Rams when we got at him, but before the Rams, he was traded there from the Jacksonville Jaguars where he wanted out.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, nobody wanted to play with Blake Bortles. None of those they had one of the best teams. Nobody wanted to play for Blake Bortles. Quarterbacks are it's a poisonous position. It's very poisonous, and it's a delicate to the touch because it involves all 52. 52 men in that room need to believe in you. You cannot lose that belief in your locker room. You can't. You have to be there as a quarterback and make your team feel like they can win for you. Make your locker room feel like it's okay to break my shoulder blade for you. I want to break a shoulder blade for this guy.
There you go.
And I think Tua lost the confidence in everybody.
No, but see, here's the thing also, John. Tua never had the leadership skills. I've never seen the leadership skills since he's been on.
I don't think he has either.
Hey,
I don't
but
think
Pete,
anybody
but check
think he
this out,
has.
Pete.
What up,
Hey,
Lake?
Pete, but check this out, Pete. Don't you think that Tyreek Hill and Ramsey? Do you think that something like Tua's always injured, right? Don't you think that they're tired of having a quarterback that they always have to wait on his injuries? They're tired of having an injury prone quarterback. You know that, right?
1,000%.
So why do you
1,000%.
think? Okay, so why do you think that? You know what I'm saying? What you said about the players want a quarterback that's not going to be injured, that wants to play good. You know what I'm saying? They want a good quarterback. You feel me? A leader.
A
They
leadership
want all that.
quarterback.
Yeah, imagine
Right?
how those Buffalo Bills players, right, in that locker room felt every time they had to look at Josh Allen touch his wrist last year. Because remember, Josh Allen, week 1 or week 2, he hurt his wrist.
Yeah,
He
kept
banged
playing.
it. And he kept playing. So imagine you're
playing.
in the locker room, you see your guy, bro. Your guy, Josh Allen, fighting with a damaged wrist, playing in pain to win games. But yet, what would that make you? That would make you guys go out there and follow suit.
And right, bust your mind for
football.
him. Because Josh Allen did that last season.
Yeah.
He did that last season.
And Justin Herbert too, with his messed up ankle. He couldn't even walk, dude.
And let me send a shout out. Shout out to Sean down there in the chat room.
Sean?
Red, White, and Bills.
Shout out to Sean, Red, White, and Bills. The Bills fan knows what I'm talking about right now. You got our locker room. You know what? And I'm so tired of. But I'm both. I'm tired of our beat writers. We need to rebuild our beat writers, guys. We need a hard rebuild. We need a hard reset when it comes to all these beat writers in Miami. How about that? Because at the same time, knowing that I said that, I still do appreciate them because they put that pressure on this organization and Chris Grier. But we do need a hard reset on a lot of these guys. We need them. That's the rebuild. That's the reset we need.
They're not gonna say the truth.
Exactly.
They're gonna say what we want, what the team want to hear, instead of just calling the organization out.
No, because they want to sit here, right, and label Tyreek Hill a quitter, dude. They want to sit here and they label every chance they get. They say Tyreek Hill quit on the Dolphins. That man didn't quit.
That man would
What do you
never
mean
quit.
since when? That's all you hear. That's all you read.
Oh,
Anywhere
man.
you go.
You ain't kidding about that, Pete. I mean, good grief, man. They say that every
It's unbelievable. But yet, some of these same beat writers won't sit here and say Tua quit with a bruised hip. We got Justin Herbert playing with a banged up ankle that he can't walk. We got this court. Why don't they start comparing other quarterbacks that played banged up? Remember Mahomes during that Super Bowl run?
Yeah, because he messed up.
Limping
Man, he was
everywhere.
all messed up. Good grief, he was messed up.
Imagine we see Tua limping, guys. You know what this
bro.
fan base will say? Take him out of the game. He's
He's
limping.
in-
He's gonna
He's
die.
concussion. He's a concussion. He's got a concussion.
Why we gotta suffer
Crazy,
through that?
man.
Our quarterback limps around. Everybody screaming to take him out. He can't stay in.
And boy, say he's got a concussion on his foot.
He can't breathe. Let's give him a breather. Nah, man, they're assassinating Tyreek Hill like he's some sort of quitter, and he ain't quitting like that.
We do have needs, but I think you guys would even say that there's more good street free agents on the street now than there have been in a long time. Seems like a lot of veterans are waiting until after the draft to see where they're going to sign. So there are opportunities to keep building the roster that way.
Chris, this is obviously a
That's a
high-pressure
second
league.
wave.
Do you personally feel
Yup.
any pressure in this draft or this season to succeed?
No, I feel pressure every year to win. I said you can't, if you don't have pressure and want to win each year, then, we're in the wrong business. We know what it is, for 2 years.
That's why he put his head down, because he just lied to everybody. This year, you want to win. Don't lie to us now, Chris Grier. Look how he puts his head down.
Obviously a high-pressure league. Do you personally feel any more pressure in this draft or this season to succeed?
No, I
Eyes
feel
down,
pressure every year
head down.
to win. I said you
Eyes
can't-
down, head
if
down.
You don't have pressure and want to win each year, then we're
Head
in the wrong
down.
business.
That's a lie
you know
move,
what it
bro.
is.
I've watched way too many crime scene investigator stories, and I've seen too many documentaries. That's a guy lying right there. You haven't felt pressure to win these last couple seasons. You felt comfortable in that seat. You had the most expensive, the most comfortable seat around in town. Now you feel the pressure, Chris Grier. Now is our signs of you switching up. And I'm praising you for it, Chris Grier. Good job. Great job. One of my favorite GMs this offseason has been Chris Grier. Shout out to Chris Grier. But don't say you've always felt the pressure to win. No, that's not true. You haven't felt that pressure. The pressure in the organization have been Chris Grier and collective sit here and force this whole fan base into believing that you can sell this prospect Tua and turn him into a winner. You've been trying to prove people wrong with a quarterback, and it backfired, Chris Grier. Now you're switching up, Chris Grier. Feel that pressure. I like Chris Grier with pressure being on him. He's a better GM.
For 2 years, we went to playoffs 2 years, and and people like some of the stuff we did, and then last year we struggled early and couldn't get out of it, and now everybody is wants us all fired. So you understand what's going on.
That's another thing. What if Tua would have never got hurt? What if we would have made the playoffs, lost in a wild card? None of this would be happening right now, guys. None of this would have been happening right now. All of this is happening because Tua got hurt.
Nah, if we would have made the playoffs and lost in the wild card, we done that before. We've done that before. We made the playoffs. He got to do something more. He got to go to the AFC Championship game at this point.
You got to get there. I think that's where we're at right now. We got to get there.
You feel the pressure, but you don't let it drive you. You do your job to the best of your ability and work with guys, and you have to work under pressure. And so for me, it's just doing the best job we can and making good, smart decisions for the Miami Dolphins.
Chris, obviously, Stephen, almost right after the season ended last year, and it comes out with a statement saying you guys will be back. But there's this line in there where he said, "I'm not satisfied with the status quo." Might be paraphrasing a bit. but has he issued any kind of ultimatum to you or to Mike that like you need to achieve X? If not, I will find somebody that will this year.
No, there's been, but listen, Mike and I want to win probably more than you guys, and just to get you guys off our backs, you know. But at the end of the day, like I said, it's the NFL. Like, to me, the crazy thing is when you hear some of the really good head coaches in this league that have won all the time, and people are calling for them to get fired after a season. Like, it's just the nature of the beast. The NFL is, you know, one of the most popular leagues in the world, and you understand that. And so at the end of the day, you have to just work and try to drown out the noise.
Say everybody.
I love it, Chris Grier. Just get to work and drown out the noise. I love it. Shout out to True Fin Fan for pulling up in the building. Appreciate you, my guy. What you got to say? What are you thinking? What you've been listening to? Have you just popped in? What have you missed?
I've been, you know me, bro. I do a lot of deliveries, so I'm in and out and listening to what you guys are saying. I was messing with you on the chat as always. I don't know, man. One thing I have noticed about this regime is they don't let a lot of shit out, right? Like, did we know any of this? We knew something was gonna happen, but we didn't really know who or what. The whole Jalen, this just seems to me, to be honest with you, people want to jump off a sinking ship.
Yeah, they're cryptic at what they say.
You know, like it's a pretty constant message of, you know, you're Jalen Ramsey, which I don't think he's nowhere near the same Jalen Ramsey of old. But okay, we could discuss that for another topic. But you got Jalen Ramsey, who is probably 30, 31, cornerback, probably don't got too many more years left. He's one of the top paid cornerbacks in the league, and he's in Miami. I'm talking about more of the city than the team. And he wants out. That tells you how bad it is in there right now. I remember I told you this several shows back. It's real bad in there right now. Like, real bad in there right now. And he ain't going to be the last one. He ain't going to be the last one we're going to hear of.
This is where I get. We were bad last year, dude. We were bad 2 years ago when we traded for Ramsey. That's when we started doing the bad moves. This is a regime that's doing the good moves. You see how you worded it? You think the people are off the ship, True Fin Fan? In fact, I think it's Chris Grier kicking off dead weight off the ship. That ain't lifting us and rolling to where we need to get to.
Yeah, you could absolutely.
Yeah, you're on this boat. You're going to roll. If you don't roll, we'll kick you and feed you to the sharks. We don't care if your name is Tagovailoa.
Story though.
We don't care if your name is. You're old. Oh, you're old. You definitely get tired faster than everybody else. Get your old ass off the ship, Calais. That's it. That's what's going on.
Calais Campbell, listen. Calais Campbell left his team for two reasons. One, because he doesn't see a team that's going anywhere. Two, he went back to the Cardinals to retire with a team that originally drafted him for less money. So he saw the writing on the wall with the Dolphins too.
I heard that Ramsey.
The Miami Dolphins wrote the writing on the wall when they sat here and gave him an offer that says you will play a certain amount of plays and you got to probably play more or whatever. He's like, no, I can't play that much. I ain't trying to do all that work. Not Calais Campbell.
I think it's more of if he's going to be on a losing franchise, he wants to go back to Arizona.
Y'all talk about a player so much that
Thank
took
you,
so many
I
players
agree
off.
with you 100% on that.
Yeah, I think it's more that where he said, okay, if I'm going to be on a shitty team, I might as well go back to Arizona, get more money where I'm familiar with, who drafted me. I'm not going to be here. Yeah, I played in Miami, but I'm going back to Arizona. Something, and I like my feeling is, which is what and you might be 100% right, Pete, on what you're saying. That's why I'm just gonna hold my thoughts on that one, because we could be witnessing the beginning of them saying, instead of keeping on going and going and going, and we know we're not going to go nowhere, we might as well start this rebuild now, even if it hits us in the salary cap.
Clean house.
Even if it kills us, let it kill us now.
And it's not
2 years from now.
rebuild. It's really it's literally what I said. Just take the dead weight off the boat. We need a float. And we're not here. We're not here to baby you, like he said about Cam Smith. Cam Smith is another one that should be walking around that building with eyes behind his head, because there's no more. I drafted you. I need you to work out. So here's your chance every week. This is a Chris Grier that's probably now following suit of the Brian Flores ways that he now knows. It's come in, work, compete for your position.
Change
and
the
if
culture.
you lose it, yeah, it's a culture change type mentality in Chris Grier's head. And I love it. There's no more.
If that's the
your
case,
name
I
is
love
Ramsey.
it too.
I love it, bro. Chris Grier has switched, because it's no more. Your name is Ramsey. So now everybody in the building has to sit back. Every cornerback has to be looking at Ramsey like, my film is better than you, Ramsey, but it's just your last name is Ramsey, dude. I cover better than you, Ramsey.
Any
but it's
which
just
way,
your last name
Pete,
is Ramsey.
Pete, any
know.
which way you look at it, if I don't know if you guys are gonna agree with me or not, but any which way you look at it, you're still gonna go through a little bit of misery because you got so many people leaving. How many free agents are gonna want to come here now, seeing everybody leaving? So Chris Grier's got his hands full right now.
Yeah, but the same could be said about every NFL team in the NFL right now, even the Chiefs. Players left, players leaving every team.
Yeah, but not
This is
with
what
Andy
happens
Reid
in
and
free
Mahomes.
agency.
We don't have that. Remember, it's Andy Reid and Mahomes.
I know. I know one thing. Ramsey did not request the trade. Okay.
Exactly. And the most important part is, John, he didn't ask for no more money. Exactly.
Right,
Greer
which is what actually makes me happy. To believe it or not, that actually makes me happy because that shows me, whether we like Greer or not, that at least he's saying, okay, we need to change this bullshit. And I don't agree that Jalen Ramsey is soft, because Jalen Ramsey is not soft. So that's the kind of guy, that's the kind of dog I want. But if he's saying I gotta sacrifice you because of the money to bring in younger guys and let them see that the culture is no longer the I'm gonna kiss you in the head when you get a concussion. This is gonna be either you can play or you can't. Period. Either you're available or you can't. Period. If you cost me too much money, you gotta go. I'm gonna keep on drafting. Who knows? I don't know.
Which is how it should be.
Right.
I mean,
how it should be.
If you want
and he's
to do
going
business,
to find talent.
I mean, you gotta do it that way. I mean, I bet you when Don Shula was playing, when Don Shula was coaching, he didn't mess around.
You know how you can make up for this? I say,
in fact, I'm gonna say this.
This is the perfect. I just figured it out, guys. I figured out what we're gonna do.
Yeah,
I figured out what we're gonna do.
Was not a nice dude.
Don't be surprised if we trade for Trey Hendrickson, guys. Don't be surprised if we trade for Trey Hendrickson. That makes a lot of sense. If you get rid of Jalen Ramsey, you bring in Trey Hendrickson over here. You know you're not going to have the best corners in the world. You might even have a rookie or two starting at corner. Who knows? But one thing's for certain when it comes to the NFL. When you get pressure with four guys, you can help those other young cornerbacks out with extra help. We get Chop, Trey Hendrickson, Bradley Chubb, Jalen Phillips, Zach Zealand. You got you got so much pressure getting put on that opposite quarterback with that elite defensive line right there that's only going to help out the cornerback room in this building.
Can I ask you? Did that guy from was it Browns that wanted traded on his defensive rush? He was the best pass rusher in the league.
Myles Garrett. Imagine we would have traded Jalen Ramsey for Myles Garrett and made him that contract. A contract like Myles Garrett would have opened up more money for us, by the way. We need that. If we're gonna sit here and trade out Jalen Ramsey, we're going to need an elite defensive end to work out here, guys.
Yeah.
We can't just stick Cam Smith.
I think this is the beginning steps of a complete culture change. And I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if more heads start rolling and the thought process being, we know that it's cap suicide, but we might as well try to get something for him now and go through the cap suicide, then once they become available, we don't get nothing back. I think that now my question is, what'll happen if I don't see it happening where Ramsey doesn't get traded? Because then if he's here week 1, then basically all you did was show that you got into a disagreement and you put it in the media. So I don't think that's what's happening. But I just now why is this regime doing this if they know they ain't coming back, or if they're really on the hot seat? Are they really on the hot seat? Have they been told that? Because the regime that's on the hot seat doesn't do this move.
A general manager that's on the hot seat isn't talking about next year's draft and what potential positions could be available.
Exactly.
So Chris Grier is not on the hot seat. What Chris Grier
it might be
did
McDaniel.
is-
It might be McDaniel, just the only one to get out of here.
Mike
But see,
McDaniel's
what
not
y'all-
on the hot seat either.
No, but see,
But
what
actually,
y'all-
you gotta praise Chris Grier for hiring Mike McDaniel. That's a gold move. Look what I brought you. This is me, Chris Grier, talking to Stephen Ross. I gave you Mike McDaniel.
You think that there's a possibility, Pete? Do you think that there's a possibility? This is a good one now. Listen to me. Do you think that there's a possibility that the owner, the general manager, and the head coach can actually all be in agreement with we're not leaving, and the general manager and the owner saying you guys are not fired. What you guys got to do is you guys got to get different players, including Tua, including Tyreek. You know, do you see a scenario where
1,000%? Imagine being a
where the
business
general
owner.
manager, right? Where the general manager actually gets to choose head coach number 3, and supposed franchise QB number 2. That would shock me, but it's not. I know we don't, bro. It wouldn't. It would shock me, but then it won't shock me. I don't know if that makes sense.
Well,
No. I mean, that will be like a big shock. I do have to admit that. Now, what I see is the ownership, right? Stephen Ross, he has these leagues meeting. Don't forget, there was a reason why he went out to go get Deshaun Watson. They didn't want to be patient with a developmental plan at
Watson,
quarterback.
Brady.
Yeah. So Stephen Ross is desperate. On the other hand, Chris Grier and the coaching staff came up with a developmental plan to win throughout the years. And Stephen Ross was okay with that. Stephen Ross heard everybody flip and call Tua the worst. Stephen Ross probably has nobody to trade Tua to, and he knows it because every owner he speaks to continues to tell him Tua's not that NFL guy.
Not the guy. He's not the guy, right?
Now he's looking at it.
Tua has no value right now. Backup, yes.
Exactly.
Starter, none.
And think about this. Stephen Ross has to be looking at his pockets and his team and saying, wow, you know what? I really did screw these guys over. I forced them to stay with a bad quarterback. I made these guys work really hard to make Tua look like a very smart quarterback in this league. These guys went out of their way and built a team for a bad quarterback. And they found a way. Super Bowl is not always success. But finding a way to make it work when you don't have that quarterback is success of his own. So now Chris Grier and Mike McDaniel are probably on the safest seat in the building based on that adventure alone. Stephen Ross could be sitting back saying, you know what? I made the job hard for you guys. I made you guys stick to that plan. Well, let's scrap that diary. We're throwing that diary away. And I'm going to just let you guys go to work. I'm just going to let you guys select the new quarterback. And I'm just going to let you guys have a 3-year plan with it. I trust you guys.
In other words, Pete, what y'all saying is that Ross is going to let these guys do what they really should have been doing. Right.
Let them do the
job. I think Stephen Ross already gave him that opportunity. I don't see Stephen Ross being the guy saying I'm drafting or I'm making decisions. I don't see that. I think he already made those decisions, but that doesn't mean that he's not gonna, give them another opportunity. I don't know, but I just don't see Stephen Ross, the businessman who is always in New York, barely in Miami, more worried about Grand Prix and tennis than the Dolphins, saying, hey, I'm going to take on this role at this age with all the other things I got going on, and this is what I want. I don't think he has the time to study and watch who's good or who's not. Maybe he'll give a suggestion as to who will make him more money, who will sell him more seats. Fine. But I think we saw what this regime could do. Okay. And
Yeah.
It's not pretty and it's not good. That's just my
It's
opinion.
great. It's not pretty. It's not good. It's great. It's gorgeous. You're leaving out the fact that we're working with a quarter. You're laughing, Mr. Paul. You're talking about a quarterback that you always say should be in arena football.
What am I
We
laughing? I'm
turned
not
an
laughing.
arena
I haven't
football
said
player.
anything, Pete.
This regime turned an arena football player pretty much into the league leader in passing yardage. That's not easy, guys. That's not an easy task by Mike McDaniel and this regime.
And what has he done against? And how many games has he missed? What has he done against good teams? How many playoff wins do we have under this regime? It's the same.
That's not their
old
fault.
Dolphins,
That's
bro.
not their fault. Their
Another
job was just to
incompetent
try to
front
put.
office with another weak team. That's what it is.
That's why I'm saying it's the opposite. This is one of the most. This is one of the best front offices.
Pete,
No,
why
it's
you
not.
said?
No, it's
Pete, no, it's not. No, it's not. No, it ain't. That's part of the reason why we have so many problems. And Pete, why you saying that? You making it sound like I'm a Tua near. I'm not a Tua near.
No, I didn't ever say anything about you being a Tua near.
We got to remember something. Let's go back a little bit to the beginning of what we were sold to as fans. We're going to get rid of Tannehill. We're going to get rid of every single body. It's going to hurt, and we're going to suck for about 2 years. But we're going to build a Super Bowl contender. 6 years in, we still don't have a single playoff win, much less a division title. So in my opinion,
so
this
going
is
to
the
making it to the playoff, making it to the playoffs 3 out of 4 years.
We went to the playoffs with Tannehill and Matt Moore. No different. It's no different. And we didn't do the supposed rebuild back then.
We didn't do it like I just said right now. 3 out of 4 years.
We what?
Or 2 out of 3 years. We didn't do that.
As a wild card, I mean, it depends, bro. I'm not happy with the whole, wild card. We got in as a wild card. I'm tired of the one
and
You
done.
could be tired. Yeah, you could be tired all you want, but at the end
It's
of the
the
day,
same
that doesn't mean that it's not like a consistent
Look at
winner.
it. The history
It's not.
is written.
You can't.
The history is it's written though, Pete. What have we done different than 2018, 2012, 2006? What have we done that's different? What have we done? I'm saying, what have we accomplished any better than we did in 2003 or 1 or 2? Nothing.
Well, we can't go all the way
Hey,
back.
Malcolm.
We got to go back to Chris Grier. Some of the changes that he's shown as the leader of this franchise, and that is something to look forward to. That's why I
We
told
get
you
our
earlier in the stream. This Chris Grier feels like a new Chris Grier.
No,
it
man,
makes
it's
me
the
feel as
same
a fan
shit.
we have a new GM.
Hopium, bro. It's the
No.
same hopium he sold us when in 2019, 2020. Same thing. Good talk, great talk. But at the end of the day, when you're a Dolphin fan, as long as I've been one for 36 years, you've heard this already so many times, bro. Where it's like, okay,
That's what's gonna
have we
set
done?
us back. That's what's gonna set us back, guys. He can literally do this all over again. He already has the team.
He's
He doesn't
0-1 in
have the
rebuilds.
force.
He's 0-1
How is
in
he
rebuilds.
0-1? He's 0-1 in rebuilds. Give him another shot.
The most draft
Give
picks
him
and
another.
the most
And
cap
he can't
space,
be
and you
0-1 in a
still couldn't
rebuild.
even win a playoff game.
And you can't even say he's 0-1 in a rebuild. You could technically, but if they stepped on his toes and they overrid him to draft Tua because it was money optics, then he doesn't fully got autonomy of this rebuild. What he had to do was just build a team around the quarterback that they thrusted on him.
I disagree.
And he
I
did
think
just
that was
that.
his choice as well. I think that was his choice as well, and I'll tell you
he
why.
did just that.
Hold on. I'll tell you why I think it's his choice. And again, we look at the facts that we know. Me, you, everybody. What we know is that there was a head coach here who was a defensive coordinator for a Super Bowl champion New England Patriots, brought in here. They drafted a guy. They brought him in. They drafted a guy. They chose the quarterback over that coach. Then they bring in a guy who they made sure to look through the weeds that was the guy that was going to be, and we know this because we've talked about this here on the show many times, who was going to be your typical yes man, and that is Mike McDaniel. They couldn't bring anybody who was strong because they knew that they would say, wait a minute, We need better players. Tua's not the guy. So if we analyze this way, then there's no way that we could say that anybody else other than this regime chose Tua himself. We're the ones that chose Tyreek and gave up 5 draft picks. 5. And with those 5 draft
Thank
picks,
you, Aquavision.
and with those 5 draft picks, we got to see the Kansas City Chiefs go from an offensive juggernaut to one of the best defenses in the league with our picks. Why? Because they're better at their job than we are at ours.
Let's not forget, okay? Let's go back in time and let's go back in history. Aquavision has it spot on. Dayball makes McDaniel look like John Madden, dude. He really does. Dayball was only, I don't know why we get this whole Dayball talk over here. You want me to tell you why? Because we were coming off Brian Flores. The narrative was Brian Flores hates Tua. We need a friendly coach for Tua. Oh, look, Brian Dayball's available, guys. That's our guy. Why did they say that was their guy? Not based on head coach experience.
Well, Dayball was here before also.
It was a
Dayball
Tua guy. It was because of his connection with Tua when they played together at Alabama.
And he still chose the Giants over Tua.
He didn't choose the Giants over anything.
He did.
Chris Grier chose Mike McDaniel over Brian Dayball.
No, that's
Dayball
not accurate.
all the way to New York.
That is not accurate, Pete. We wanted Brian Dayball was our number 1 guy. Mike McDaniel was 3rd on the list.
Pick a state tax team like New York over the Miami Dolphins.
From there. He's from there.
It doesn't matter.
That's his home. He chose home over this debacle that he got to see twice a year and say they ain't shit.
He didn't choose. He got an interview. Only because you got an interview don't mean you got a job, dude.
The Miami Dolphins wanted
wanted
Dayball above everybody. They wanted him over everybody because of the job that he supposedly did, which he got too much credit for because they have Josh Allen. But that's why it's your typical coordinator my coordinator. Oh, who's the offensive coordinator for Josh Allen? Oh, wait, who's the Buffalo Bills? Who's the offensive coordinator for Kansas City? Look what happened to Eric Bieniemy, right? He was supposed to get a job. How did he do it? That's why I don't want to fall for any more of these coordinators who played for great teams. Give me the coordinators who worked their magic, which is very few.
Mike McDaniel. What did he
do? What did he do?
What do you mean what he do? He broke 70 points versus the Broncos. Do I need to say more?
What did he win?
Has Sean Payton put up 70?
He just finished going 6-11.
Has Bill Belichick ever put up 70?
He just went. Who cares about the 70?
Has Andy Reid?
Who cares about the 70 against one of the worst teams in the league in that season when they started? They were horrendous.
Have those coaches ever succeeded with a limited arm quarterback? That's not even
what
throwing
success
with his
has
one
McDaniel and Tua had, my brother? What success? What playoff wins? What deep playoff runs? I mean,
putting him in the limelight,
you're
letting
Tua,
Tua,
the typical fan
feel confident.
Look what we did in the regular season.
Tua haters
1-16 against winning teams. What are you talking about?
That's what he did. He made Tua feel
the
confident.
guy gets outcoached every time by the good coaches.
Like he was an elite quarterback.
He has no
That's
plan
what he
B.
did.
He has no plan B, bro. The guy had 3 years with a backup in Skylar Thompson. And he couldn't figure out that Skylar sucks. What are we talking about here, McDaniel? What does he want? What is he record in the playoffs? 0-2.
This is the problem. Let me tell you something, true fan. This is the problem with you right now. The NFL doesn't even have 32 starting quality quarterbacks. But you're supposed to have a starter as a backup too?
Huh?
They can't find 32 of them.
What are you even talking about? You're not even understanding what I'm saying. You spent 3 years.
You drafted about the backup, dude. Don't worry about the backup.
No. I gotta worry. We gotta worry about the backup because there's a reason why you're so happy that Zach Wilson is here because he's a backup that could play, that could take over Tua because we know Tua ain't shit. So there in itself lies your contradiction. You make no sense.
No, I think Zach Wilson is gonna just earn the locker room trust and label him the starter.
But in your theory, who gives a shit about the backup quarterback?
No, what I'm saying is, who cares? Based off what you said, you're switching it up now.
You have no clue what you're saying.
You can't sit here.
So you're only rhetoric to me that I'm switching it up. I'm saying verbatim what you're saying.
You said they didn't have a plan B. You're saying they didn't have a plan B, and you reiterated to quarterback.
They don't have a plan B,
and now
they never have had a plan B. If you stop the Dolphins game plan,
no. You see, you think they don't have a plan B.
When have they shown you that they won a game by adjusting? What game?
How? now you're switching it
Against
up.
the good
I'll tell you
teams.
right now. You know what?
What
Did
team?
y'all forget when we signed Teddy Bridgewater? Did you forget when we signed Teddy Bridgewater that Sean Payton came out of his own mouth? Yes, the Broncos coach right now came out and said Teddy Bridgewater will end up being a starter over Tua, and it won't be due to injuries. Did y'all not remember that?
And Teddy
So we
Bridgewater
have-
is a high school football coach now, while Tua is the starting quarterback of the Dolphins. What are you
That's
talking
not the
about?
point. The point is we have tried to do Plan B.
And we
It
failed because we can't do Plan B. Exactly my
Because-
point. Thank you.
But we went for a backup quarterback. This year, we went for a potential high ceiling quarterback in Zach Wilson. You see the difference? A young quarterback, a hungry one, desperate to start. This season, this new Chris Grier that we have this year,
Not a new Chris Grier. It's the same old
this
Chris
is a
Grier.
new Chris Grier.
Same old
The
Chris
same
Grier.
old Chris Grier would have kept Skyler, dude. The same old Chris Grier would have brought back
Chris Grier
Mike
is
White.
dealing with the facts that he's being strangulated by what we know as the salary cap. That's what you're missing the point. That's why
Chris
you're losing.
Grier was so
You're
worried
getting
about
rid
his
out of your
job,
second or
he
third
would have
best player because you know that it's only going to get worse. The salary cap will only strangle you more, so you might as well go through it now. That's all it is. If not, you do not get rid of a Jalen Ramsey, even if he's not the same player. You keep him here for at least for what he still is on the field and for his leadership in the locker room. But you have to get rid of him. And just like you lost Christian Wilkins, it's if you look at the last 3 years, we have steadily been losing good players because we can't pay him. Wilkins, Van Ginkel, okay?
You lost her leadership in the
Robert
locker room,
Hunt.
is what he's saying. And it's leadership in the locker room means a lot.
Of course it does.
My bad, I disconnected.
There's two of you here, Pete. I see two Pete's.
That one's gonna die out. That one's dying out.
What we were talking about earlier is if his theories now or what he's attempting to do now is to say fuck this ain't working. That I agree with. I agree with you 100%. But for us to say this is a new Chris Grier off of one press conference, we got to be realistic, my brother. That's just not realistic. We have 6 years.
It's not just a
we have
press
more
conference.
than 6 years. We have 10 years of the guy's opinion, moves, picks, trades, signings. I mean, we were giving salaries. We were giving salaries the last year and a half, like if they were just free. Hey, Tyreek, you want more money? Yeah, no problem. Here. Hey, Tua, I know you want to get signed. Here you go. Hey, Waddle, here you go. Hey, Jalen Waddle, here, we'll make you the highest paid. It's bad business.
You have to ask yourself, who's the captain on the team right now?
Ask me that. Who's the captain on this team right now? A leader, not a great player. A leader.
Who's the leader on the team right now?
I don't know.
Offense or defense? I don't care. Tell me.
I don't know. If anything, I would
Tyreek
say
Hill.
Zach Sealer. Put it that way.
Tyreek Hill and Zach Zealer is going to be looked at as the new leader.
Who? Tyreek Hill?
Yeah. Tyreek Hill is the reason.
The guy that quit on the team last year and the one that keeps saying I'm out? That's
you
your
hear
leader?
that? See how they label him a quitter, Mr. Paul?
They know. We know this is facts. If I'm lying, tell me I'm lying. Tell me
You're
that
lying.
he didn't. Tell me what he
You're
didn't
lying.
do.
He didn't.
He didn't quit against the Jets?
No.
He didn't.
So all the Chiefs quit? All the Chiefs.
He didn't quit against the Jets.
So all the Chiefs starters that didn't play Week 18, those
You
guys
make
quit.
0 sense as usual, my brother. I
Why?
love you, but
Why?
zero common
If the
sense. You were
backups
born
played and
without
why
the
do
zero,
teams pick out
without the common sense gland.
Okay, so resting a player, right, for playoffs is considered good job, right? Resting players for the playoffs is considered good jobs in Week 18. That's what you're saying.
If you got it locked in, yeah, why not?
And guess what?
Did we not have the playoffs on the line against the Jets and he quit? What are you talking about, bro?
We were locked out.
We were not locked out. We had to beat the Jets and the Denver Broncos had to lose.
Buddy,
we were not locked out.
By the time he quit, they threw the Tyreek
It
Hill
was
in
still a
prison
must-win
and threw
game.
away
It
the
was
key.
still a must-win game.
They threw
It was
away the
still
key.
a must-win
The
game.
Broncos were up 40-6.
And he left.
There was no comeback.
Any way you want to
There is
spin
no
it.
quitting.
These are the facts.
There is no quitting.
He quit.
The season was over.
He
The
quit,
season
and
was
then
over.
when they interviewed him, he said, "Man, I'm out of here. I can't take this. I never lost. Whatever, if it was emotional or not." But my point is, the question is, Tyreek Hill, a leader. How are you going to put a guy who, after the last game last season, said he was out, that he didn't want to be a part of this? That's who you're going to make a captain? I'll
Keep
even
it
give you
real.
the part that he didn't
Keep it
quit,
real.
which we
Keep
know
it
is
real,
not
true
true.
fan fan. Keep it real, true fan fan. Let's go back to week
I'm always
18.
keeping it real.
All right,
Always,
keep it
all
real.
day, every
You
day.
think, all right, I want to see how real you keep it then.
You've been hearing
Week
it. You just
18.
don't want to listen.
Week 18. Week 18. We go back. Chiefs are beating the Broncos 35-20. They're
They
beating
got the
in the
number
fourth
one
quarter.
seed locked in and the division. What are they playing
And
for?
you think Tyreek Hill quits for us?
He doesn't even start. If he's with the Chiefs, they don't even start him. Did
No, no, no,
Mahomes
no, no,
start?
no, 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 no. Remember,
That's a lot of no's.
listen
That
to
was fast. That was pretty fast. Do that again.
week 18. The Chiefs needed to beat the Broncos, and we needed to beat the Jets to have a playoff opportunity
For the Dolphins. For the
for the
interest of the
Dolphins.
Dolphins. Right.
Yes, it was the opposite. The Broncos were blowing out the Chiefs. But what
The
if the
backups.
Chiefs,
The
yes, but what
backups.
if the Chiefs
Right.
didn't have backups? They stood on business. They beat the Broncos. Do you think with that opportunity, you think Tyreek Hill quits on the team?
Yes, because we were losing to the Jets anyways. What are you talking about? We were losing to the Jets anyways.
We were
And we
down
were
2
out.
scores in the third quarter. We could have came back.
It
I
doesn't
don't think
matter.
he
He
quit.
knew the game was lost. He knew in his mind, he knew the game was lost. And he said, fuck this shit. I'm tired of this shit. That's what he did. Whether we want to spin it any which way you want, the Chiefs, the fact was we were losing in a must-win game, and he decided that he wanted to quit. And I'm not mad at him for quitting. And listen to me now. But we're talking about, is that the captain that you want? Is that the leadership of a captain that you want? That's the reason for my analysis. I could understand his frustration. He's tired of Tua being hurt. He's tired of Tua not coming through. So I could understand his frustration. Is it right? No. But I could understand his frustration to a certain point. Now, the fact is, if that's the guy that you're gonna call a captain this year, you're on the same old ship as usual. If you give Tyreek right now the opportunity to leave, let's say if he had it his way, Tyreek would have been out of here after the Jets game. He's like, fuck this, I don't want to be here. Because he knows McDaniel ain't shit, and he's already figuring out that he can't count on Tua. But, this is business, and it's not that easy. But if it was up to Tyreek checked out sometime last year.
Hey, Lakers all day. Lakers all day earlier brought up something really big that we haven't had a chance to discuss. There's 2 things I want to go back to. Number 1, what Lakers all day brought up earlier, that Louis Riddick, I haven't watched it, but Louis Riddick and Stephen A. Smith.
I heard about that.
Stephen A. Smith
I didn't
calling
see it though.
out.
What was it?
Stephen A. Smith called out Louis Riddick and told him stop lying, pretty much. This is how I took it. I haven't watched it either. Lakers all day was up here. He said he worded it. So the way I took it as is Stephen A. Smith called out Louis Riddick and told him stop making up excuses, pretty much. The reason why Tyreek Hill and Jalen Ramsey want out of Miami is because Tua Tagovailoa.
And I agree. And I would agree with that. Think about it.
It almost makes sense.
Or at least
this is what I've been saying for years, though.
Or
this is what I've been saying for
one
years.
of the reasons, or at the very least one of the reasons. You know what I'm saying? They could be an accumulation of shit where they just look at the whole team. Like, imagine you're on the field right now, you're in the huddle, and you look to the sideline and you say, damn, this is who I have as the leader on the 50-yard line right now that's giving me plays. And that's what I have as a coach on the sideline. Yo, I got to get the fuck up out of here. If I'm about winning, I got to get the fuck up out of here.
Vic Fangio left. I try to tell people, Vic Fangio left out of here because of Tua. They caped up for that. They made excuses for Vic Fangio leaving and defending Tua. You believe that? And it all came back and hit him in the face.
It did. It absolutely did. That's something that no matter what side of the spectrum you're on, whether you're a Tua hater or you're a Tua lover still, how you could be a Tua lover still, I don't understand. But I hold my reservation. But if
Jim
you look
Caldwell
at
also.
if you look at everything now, right? Think about this, Pete, Mr. Paul, everybody here. If we're looking at it now, 6 years in, did any of us really think that with everything we had to spend and draft, that we would be sitting here having these conversations, these arguments. You know what I'm saying? Like, did we think that at the very least we wouldn't at least have at least one season of a deep playoff run? I mean, I know I did. We all hope, or
Yeah,
at least.
well, everybody did.
Mr.
Come on up,
KP, if you
KP.
get a minute, yep, I was just
But,
gonna say, if you get a
Come on
minute,
up,
KP,
KP.
I'd love to hear about that because I want some clarity under that. I want to know exactly what you mean. But shout out to KP in the chat pulling up. I got my eyes in the chat now. He
Who's in here?
said
Who's in
he
here?
said Fin Fan. He's talking to you, Fin Fan. He said
I
KP
can't see it
said
because
Fin
remember I
Fan.
have the phone down. Like
I'll
I don't
read it.
see
I
the.
got you. Keep it down. If you're driving, keep it down. I'll read it for you, big dog.
No,
Drive
it's the
safe and have your
mechanic. I'm gonna
seatbelt on.
mute because it's the mechanic working. I'm gonna mute it because he's working on the truck.
Fin, but you're listening, right? Because I'm reading it for you.
Yeah. I'm listening. I'm just muting my
Fin
mic.
Fan, you have a strong narrative, but your argument fails to take into account the reason Greer and McDaniel are still here.
And that might be a great point. I'd love to hear it. Sure. I'm
100%.
I'm open for everything. Like I like to hear people. One of the things that remember I've always told you that we do here on the show, whether me and you disagree 95% of the time, one of the things that's great here is that we all get to talk about it with each other. Like as
Yeah.
long as we don't fight and disrespect, that's the cool thing, you know. We can scream at each other,
100%.
but at the end of the day, we like KP, and I know KP in here. So KP a lot of times makes some great points too. So I respect him. If he has something that could open my eyes to certain things, come on up, bro. Come on up, because I love to hear the real people with common sense. You know what I'm saying? Like good arguments, and he always has them.
That was so. I'm glad we went over that topic. I don't know, John, you didn't have much to say. This is your opportunity to go ahead and speak how you feel based on what we've been conversating about the last few minutes. You too, Mr. Paul.
I've been talking every now and then.
But how do you
I
how do you
kind of
feel about
agree
what
with
me
it.
and True Fin Fan?
I kind of agree with what he was saying. You know, getting Ramsey out of here is a big piece that it's not only on the field, it's off the field. I mean, he's the leader. He would be one of the leaders right now, except for maybe Sealer would be another one. Okay. Uh, I don't know. But Ramsey was a leader, maybe not vocally on the field. I don't know. I haven't never been to a game, but off the field, in the locker room, he would have been a leader. Because Tua is not a leader. I don't think he has. I don't think he has the DNA in him to be a leader. Okay, just from his background in Hawaii, he's just not a leader, and he's never going to be a leader. I don't think. That's my opinion. I could be dead wrong. I don't know, but
No, I agree with you with what you're saying. Great points.
Same here.
yeah.
Only thing, only thing I can, I'm not gonna say I totally disagree with what True Friends is what he said about Tyreek. I don't think Tyreek, to a certain extent, is a quitter because I'm gonna say this, and I could be wrong for saying this. I gotta admit that the man has guts because he played what 1 or 2 seasons with a messed up wrist or hand. I mean, to me, that shows that um, he's not a quitter. But now I will say this: he can no listen. I'm not look. I'm not saying this because I listen. I got a lot of respect for True Fan because he brings a lot of knowledge to the game, and same with KP and some of the other guys. But I would say this with Tyreek. He has been around long enough to be able to see if a quarterback has the potential to be
I agree with everything you're saying, bro. Everything
right.
you're
He
saying
has
makes
the
sense.
right. So, but the thing is, he Tyreek is not happy with Tua Tagovailoa, and he came. I could be wrong. He
I
came to
agree.
the Miami Dolphins to pump up
Yep.
Tua. And the thing is, it didn't work out. McDaniels came in doing the same thing. It didn't work out. So basically, really, really, and the two Neils may not like it because I was kind of considered a two Neil myself. But the thing is, the Tua situation is not working, and I don't think it will work because he's injury prone.
Yep.
He's
Yep.
right now. I'm gonna tell you the truth. I think his skill set is we've already seen the peak of his skill set. So at best, he
I
can
believe
be
so
a
too.
backup quarterback. That's his best option. He can be a backup quarterback. So we need to move on from him. I think that these moves that they are making is that they're moving off Tua and what have you, because really we put so much into Tua to the point where it has really limited us as a franchise.
Oh yeah.
So I'm gonna leave it at that for right
No, I
now.
agree with
And
everything you just
all
said, Mr.
respect
Pope.
to you, true fans, because like I said, man, you
Same here, brother.
you,
Same
you
here.
bring a lot of knowledge to the panel, and I see you on some other platforms as well.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you. No, same here. Much respect to everybody here. I think one of the things that happens a lot here is people get emotional and then they take things personal. And if you're not, I've heard you talk. I guess I respect everybody, bro. As we all keep it in the respected forum. Remember, at the end of the day, we all have our own opinions, right? We all
Exactly.
have our
You
own
can
opinions.
respect everybody as
Yeah.
humans, but don't forget this is our favorite team we're talking about. So
Correct.
if you don't
Exactly. That's a
respect their
key
Yeah.
thing.
take,
The
if you
Miami
don't respect
I
their
Dolphins.
mean,
take, you better pop off because they're
Right.
this is
damaging your
constructive
favorite team.
criticism.
They're putting harm
This is
on
Right.
it.
constructive criticism. Okay.
There you go. John just said it. John just
Constructive
said the key
criticism.
word.
That's right.
But the most important thing is that we are Miami Dolphins fans, and
And we're all
Pete,
hurting right now. That's the
John,
facts.
and True Fans, we all
We're
want
not
our
hurting.
team to
I'm
be.
really excited.
Yeah, I'm hurting too, and we want our team to
No, that's
make
just
it
what
to
I
the
said. I'm
promised
not
land.
hurting. You guys might be hurting. That's y'all. Y'all
I'm
want to
not.
be hurt. I'm
No, I'm
excited.
not hurting. I mean, because
I
I've been around
I
the
don't know what
Dolphins
you're
way too
excited
long to be
about
hurt.
though. Like that's where me and you are not gonna agree in. Like
That if you don't
you
like
can't
it, that's
possibly
fine.
be
I'm not
common
forcing
sensical
you.
and say that you're excited about the present, not the future,
Yes,
the
I feel
present.
like we're doing a good job, and I have to give flowers, and I have to send them a box of pizza, and I have to sit here and give them a Diet Coke along with it to keep
How you
Chris
gonna eat a
Grier
pizza and a
healthy.
Diet Coke? That's an
He needs
oxymoron,
to
bro.
stay healthy. He needs to be
Well,
healthy.
you ate
Let
a
him drink
pizza?
a Diet Coke.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
you get one
That's
day
like the
off.
guy that goes to
He takes a
McDonald's
day
and says,
off
"Let me get 2 Big Macs, large fries, and 2
and a
chicken nuggets,
Diet Coke.
and let me get a Diet Coke." What the fuck?
Yes, you still save some calories.
Now you eat some
You get a little
salad.
bit.
You eat some salad and you say, "Let me get a Diet Coke." Then I might be like, "Man, he might be onto something." But you just gave yourself 37 million calories and you want a Diet Coke, weighing 362 pounds, 5'6". Come on,
Right
man.
now, I'll tell you straight up, he's working on extra sugar Red Bulls, if you ask me, because he's cooking. Did y'all not hear him
I
earlier?
think he's
That has
working
me
with a limp
excited.
dick. That's what I think he's
This,
working with.
you crazy? That man popped the Viagra. He's walking
And the
around
Viagra
with
ain't
a
working.
rock. I'm
The
telling you
Viagra ain't
right
working.
now,
All it did is give him hemorrhoids.
you crazy. That dude's walking around that
That dude's
house
got
with his
hemorrhoids. The
drawers
first
off.
man I ever seen with hemorrhoids due to Viagra.
His Chris Grier's wife is giving him flowers too. You better
Giving
believe
him
that.
nothing
Chris
but
Grier is
preparation
the
H.
man. Chris Greer is going to sit back in that throne and make everybody happy. Did y'all not hear what he said out of his mouth a little while ago? He set the bar on Tyreek Hill. Oh, nobody hasn't called me for Tyreek Hill, but if they want to, we're talking about 2 first-round draft picks.
He said that?
Yeah.
Did he say that?
2 first-round
Hey,
draft picks for
Where did he
Tyreek.
say that on?
On the same preview that we just watched. This is what we reacted to.
Play it, because I didn't hear that part.
no.
Did you not hear it, Mr. Paul?
Now, wait a minute. A 2 first round. So we could go get a quarterback.
That means
Ooh,
you got
now
3
you're
first rounders.
cooking. Now
Maybe
you're cooking.
maybe it'll be 1 this year, next year. But I want to
Now
hear
you're
that because
cooking.
that sounds fishy to me.
He said nobody has called, and we haven't made no calls. But if they want to talk about trading Tyreek Hill and they call, we want 2 first-round draft picks.
If he said that, then Tyreek is definitely on the trading block. If he said that verbatim, not that you're
He
interpreting
did this. Let's think about why did this presser ever happen in the first place?
Because Jalen
Let's talk
Ramsey wants
about
out.
that.
Jalen Ramsey wants out.
So, but we
So they
didn't need
came
to
on to
know.
set the
We
record
didn't.
saying
But
it's mutual. It's not him. That's all it was.
you know, Leroy and Tobin and Leroy, what's
Yeah,
that
Tobin and
channel?
Leroy. Yeah.
Tobin and Leroy. Yep.
I heard that they didn't need to make a press conference. I mean,
He
Greer
said that.
never knew. Yeah,
Leroy said that.
yeah, the black guy.
You
Yeah, the
see?
black guy. I'm
Yeah,
not
but
sure
they
which
gotta
one
make
it
the
is
press
which.
conference because of the optics, because it's gonna look like everybody wants out. So they gotta. It's called damage control, where they gotta
Yeah,
say,
well,
no, not everybody wants to leave. This is something we want to do. This presser was nothing more
well,
but damage control.
yeah. Well, really, yeah. Well, if it's damage control, then there's damage somewhere.
There is absolutely
Well,
and the damage is the reputation that they're getting for people leaving or
and
wanting
also
out.
too, they're not just like who was that in here earlier said that that they're not going to come straight out and say Tua's name too much. Who was the guy
Hey,
that
we
was in
got
here
our guy
earlier?
Fred in the building.
Marcus
Glad to
Banks.
hear you.
That was I
Marcus
think that was
Banks?
Marcus Banks. Yeah, he said
Yeah.
earlier that
No,
with the press they're not gonna come straight out and say
Yeah.
this and that about Tua. That's
Right.
why I haven't really heard them use Tua's name anytime during that that conference, not conference, but that press.
They would say it in a way that you wouldn't know they said it.
Right,
Okay.
exactly.
It would be a roundabout way of saying it when they say it. It's a cryptid message
There
that you
you
have to
go.
read through.
Exactly, John.
Okay.
You have to.
You have to read
Russell
between
Wilson
lines.
needs
And I'm not
Tyreek
good at
Hill. The
doing that.
Giants need Tyreek Hill. Because if you give Russell Wilson, Tyreek Hill, and they have Malik Neighbors, I mean, there's no better weapon right now. You got to win your job. Brian Daboll. If Brian Daboll has to save his job, there's no better player at number 3. I'm sorry. Tyreek Hill is the guy that will save your job for the next 2 years.
That would be a dangerous combination, bro. Malik Neighbors and Tyreek Hill, bro. Wow.
What? That will be game
tough.
changing. And
Yeah.
you have a smart quarterback like Russell Wilson. If that's safe, God bless you, Fred.
Hey
I'm glad
Fred,
that
hey
you
Fred, how
sound
you
okay.
feeling, Fred? First and foremost, how you feeling, brother?
Yeah.
I'm fucked up, Fred. I'm fucked up, bro.
I'm scared. You know what? I'm gonna tell you
You're gonna
right
be
now,
all right,
Fred.
Fred. You'll get through this.
Fred, I'm just only saying this because
head up.
maybe by me saying this, you might be okay. But I'm afraid, man, you might leave us as soon as you hear the news that Tua
Come
got
on,
traded,
Pete.
bro.
Don't say that, dog.
This man
You
might
play
read
like
the
that, bro.
title.
That
He
ain't
might
funny.
just go to sleep.
Nah, man, that ain't funny.
Oh man, you know what, man?
I
Come
love you, Fred.
on, man. Don't fuck with me, y'all, man.
Nah, man,
Hey,
don't
Pete,
even
what's
play
the
like that.
news? What's
God
the
bless
funny, bro.
what's the news, Pete? What's the news, Pete? If something is wrong,
Crazy.
bro, I like to know up front. You know what I'm saying, Pete? So what's the news, bro?
So basically yesterday, Chris Grier, he came out with the presser that we were just about to go over. Why did he even come out with a presser yesterday? Because it's weird. Now,
Fred
yeah,
heard
so
Fred heard her on Deep Zone with Iceman.
Oh, okay.
Fred heard it on what?
I heard
On
it
Deep Zone. The Deep Zone with Iceman.
Well, Iceman, we talked about that, Mr. Paul.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing. Pete was able to play the whole thing pretty much completely. With with Iceman, we kept interrupting Iceman, and he didn't get around to playing the whole thing.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But I
So
mean,
shout out
speaking
to
of refreshing,
Iceman. Shout out to
Yeah.
Iceman. But
Iceman,
he was here in the chat earlier too. He's
DGE.
probably busy at work.
Mhm.
But Fred, check this out. There was a few things that I'm feeling right. Number one, I don't know how you feel about Chris Grier right now. So maybe you can tell us how you feel about Chris Grier based on how he's. Do you feel like Chris Grier has flipped and switched? And if you did, would that be a good thing?
Very interesting.
I think Chris Grier, bro. I think Chris Grier has recognized that he has made some mistakes and he's fucked up. And I think Chris Grier went to Ramsey and Campbell and talked to them like men. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, this is what we're going to do. We're probably not going to be this. We're probably not going to be that. But you know, I don't want to drag you guys down with us. You feel what I'm saying, Pete? So, you know, Calais, what would you like to do? Calais probably said, yeah, you know, probably go back to Arizona. And then with Jalen with Ramsey, you like, yo, Rams, what would you like to do, man? Are you okay with this right here and okay with that? And that he just didn't make him just eat what he was going to do. You feel what I'm saying, Pete? I think he went to him like grown men and told him like this is what we're going to do. Now, I said this to you before, Pete. I said the fact that you letting Ramsey go and Calais Campbell getting away, you know what I'm saying? It don't seem like you did anything through free agency so far. I think that you know that you're going to still be you're going to still be in the front office. Because I don't know a guy, I don't know a GM or a coach or whatever that because of one season you're going to be fired and you know it, and then still let your star cornerback go. You feel what I'm saying, Pete? I think Chris Grier knows that he's going to be there, man, and he's just trying to get all them big contracts out there, out of the way, get under the cap, bro, and start another rebuild. That's what I think Chris Grier is doing, bro.
All
I
right.
love to hear that. I
Fred
love this
jumped up
Chris
here
Grier.
cooking. Fred, let me tell you something, Fred.
We
What's up,
love
Mr.
Chris
Paul?
Grier over here.
Listen, man, you gonna get better and you gonna get out that hospital and you gonna be just as good as you were before, bro. The way you talking.
Hey, Mr.
So
Paul.
listen, you gonna
Hell
get out
yeah.
of there, man. You just going through a little phase, you're gonna get better and everything. You're gonna be out, in our ears before you know it.
Yeah, I hope so, bro. I hope so,
You
Mr. Paul.
you will. You will. You will.
So he
But
also
yeah,
mentioned in that thing, right? This is one of the most interesting things I took because this is what has me feeling even better about Chris Grier and is proving that he's switching. Usually what we get is Jalen Ramsey wants out. Jalen Ramsey would have put something on social media saying peace out,
yeah,
I want out, something.
yeah,
No, in fact, it's the
Oh,
opposite. It's Chris
yeah,
Grier that went up to Jalen Ramsey and his agent
yeah.
and told them,
yeah,
we want you out.
Like,
We
like a
will trade
man,
you.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like a
yeah.
man.
Basically,
Ramsey didn't offer the trade. Uh,
Yeah.
exactly.
Ramsey didn't. Yeah,
So the presser was pretty much of putting Jalen Ramsey on the trade and letting the NFL know Jalen Ramsey's up for trade. That's what happened
mm,
right now. Chris Grier is speaking to all 32 GMs about a
hmm
potential trade. This
Yeah,
man is
yeah.
selling players with this presser. And shout out to Brandon, who said it earlier in the chat. He's selling, bro. This man is out here selling Tyreek Hill. He told everybody, Tyreek Hill, if you want him, give me 2 first-round draft picks.
That's right.
And Fred, just so you'll know, there's some guys down in the chat room who are saying the same thing that I'm saying, that you're gonna be all right and you're gonna be
Oh,
out.
they in the comments, Mr. Paul. Hey,
Yep.
Pete, you got to put me
Hell
one of them
yeah.
comments up, bro. So I
I did.
feel
I already
better,
put
bro.
him up. Hell yeah. We all love you, Fred. You know I've always said you're
Yep.
one of my
Oh,
favorite, and
that's
I
what's.
need you. He's
Hey, man, you know that.
Brandon said Fred will be ready for training camp. He
That's
gave
right.
you a
That's
big
right.
heart. He said, Fred, get better, bro. I appreciate all these guys, man,
Oh
because I
man,
do
yo, oh
appreciate.
my God.
Fred,
Feel
Hey,
tell
man,
it
better.
I
to
appreciate
yourself.
that.
You're doing great and believe in yourself, Fred.
Hey, man,
Jose out here.
that makes me
Yeah.
feel real good, man, real good, man.
I'm glad that these guys are able to make you feel good, Fred, and I appreciate them just as much, I bet. Feel better, Fred. He says, you still there.
That's right.
You're still here with
Yeah.
us. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So Pete, you want to kind of refresh Fred a little bit on what Greer was talking about with Zach Wilson?
Oh, yeah. There was some key points with that Zach Wilson conversation. There was some key points. Shout out to Marcus Banks pulling back up. Lakers
Okay,
all
Marcus,
day
good to
showing you
have you
love,
back.
Fred. He said, Fred, we
Mm.
love you, bro. Get healthy. We need you back outside. We need you
Appreciate
out
it.
here.
Appreciate it.
Hell yeah. Told you,
Yes,
Fred,
sir,
man.
Fred. Get better soon, man. Hey, for your release, they make you rid of Tua,
Shout
bro.
out. Hey, Fred, you got
Thanks,
Fred,
Marcus,
Fred,
man. Thanks, Marcus.
Fred. Not only Dolphin, Fred. We don't only got Dolphin fans praying for you. We got Falcon fans, man. I appreciate you, Red Swarm, pulling
Wow.
through,
Wow.
giving my guy Fred some love and I appreciate that. And let's send those good
Yeah.
wishes and good health and everything back to you, Red Swarm. Real
Wow.
talk.
Shout
All
out,
of you guys in
shout,
the chat,
shout out
man.
to
God bless
Atlanta.
you guys and bless all of you, man. For real.
Shout out Atlanta Falcons. Shout out to Atlanta Falcons.
Straight up. I got Atlanta Falcons winning the NFC North now. I take it back. It ain't the Falcons winning the NFC South now. It ain't the Buccaneers.
You know what? Hey, man, just for that, I'm going to say the Falcons too, man. Run away with that division, bro. I'm riding with you, Pete. I'm riding Atlanta Falcons with you, bro.
I feel so bad for the Dolphins. You know they had the opportunity to be in that division and they turned it down.
What?
Wait. Say that again. I
Wait,
never heard that a day in my life.
Yeah.
Marcus, I ain't never heard of that, bro.
Nah, they had an opportunity to be in that division and they turned it down because they wanted to keep their rivalry with the Jets.
Oh my
What
goodness!
was this?
It was that when the Colts were in our division?
I
I think you're
believe
confusing the NFC South with the AFC South, Marcus Banks.
no, but they did have an opportunity to be in that weak division though.
Both
For real,
divisions
bro.
I will call. We did have what I heard. What I heard is the Dolphins had an opportunity to leave, and it was going to go to the AFC South, and it was exactly what Marcus said. They like that rivalry, and then the Colts ended up leaving this division, and they went to the AFC South.
All right, you have a blessed one. All right. Okay,
Oh, and then Pete, before I forget, there is the possibility that Chris Grier is lying to you about Jalen Ramsey. Jalen Ramsey probably did come up to them and ask to be traded and asked to be let out of there. I don't think Chris Grier will let you know if Jalen Ramsey wanted to trade because that'll make them look bad.
Yeah, but you think Jalen Ramsey will let that slide like that? Because now you're making Jalen Ramsey look bad.
As long as you get me out of here, bro.
You're lying on that man's name. First, you won't talk about his personal stuff, and now you're gonna lie on that man's name.
From all reports, from all what I heard, that Ramsey did not request that trade.
Chris Grier specifically said this, Marcus Banks, and I doubt he is lying.
Because Omar said it yesterday. He said he thinks that it's Chris Grier that didn't request that trade because they just gave him the money, so they wouldn't want to trade him. It's Ramsey wants out of there because he knows it's not going anywhere. That's what Omar said.
But that's what Omar Kelly. That's what he said. But that's his opinion, though. But now I'm gonna ask you, Marcus Bank. You put your cleats on right now. And you're Jalen Ramsey. You hear your general manager turn around and say, no, those allegations are lies. He didn't ask for a trade. I went to him. I told him I'm going to trade him. I told him I'm going to talk to his agent and trade him out of here. You're going to stay silent for someone lying on your name like that?
They already paid me, right? My money's already coming?
No. They cut you. What?
I'm still
getting. You get this. What? What if no other team picks you up? What?
Because they had just extended. The thing is, they just extended Ramsey, so it's like
extended Ramsey. They did. They because of what he did the year before, based on how he played the year before. Right? We almost won the division. He had a big season. He used that to his advantage. He acted hurt. Remember, this is a guy that acted hurt, didn't want to train during training camp, told you to pay Tua, and then once you paid Tua, he still acted hurt and told you to pay him so he could play. And then you paid him, and he was not hurt anymore. He played. He played you. And then he didn't play to par. Look at his film. So
Man,
Greer is
what?
probably looking at it like, yeah, I messed up and I'm looking to fix it. You're out of here, Jalen Ramsey.
He
You're
did it
not
with the
worth
wrong. He did it with the wrong one. He could have done it with
no.
somebody else. We would be in a much better position. But I ain't
That's
gonna
not
say.
true. Why am I? But Marcus Banks, all of y'all making it seem like we losing the star. Like he was out here covering Malik Neighbors out here and shutting them down. You put
Oh no,
Jalen
no,
Ramsey
no.
on Malik Neighbors, he's getting cooked.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying we would be losing much. I'm saying this is bad management all around. Why even get in this situation? We didn't have to. We
Wait a minute,
Quarterbacks
guys.
age quick. He's trying to stay
Pete,
ahead. If he has a trade value in Jalen Ramsey and it's small this year, and if the film and if it's a cornerback that consistently covers the number 2, that's not going to make him look good. When these other teams look at players, they want to see what you're doing on the field. But what also matters is who are you covering? These other teams are going to be scared of Jalen Ramsey because they're going to say, man, you guys paid him $25 million. But when he played the Jets, he was getting cooked by Garrett Wilson. When he played this other team, he didn't cover the number 1. He was covering the number 2 more often than not. He better be able to handle that. But we're not paying him to cover number 2s. We could find a cheap corner in the draft. A number 2 is just a number 2 corner. You're covering a number 2 receiver.
We could find a corner in the draft.
Of course.
We could also trade 2 more players, and we could probably get players in the draft to
You
fill
talking about
those
cornerback?
positions.
You go ahead and get Will Johnson.
I'm talking about quarterback.
Well, would you guys be
and a
would
wide
you
receiver?
you know what I just
deal.
thought about? Tyreek Hill and Jalen Ramsey could give us a possible enough ammo to move up in the draft and get to that number 1 pick.
That could be
Tua
too.
and Waddle.
But
Tua and Waddle would do that,
I
bro.
was wondering why not
Tua
Tua.
and Waddle would do that.
Well, Tua may not have any value, but we could still move up in the draft
Exactly.
with
Hey,
Ramsey and Hill.
why did Chris Grier say we not looking for a quarterback this press conference after talking about we're gonna
Because
scat.
Pete said it. We have a backup that's going to be the quarterback.
No.
Yep. That's my boy Zach
Y'all
Wilson.
getting it mixed up. What was going on, Marcus, is that Greer said we're not getting a quarterback at the 13th spot. That's
In
what he
the
was
first
saying
round.
in the
But
first
if
round.
it's
That's what he was saying. He was saying that it's still opening to getting a quarterback in the draft,
right,
but
but
not at
do you
13.
think?
Well, I have to might play it back because I think what he said was if he won't get a quarterback in the first round unless someone is expected not to be there or something.
Right. How many quarterbacks are there in the draft? And are they top-notch quarterbacks
I'm sorry,
in the
man. This guy had
sixth
this
round
presser he had this
and the
presser
fifth
to
round?
trade up in the draft. That's why he had that presser.
It may be. And if that's the case, there's got to be more than Ramsey traded.
Hey, what are we doing with Bradley Chubb?
I think it was like right
That's a
here
good
where he
question.
spoke about.
We just felt that in talking to him and some veterans that he was the right fit and right choice for us because we do think that his skill set really fits what our offense does.
Chris, would you rule out, regardless of how the draft unfolds, the idea of picking a quarterback in round 1 as some of the national media has suggested?
I would say we have our starting quarterback, so I wouldn't be looking to it, but I never rule anything out. But I would not be looking to draft a quarterback in the first round.
Chris, obviously last offseason,
Y'all heard him?
But he just said he won't be. He's not looking for the draft a quarterback in the first round.
But he
Well,
wouldn't.
he's not. He wouldn't. He
But
wouldn't take
he
nothing's
wouldn't
off the
rule
table.
anything
He's
out.
It's
saying,
what our
okay.
offense does.
He wouldn't rule
So he
anything out.
Would you
could.
rule out,
He
regardless of how the
could, but
draft
he's not
unfolds,
looking
the
at
idea
it.
of picking a quarterback in round 1 as some of the national media has suggested?
I would say we have our starting quarterback, so I wouldn't be looking to it, but I'd never rule anything out. But I would not be looking to draft a quarterback in the first round.
What is he supposed to say though? We are
He said,
looking for a quarterback in the first round,
yeah,
and I'm
he
starting to
didn't
feel
say.
even more that we're going to draft one in the first round.
Pete said he would have said Tua is our quarterback if Tua was our quarterback.
He didn't even mention the man's
He didn't
name.
even mention him. That's right. He didn't mention Tua.
He said we have our starting quarterback.
Yeah, he said we have our starting quarterback, and
He could
that
say we have our starting. He could say that for every position, though. Think about it.
But Mike McDaniel said we got what's his name because of his talent or whatever. Isn't that what he said?
Zach
Like
Wilson.
that?
He said that Zach Wilson was a calculated target, and
Yeah.
he said that Mike McDaniel said that him and the staff looked at Zach Wilson at BYU, and again I know BYU they have playing that many people. He looked at Zach Wilson playing with the Jets. He looked at Zach Wilson playing with the Broncos, and also that Zach Wilson sat down with Sean Payton and asked him a whole bunch of questions because he wants to better himself. Zach Wilson. Now, you got no. I'm gonna say this, and I'm not saying that he's going to be the quarterback. Zach Wilson mindset right now is that I don't want to be a backup quarterback. I don't want to be a journeyman quarterback.
I hope that's
I
what his
want to be a
mindset
starting
is.
quarterback, and this is why I'm with the Miami Dolphins to try to
So
get
we
that.
have so we pretty much have a hidden quarterback competition.
Mm-hmm.
He's trying to hide it.
Yeah, that's what we're saying anyway. Yeah. And
We have a hidden quarterback competition. Hold on, I'm gonna try to look for the part where he mentions Tyreek Hill for two
Of free
firsts.
agency other than obviously Daniels.
Steve has never given that. Steve wants.
I would still trade. I would still get one in the second or third round. Though.
You talking about quarterback?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what
During
they're
the
going
trade
to
or
do.
after the trade.
That is not anything that we're pursuing. Like I said, if someone wants to come and give me.
And that's what the
I found
that's
it.
what
I
the
just
fans
found it. Check this out.
That's what the fans been clamoring for, man. Just some quarterback competition,
Right now, that's not anything we're.
No, he's talking about Hill right now.
Yeah, this is so the one that wanted to hear the Tyreek Hill.
We're pretty confident that Tyreek is still going to be part of this team's future. Is Tyreek another piece that might be possibly moved during trade or after the trade?
This is lagging, huh?
That is not anything that we're pursuing. Like I said,
is it lagging for you guys right now?
No. Well, I'm not sure.
Oh man, it was lagging for me, man. 1 second.
Okay.
Not anything that we're pursuing. Like I said, if someone wants to come and give me 2 first-round picks, then we consider it. And coaches, so there's just a lot of discussions we've had, and like I said, we'll keep those internally, and they'll stay between Jalen and myself.
Who's making that noise?
Oh, my bad. That's me, bro. My
All
bad.
right, Fred, put it because I can't hear it. Thank you, Fred.
Is still going to be part of this team's future. Is Tyreek another piece that might be possibly moved during the trade or after the trade?
That is not anything that we're pursuing. Like I said, if someone wants to come and give me 2 first-round picks, then we consider it. But as of right now, that's not anything we're pursuing.
Has anyone called about possibly trading for Tyreek? No.
Right there. Yeah, I heard it right there.
Yeah. And he kind of hesitates when he says it. He kind of like. He's
What do you mean
choosing his
hesitate?
words. He's choosing his words real carefully. I mean,
No, he is being careful what he's
how
saying.
he has to say it.
Yeah.
I mean, he's calculating his words. It's
Well,
scripted.
Well,
Sounds
Marcus,
like what a salesman should do.
earlier, earlier when Marcus Banks was on, well, he's still on here. Marcus said it earlier that when they do these little press conference, that they are kind of scripted what they're going to say.
Question.
Yeah,
The questions that the beat reporters, what Marcus was insinuating because remember, we were complaining that in this whole interview, we didn't hear Tua. Like, they don't want to
Right.
talk about Tua at all. And then Marcus came in the building and he says, some of these beat writers probably had 75 Tua questions and they rejected them.
Mm-hmm.
And
it was
that is
Alan
there's
Poupart
I
that
would
was
say
asking.
there's like a
Alan
disinfecting
Poupart asked that
Lysol
Tua
bottle.
question.
Like a disinfecting Lysol bottle. I would say Marcus Bank with that take was 99.3% correct.
Yeah, I agree.
So,
But that's why what did True Fin fans sat up here and try to put us down, especially y'all could be down as fans. Remember, y'all were trying to, we're gonna be down, and this what I just showed y'all is why, as a fan, and how the draft is right around the corner. This right now, like, I feel like the most excited fan right now. I can't believe what's going on. Like, this is one of the best off seasons as a fan I've had in a long time. Like, I get it. People want to complain now and call this team bad. This team, honestly, fellas, it has been bad for a long time under Chris Grier and under Tua's regime. I'm not going back 25. I don't care about that 20. We haven't won a playoff game in 25 years crap.
Yeah.
You know why I don't really care about that? Because I know now how this GM is switching up. I know how he's moving and making moves and how they're going to work around Tua and get off Tua. That's going to make us better. That makes me feel as a fan, we're closer there. We're there.
Pete, I want to say
there's
this.
some way they could package a deal with Tua and get off, Hill that has his problems off and on the field or whatever. He's got, and or Waddle, whichever one you want. I don't care. Then you get Ramsey that's going, and Tua. If you could get him and get your quarterback, wide receiver, another wide receiver that's good. You would probably have to give up a first round in next year's or something like that. I don't know.
All I know, I'm gonna tell you right now.
If you want to get a quarterback real bad,
I'm gonna
Fred,
say this.
You were up on the panel, and Mr. Park, I believe you were too 2 days ago when I said the Carolina Panthers need a weapon for Bryce Young. The Carolina Panthers, in order to save Bryce Young, should trade, and I mentioned Jalen Waddle. That's because me as a fan, I don't want to lose the best player on our team. I get the off the field things, but when it comes to being on the field, Tyreek Hill is one of the best players I've ever seen play football. And that's who I want on the team. It makes us better as a team. But Bryce Young will really benefit a lot, just as much as Tua did, with a Tyreek Hill. That man has no weapons in Carolina, dude. They need to trade for Tyreek Hill. And that's a move that'll get us right in front of the Saints and will probably solidify us in getting Shedeur Sanders. Because the Panthers
can
have
I
their
say
quarterback.
something? Can I say something right quick?
Welcome back,
Say what you
fan.
want.
What's up, fellas? Yeah, man, because this truck has got some problems here, so they just fixed it. And I'm stuck in here going back out. That's why I can't stay too long. But if what I'm gonna completely disagree on you, number one, I might have to go off now. Is if you're saying that this guy's moving in the right direction, this is a new Chris Grier. Yet you just played this guy saying that he's not going to draft the quarterback in the first round, and he's keeping the very quarterback that you hate. How is that moving? How are you? How is it that you could feel that he's doing it the right way?
No,
he did.
Tell him, John. Tell him, John.
He's not ruling anything out. Period.
Thank you.
He's not ruling it out.
Period.
He's not ruling anything out.
I get it. You need cheerleaders, but John is not helping
No.
you out at all.
Yeah, he's speaking facts. John is speaking facts. He's verbatim.
First round.
Verbatim.
Do we know or do we see any quarterbacks that are worth starting abilities past the first round? Shit, we don't even know if anybody past Cam Ward or Sanders is worth. We don't even know if they're going to work out.
You go the veteran route with someone.
So what are you saying?
More proven. Zach is
verbatim. Watch, you're going to hear it.
What is verbatim? He's not drafting a quarterback. He just told you that he has his starting quarterback.
He's not looking into drafting. No, he said. He says he has.
He's keeping the quarterback that you hate.
First of all, you're the one putting. How are you? You know that's some delusional crap going on this.
That's the delusional guy.
You're putting words in
who flip-flops more than my sandals.
Chris Grier's mouth. That man never named that guy named Tua.
He says he has his starting quarterback.
He has. I have a starting quarterback on the team right now.
He has
so I'm not
the same guy that he just signed to a 3-year deal,
and
the same guy that
you hate. But now he's a new GM. It make sense to me.
We just felt that. In talking to him,
you can play it all you want because you got no answer. How is a new GM doing the same shit he was doing before with the quarterback that
Chris,
you all
would
hate?
you rule out, regardless of how the draft unfolds, the idea of taking a quarterback in round one?
Nah.
Some of the national media.
I'm glad you got the video.
I would say we
I heard it.
Quarterback,
it's exactly what I'm saying.
I wouldn't be looking to it, but I'd never rule anything out. But I would not be looking to draft a quarterback in the first round.
Never rule anything out, John. Verbatim, you gave it a
That's
true
called,
content.
hey, listen, but I'm talking to you. Don't look for cheerleaders. That's called due diligence. He's supposed to say that. He's supposed to do that. The
It's
fact
not
of the
called
matter
looking
is,
for-
if he was
it's not
moving
called
up to
looking for
Tua,
cheerleaders.
He'd tell you for a fact, all the options are open, and we're gonna draft the best player available or
Can
the
I
best
ask
player
you-
of need. He hasn't said none of that.
Can I ask you something? If he said, if a coach says, I have a quarterback, would he say his name or would he say, I have a quarterback?
Well,
My quarterback is such and such, or do I
Great
have
point.
a
That
quarterback?
wouldn't be. You
Great
know,
point.
John. You know
And
what's
that's a
funny?
great-
That is a very great point.
That is a
you
great
want me
point.
to tell you why that's a great
Because-
point, John?
Well, this guy's always
Because
screaming
that shouldn't
hysterical,
even be
bro.
a
What's wrong with this guy?
question. That shouldn't even be a question. Think about that, fellas.
Right, because in his mind, he has a starting quarterback, and it's Tua Tagovailoa.
He doesn't say that, though.
He doesn't have to say that because he's
But
going to keep his.
quarterback in the first
He's
round
always
is in
going to keep his
question.
options open. You're missing the point because you don't want to see
Yeah,
it. I
well,
get it. But if he was
he's
going to
gonna
draft
keep
a
his
quarterback,
options.
he'd say we're going in a new direction, and we're gonna search for a future starting quarterback. He'd say it, whether it's in the first or the third round, wherever they
You sure you
think
would
that they
say
could
it?
find him. We don't know it, but
You're
we know that
stretching it, bro. You're stretching it like a
Bro,
Lance
says the
Armstrong
ultimate
stretch
flip flapper in
Armstrong.
Pete's takes, bro. Really, dude. Two
You're
shows ago, you were
stretching it,
saying how
dude.
Tua was a great quarterback, and we were all laughing at you. And now you're going back to then it was
Wait,
Chris
wait,
Grier
wait,
used to
wait.
get fired, and now Chris Grier is a new Chris Grier. Make up your mind, my brother. You're everywhere. You're hysterical.
It ain't my fault. You can't hear the word that Mr. Paul didn't want to hear that day, that he didn't want to hear out of my mouth. But at the end of the day,
You were the ultimate Tua near.
it's a what
Everybody,
if.
even on the chat, was laughing, bro.
It was
what are
what
you talking
if.
about?
It was what if Tua
it's on
gets
video
smarter.
in case anybody wants to see it. It's 2 shows
Go
ago.
watch it. What if? What if Tua gets smarter? Y'all don't want it. Y'all think Tua can't get smarter. That's the funny thing.
Hey,
That's the funny thing. You know that's what's weird. Tua could get
Flip-flop
smarter.
incoming.
Y'all think Tua can't get smarter? Like let's be real.
No,
I gotta go, man.
No, I
I'm gonna
think-
enjoy listening to the flip flopping that goes on here by the one known as the Pete. But I
Tua's reached
appreciate
his
you
limit.
entertaining us and showing us that the mind is a terrible thing to waste. Later.
Go get your car fixed, man. Go look after the mechanic before he makes something else go bad.
Hey, don't
Have
talk
a
about my
good day,
mechanic like
Troopers,
that.
man.
He is a certified mechanic. This guy's been trying to fix a windshield wiper fluid for 2 days, dog. This is crazy. You respect that, man. I'll be back.
Windshield wiper. He's repairing the windshield wiper. Next thing you know, your spark plug needs help.
No, this is Diesel. Diesel don't got spark plugs. Come on, Pete. Oh shit! I gotta go.
Take care.
Oh, dude.
Oh my goodness, man. Y'all two got to be brothers, man. You and True Fan got to be brothers.
We're all brothers for the same team.
That's for real. You ain't
Yeah.
kidding about that.
Yeah. Oh, that's good.
Yeah. So,
What an exciting
but
time to be a Dolphin fan, man. I'm really I can't wait for the draft next week. I really feel like we're going to have a top 5 pick. I really feel like we're going to wake up and you're going to be like, Pete was just saying this, and I can't believe it happened. I can forecast it. I feel it. I
I've been
see
there,
it.
done that. Been there, done that.
And this is
But
not
no,
because a source is
mm,
telling me, Mr. Pog. This is not
no, I
because
know,
of
not the
anything.
gas
This,
sources. I know.
yeah, this is none of that. This is just me feeling and what my gut is telling me that my team is about to do. Based
Well, you
on
know
what
what?
I'm watching, based on how I
Mm,
see the offseason forecasting, you got to put everything into consideration.
Well, you
Everything
know what?
counts.
Well, you know what, P? If I'm
Shout
I'm,
out to
I'm gonna say it
KP.
like this too. Like I said, after the last game we played, that statement Ross put out right after it, all the pieces are coming together. I'm gonna say this, and some people may not like it. Right now, and Pete probably said it, some other people probably said, Greer and McDaniel's jobs are safe for right now.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: they are under a lot of pressure to do something different. To
Yeah,
do
but they're
something
not
different.
worried. But
No,
this
no,
is the
I'm not
thing.
saying
They're
they were.
not
I'm not. No,
worried.
no, hold on, hold on. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that they were or not worried. But what I'm saying is that they are under pressure to make some change, to do some change, because that was part of Ross' statement when he said that we're gonna run with Greer and McDaniels again. Ross is expecting some changes to be made. So what I'm saying is that does put the pressure on Greer and McDaniels to change up what they're doing and start going in another direction. Maybe not this year, but like I said, for the future. We just gotta wait and see.
Ooh, did y'all? Hey, I'm gonna just say this before I let those gentlemen
So
that
Cap,
just came in and KP and Cap. I just
KP,
want to say this real quick before I let those guys go off.
mm-hmm.
Yahoo Sports is already doing Jalen Ramsey trade predictions. And here's the one that they popped off today. Dolphins trade idea. Swap Jalen Ramsey with Eagles Devontae Smith. Wow.
Devontae Smith.
You gotta tell me
Devontae
who.
Smith.
I heard his name.
That
I got
if we think about this, guys, if we can flip
Oh,
Tyreek
here we go.
for 2 firsts, or not even 2 firsts, because that's the
You can't,
conversation.
Pete. You
That
better
is
not
the
compare.
conversation.
You better not
You're get
compare Devontae Smith with Tyreek.
hold on
You
now.
better not. You
Hold
better
on
not
though.
go there. I
Hold
know
on
better than
though.
that.
Hold on. If we could flip Ramsey for Devontae Smith or a draft pick in an equivalent where you're going to be comfortable to select one. And if we could get a first and a second for Tyreek, and we get Devontae in return, and we add a first and a second for Tyreek this year, that'll have us with 2 first-round draft picks, 2 second-round draft picks. I believe we got 2/3.
We got about 10 picks. I'm not sure where they are
Let
Think
me
about that.
look it
right
up.
now.
Y'all go ahead and talk. I'll look it up.
We replace, and I'm not saying, oh, Tyreek Hill and Devontae Smith. All I'm saying is Devontae Smith, is a good at what he does. He could be boundary. He could play slot. He has really dependable hands. This man is an animal. He's the Slim Reaper. That dude catches everything thrown at him, and you'll doubt him because he's skinny, but he's elite at route running. He has like a sort of run. He's fast, right? But when you watch him, he doesn't look fast. He's just a smooth runner. I
Are
like
you
Devontae
saying
Smith. I like
he's
Devontae Smith.
better than Ramsey? I mean, is he better than Hill?
Absolutely not. It's a
Okay.
downgrade, but it's not going to have us sitting here with Waddle and Akinas Westbrook, and also a simple rookie receiver that we got to count on. No, this is a
Uh-huh.
solidified starter in this league.
Yeah.
He's good enough that when he comes on your team, you know you got a at least top 25 receiver on your team. You got two
Right.
of them. You got Waddle and Devontae Smith, guys. Imagine that. I just thought about that. Oh my God. I just thought about Waddle, Smith, and Tua.
I don't think so.
Wow.
That does not excite me, and it's sad. In fact, that makes me even sadder.
Waddle
That means
Smith.
that is actually, how am I even talking about this? This is scary in that scenario.
I mean, look, I like Devontae. He came through at the end of the season. They gave him the maintenance program in Philly because they were up so much with Saquon. So they had the luxury to bench him a couple of games, but he is explosive. But I mean, at this point in time, I mean, I think we need physical more than speed, no?
And also too, Pete talking like that Devontae Smith was going to come over here and revive Tua. No, I don't think so.
No, that's that I started thinking that as I kept talking,
I'm
Mr. Falk, and I couldn't believe it came in my mind. Because I'm just going based on Yahoo with their trade idea, and I'm thinking something that the Dolphins should pursue if they should, and that would be a really good move. Because if a team does call, check this out. If a team does call, all right, we'll give you guys a first and a third for Tyreek Hill. Chris Grier bounces back. Give me a first and a second, and he's yours. We're taking that. We're taking
I heard Philly's trying to get rid of Goddard. I think, is Goddard still with Eagles? Because I heard he was trying to leave, or they're trying to get rid of him.
Are you guys going to be happy we get that first round draft pick and we select a rookie wide receiver with a first round pick to replace Tyreek?
I mean, I'd be cool. At this point in time, we got so many holes, I'd be cool with it because Cheetah's sooner or later, Cheetah's leaving. At the end of the year, next year, he's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you keep drafting guys, hoping you find one late in the draft that you could turn into a star and develop.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
Yeah, I don't like that scenario, Pete, because that's like doubling and tripling down on the Alabama pipeline, which has failed us so far.
I know it.
And I'm tired of that. But listen, I wanted to get up here earlier, man, when you and FinFan were having that debate, and I couldn't because I had to work and everything. But I think your theory, dude, is a narrative. It's an argument. It's a theory, but it's a strong one because it accounts for the reason why Greer and McDaniel are still around. If FinFan's argument was right, he doesn't account for, then they should be both fired. If you know what I'm saying, if they failed as much as FinFan is pointing out that they failed, then both of them guys, there's no reason for them to still be around. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And then last point, John Fetterman was just getting at this, so props to him. When you consider when you consider that press conference that we saw yesterday, right? A little bit more than a week out from the draft, you can't trust one word coming out of Greer's mouth. This is not the time where Greer is going to be honest and truthful about his intentions on the team and on the draft. This is when he's going to use that opportunity to manipulate anybody who's listening, including all 32 teams. This is about setting up what they want to do, not telling anybody what the truth is. So you can't take one word he said yesterday and consider it gospel. This is about getting ready for the draft, getting ready to do what we want to do next week. None of that is true.
I know what you mean, KP, but some of it you do got to take with a high regard. I'm sorry, John, for interrupting you, but some of it you do got to take with some high regard. Him coming out saying that Jalen Ramsey's on the trade block pretty much, right, KP? That's no lie. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I think there was some double speak in there too. There was some trickiness. We'll see.
Okay, so I see he did leave doors open for him still being on the roster, said KP. So there is two ways to look at it. I do hear you. And number one, but here's what I wanted to say. So John, so I can let you just pop off. I'm sorry. When he spoke about not drafting a quarterback in the first round, that's what I think he's lying, KP. That's where I think he doesn't want other teams to know he's going to draft a quarterback in the first round because he's giving his hand out. Why?
Correct. I agree with that.
Because of Shadur sliding, why would he sit here and tell anybody that?
Oh, I agree with you, Pete. I think you're spot on in making that point. You would not tell people that you're hungry for a quarterback if you really need a quarterback.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Go ahead, John. Pop off.
No, I'm not the only one that's thinking the same way. I've heard TD say it, and he was on last night, and he with Omar and Alan Poupart and Dudley Doonwrong, and he was saying the same thing. I mean, he's saying he is talking cryptic, and Ramsey. He said Ramsey and the Dolphins were butting heads somehow. And I mean, it seems like, I mean, he doesn't know how or what, but there's something going on behind the scenes that we don't know about.
If
Okay?
your boss comes up to you,
Ramsey
John,
wants out of
and
there.
tells you he doesn't want you anymore, there's going to be some head bumping, dude. There's going to be some head bumping. You're going to be
there may
upset as
be.
a player. When you get back in that locker, you're going to throw everything and destroy that locker. Ramsey probably threw a his fit in that. He don't want to leave Miami.
There may be,
Probably
but
mad.
yeah.
He just signed a new contract last year. I bet he bought a big house over here. He thought he was going to end his career here.
Pete, since you brought that up, I'm gonna bring up something that happened to me not too long ago. Okay, one of the reasons why I am not working is because I was working. I'm not gonna say where and give too much information. I was working at a job, and I was doing pretty well at that job. And then,
so you thought?
No, I was.
I'm just saying that because I think I know what the ending is.
Because let's just say it this way: multiple bosses agreed with that and what happened, and they were happy with that. And then as time went on, physically, I started dropping off. In other words, physically, I started having health issues, and yet my mindset was I'm gonna keep on going. But at the same time, they were saying, listen, you're having health issues that's causing Europe, because that's causing the business problems, and it also is hurting you, and you need to go ahead and think about coming out. So it took my bosses and a couple of workers that work with me to say the same thing. Hey man, we love you. You gave this business a lot of good years, but it's time for you to go out because physically you're not able to do it no more. So I had to I had to face up to that in a hard way and accept it and come on out. Like I did.
Yeah, and those are some of the toughest times, at least as a mental standpoint. It mentally breaks a lot of people down. But once you just move on, you find something new, boom, you get back on the groove. And I'm glad you stayed, you did your thing, Mr. Paul.
That's good.
Yeah.
But
that's the pressure Chris Grier is feeling right now from the flip of all these fans right now. Or so they think.
And that's what I'm thinking too. I think
Grier
there's
speaks
the pressure.
encrypted message, and you have to read through the lines, and I'm not good at doing that. So, but that's what I'm hearing is you have to really listen to it because he could say something without saying it. And the way he's wording he's weaving his words. And when he was doing the press conference, he was almost hesitating before he said it. He had to choose his words very carefully.
100. You have to choose your words. Remember, you're selling something. He's selling something. He doesn't want to give it up. So he has to. These reporters are trying to corner him. And he has to sit here and know how to respond and in a tactic way to not sit here and give anything away. Because everybody's listening to that. Chris Grier is speaking right now in this random presser. You got 31 other GMs right now possibly on their phone listening to him right there. The chat, everybody hating on Chris Grier, throwing tomatoes at him. These other GMs are probably sitting there listening, laughing at that. You see where I'm going with it? Like at the end of the day, I just feel like how the opposite of that. True Fit fan.
Nah. Pressure is every time True Fit fan comes up, Pete stinks. That's pressure. I gotta go.
Hey, Big Ben. Hey, hey. Damn, I wanted to ask him, man. He was on Big O's show. I wanted to know how Big O's feeling, bro.
Oh, he hit it already? He ain't bring no pressure. Go ahead.
Well,
Go ahead, Cap. I want to hear your voice.
Alan, like I said, Alan Poupart brought up that question just because it was on ESPN. Okay, that's the only reason why he brought it up about Tua. Okay, and being getting a quarterback, and that's the only reason why he brought the question up, and it went from there. And that's why Sean, that's why the quarterback situation was brought up. If Alan Poupart never asked that question, then you wouldn't have gotten any quarterback answers or questions on it.
But why are there quarterback questions, John? There shouldn't be. That's the problem. That's the don't y'all see it? Do y'all not see it?
Last year.
And people call me crazy for thinking we might draft a quarterback in the first round. Like, we should not be in conversations of even being asked that. Do y'all think the Chargers, Jim Harbaugh, is asked? Do you guys think the Bengals, Zach Taylor, is asked anything about a first-round quarterback? Think about that.
No, because
there's more to it. When you start being asked that question, something is a problem.
Well,
there's a problem.
We said earlier, right? We were talking about how, there wasn't really any Tua questions. I mean, if you think about it, I completely forgot it too. I think the first question was from Barry about the extension. So if they're not gonna extend him, I mean, as far as with like giving us cap relief, I mean, if they are considering Wilson, that would be the argument to consider Wilson if they're not going to get cap relief off of him.
Yeah, Dudley said he wouldn't give an extension either. He would just say let the money alone with Tua and let it ride. And if you have to have Tua this year, then next year you can get rid of him.
Y'all talking about the fifth year? Y'all talking about the 5th year option?
No.
Well, as far as like for us this year, like if we were gonna get help from him as far as giving us cap relief by giving up money and we give like more time in the contract.
But don't don't reconstruct his contract because that means we got to be stuck with him.
No, but my point is the first question was from Barry why they didn't do it, and he didn't want to answer it. So just from the first question,
he answered it. He just told him. He told him he felt like we didn't need to. That's what he said.
Yeah, but when they asked him why, they didn't really answer. When they asked him why,
he said he didn't need to. He got a good deal, and then what he said, Cap, was I got a good deal on James Daniel, the guard, and the other players were signing for contracts that we are offering and feel comfortable giving them. See what I'm saying? So Willie Gay signed here for a cheap deal. He should have got more. It's weird we got Willie Gay for that. So now that has me thinking, right? Wow, I like Willie Gay. I see his skill set, but how come we got him so cheap? Chris Grier worked him. We got to give Chris Grier a good round of applause. Because the old Chris Grier would have paid that dude $12, $13 million.
Check it out, Pete. He signed most of you guys. Like I said, Zach Wilson 1-year deal. Alexander Matheson 1-year deal. Who else? He got signed Nick Westbrook 2-year deal, $6.5 million. Go down the line here. James Daniel 3 years, $24 million.
Ramsey?
Brett 1-year deal. Tyrell Dotson 2-year deal. Let's see what else. Artie
Notice
Burns,
how Tyrell
1-year
Dotson
deal.
got a 2 because Tyrell Dotson at least played here last year on a 1-year, proved his worth. Here you go. You get 2 now.
Oh man, he sure did.
Greer is out here giving out prove-it deals.
Right.
And if you want to stick around this city, you have a privilege to live in the best city in the United States. How about that? And you're going to come out here and get your first contract is gonna be a prove it deal. $1 million, $2 million. You work hard, you play hard. We'll think about coming and bringing you back. But we're a big city. We got the best toys out here. Go ahead, Mr. Paul.
Hey, Pete, let me finish that list. Fee two, how you say his name?
Just call him Iffy. Just call him Iffy.
Okay,
We understand.
1 year deal, $4 million. We already resigned. Okay, we signed Kim. Aspen Davis 1 year, $2.5 million. And then we also signed Ryan Stonehouse. So man, those are good. Yeah, I got to give Greer his due.
And you know what the best part about that is, Mr. Park? I'm glad you on that. You know why? You know what the best part about it is? We're not even done. We're gonna still have the draft and the second wave of free agency.
Second wave.
So this team already looks good on paper. He already has been doing good deals with contracts. Chris Grier, there's nothing he could do at this point to make this team worse. He's making it better.
And when he says, I don't need to with Tua, that means he doesn't want to. Okay? Basically. I mean, he doesn't want to. If he says, I don't need to because I did it with other players, I don't need to.
You know what?
And I don't want to.
And people might sit here. Bradley Chubb is the guy that I'm sitting here thinking, like, why did you restructure? Well, take a pay cut, because that's unusual. Bradley Chubb took a pay cut.
Did he?
Yeah, he did. He took a major pay cut. And this is unusual. Guess why?
Maybe because he was
Y'all
injured.
want me to tell you why that guy took a pay cut? This is why I feel he took a pay cut. This is why I feel. This is what my brain is telling me. He was scared to leave this city. He wants to stay with a winner. When he's on this field, he knows he helps us become a better team and a winner. So he says, you know what? I'd rather take a pay cut than go to a bad organization and come here, prove these guys wrong. And when I prove them wrong, they're going to give me another deal, and I'm going to still be here in the best city in the world right now. That's what's going on. Bradley Chubb was scared to hit the market. He wants to be here in Miami, and Greer even mentioned that in this video. He said it. Yeah, some guys left, but they wanted to be here. That's another sign. Even if you want to be here, that's not good enough to keep you here. Your film ain't good enough. Everybody wants to be here. We are the Miami Dolphins. We're not the Carolina Panthers. We're not none of these other organizations that has been losing and going downhill every single season. At least we've had a bar. At least we're at a bar. The bar is wild card, playoff. And this is bad for everybody? I'd rather my team go to the playoffs every year and give me hope and a chance than my team go through a rebuild under a new regime and start losing and being in the top 5 selecting bad picks, because everybody thinks the new regime is just going to correct everything. Why not stick with the guy that's proven that he's doing things right, turning the corner?
Pete, that's if he's saying he's doing things right when he's been.
What's up, Anthony?
He's been in this franchise for 30 years. He was the head of the scouting department and the assistant GM. So he's been in charge of drafting players since even before he was the general manager.
You're not in charge. First of all, Anthony, when you're the head of the scouting, you're not in charge of drafting players.
He was the assistant general manager. He was the assistant general manager.
You're not in charge. You're not in charge.
Put it like this. He's been here since 2000. Put it like this. He's been here since 2000.
Go get coffee for the general manager in this business.
Put it like
go to
this.
Starbucks when I sit here and control everything.
He's been here since 2000. He's been here since 2000. Garfinkel's been here since 2013, and Brandon Shore's been here since 2010.
This is 2024, right? Or 2025?
Yeah.
That's 25 years he's been in the Dolphins organization.
Imagine how
No,
much
no.
football knowledge and team building knowledge he has gotten through all those years. And you know what? Imagine all. This is what you guys fail to realize. You know why I like that he has a stacked room, bringing in a bunch of coordinators like Frank Smith and having Bobby Slowick and having the other guy that I can't remember. We got so many of them. That brings a lot of resources to us.
Oh, you talking about
These
Prince?
guys know Prince and having an assistant general manager that comes from this team. This opens the door for conversations. This opens the door for connections and better
Let's just
resources and
say
players.
you. Let's just say you were right in the draft before. He never had control, and this year he has control. Let's just say that's going to be the
No, John.
no. Let's
Cap
just say
for
that's
life
going
will even tell you. No, we can't let's say because the reality is Chris Grier has had full control of the draft since 2016 for the Miami Dolphins.
Say that again,
well.
Pete.
Say that again.
Since 2016, Chris Grier has had full control of the draft, every player.
How did the draft
After
go?
2016, he even said it on this interview. One of his best draft picks as a Miami Dolphin was Xavier Howard, his first draft pick. That's what he said here. So there is no debating. All that Anthony brought up 25 years ago, it doesn't matter. He didn't have say. When he
No,
started having
well,
say was in
look. I have a little bit.
2016.
Look. I'll say, look, I have a little bit of pushback in that because the fact being that he was a scout for Ireland, he helped scout Dion Jordan, and he was a scout for Tannenbaum, and he scouted pretty much Jonathan Martin. So he
Uh-huh.
scouted all these guys.
Okay, and Cap, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm the general manager. You're Chris Grier, my scout. I'm telling you, go search for fat guys on the defensive tackle. I want them real thick and really big. Chris Grier has to go out and look for big, fat guys right now on the defensive tackle. That's his job. You see what I'm saying? It's not like he's gonna sit here and give his opinion. Hey, I like this quarterback more than Ryan Tannehill, or I like this quarterback more than this guy, Jay Fiedler, for example. But it doesn't mean that that's what he's tasked to do. He has a job as a scout to scout the players that the current regime ahead of him is telling him to scout. For example, Mike McDaniel, what does he want? He wants speed. He wants his offensive linemen to be fast. What is Chris Grier telling his telling his scout team? Go to Mike McDaniel. Let Mike McDaniel show you the scheme, what type of players that he's looking for. And these are the guys I need you to scout. Get me the best of this. And that's their job.
And
So if the
Pete,
regime
actually, I
up ahead
disagree
on
with you a
top
little
is
bit.
wrong, if the regime on top is wrong, then the scouts could be wrong too, but they'd have really no say like that
So
because they're just
is
handed
No,
a book
but
to go
Pete, this
scout.
is where I
more Mike
disagree with you.
McDaniel?
You
This
could
is where I
disagree,
disagree
but
with
I'm
you a little
interesting
bit.
to hear.
Let Anthony say his piece now. Let him
Yeah,
say his
no,
piece.
Pete, this is where I disagree with you because he has been having the ear of the owner of the team since he's been here. So he actually basically can go to the owner and tell him who he wants to draft. So if the owner so to me that whole that he didn't have power with other regimes means nothing when he basically has ear of the guy who over in general has the power of the franchise.
Well, he's been here before Ross was here. Remember, he was with Saban. Saban was with Huizinga.
Huizinga. Yeah.
Greer will be here because Ross
He has
likes
to have,
Greer.
honestly,
Greer
around. He must have
is a
dirty
good
pictures
guy.
of Ross or something. That's why he's been around here, been in this
No, it's
franchise.
none of that. Y'all stop
No, it's
creating
not
that. I
that.
saw
It's
Frank the
not that.
Tank or whatever his name is go out, blow up on Greer, say he hates him. Like, that's a bad Miami Dolphin fan right now. I'm sorry. What Greer has done this offseason proves he knows what he's doing. What he did prior seasons, which didn't come with success of a Super Bowl, which was going to be hard, but I don't think many GMs in this league get to playoffs consistently with a Tua at quarterback. I'm sorry. I just firmly believe that.
let me follow you up, Pete and Anthony. That's Pete. Pete, I'm not saying Pete is right, but Pete is onto something when he suggests that. Because, and listen, I'm not a Greer fan either per se, right? But you offered a reason why Greer might still be around, right? But you are making the case that he's done an awful job. So if he has done, you're doing the same thing FinFan did earlier. If he has done such an awful job, then how do you account for him still being there in the job? Now, you've offered a theory that he must know some dirt on Ross. That might be true. That is possible. But if that's possible, there's also other possibilities. And the other possibility may be that maybe that collective, that theory of the collective going around, is proven to have hamstrung Greer. Maybe he went to Ross at the end of the season and said, look, I wanted to do this, this, and this. I didn't want to pay Tua. I didn't want to do this, but you guys are the ones who made me do this.
KP.
Hey, KP, before you,
I love
that is a good point. You know what? You made me think of KP. That whole narrative that I'm about to kill that narrative right now that Chris Grier has some dirt on Stephen Ross. I'm about to smash that narrative, and I want everybody to listen and run with it because it has to. KP, you just brought something to my mind, dude. I can't believe it. Chris Grier, it doesn't matter what he has on Stephen Ross in reality. Brian Flores had all of that. Brian Flores had some of the worst allegations on Stephen Ross, from cheating, from scandals, from cheating, all the way down to tanking, proving that he'll get paid for money. And he turned around and says, I'm done with Brian Flores. So even if you have dirt, Stephen Ross still going to throw you out. He will.
And for me, that's what I'm constantly thinking about and trying to figure out. And I would admit, I don't know. And Anthony has offered, Anthony could be right. He might have some dirt. I know you disagree, Pete. But the point is, after what we've seen, the 5-year F-up of the rebuild, there's got to be some crazy-ass reason how both Greer and McDaniel preserved their job for another season.
You're not going to like this, KP. You're not going to like this, KP, but the reality is, I don't disagree. But the reality is, I think it's Chris Grier, the guy that's the dirt. I think he's the dirt. He has a lot of connections. This is why he was able to get things like done and the moves he made. This man is connected in this game. He really is. And now that he's changed,
his pops, yeah. His pops. Remember, he worked with Parcells. He worked with Saban. Like, he is connected.
Yeah. No, and I've said this multiple times. I like Greer, but he's more of a GM that knows his finances. He doesn't really know. He can't scout that well. If we had a competent ownership, they would have set up a what's it called? A football operations department where there's guys who deal with the cap, like a Chris Grier and stuff like that, who know how to deal with the cap, and guys who are purely GMs who know the game of football, who can watch tape and know what they're looking at. Because for some reason, Greer doesn't know what he's looking at when he's scouting certain players.
Wait.
The Deion Jordan pick is a perfect example.
I don't know about that.
Deion Jordan pick? Do you go back? This is one
that
of
was
the
Jeff
reasons
Ireland.
why, and this
he was head of scouting for Ireland.
Yeah, but Anthony, you be making things up. This is one of the reasons why Chris Grier in this interview even mentioned for his draft picks, he's looking for good character guys, ball players, things like that, based on experience. This man has a lot of experience with bad.
That's just why I'm thinking
Yeah,
Hill
but
may be
what
going.
has good character guys got us anywhere? Pete, this is where, like, this franchise has two extremes. Either we draft players with too many character issues, or guys who are too clean. And, like, I want somewhere in the middle. I don't want either or. I want some players that are in the middle where the guys who are too clean are going to be listening to the coaches and the GM way too much and let them walk over them. That's the issue. Like, these character guys, good character guys, Tua is a perfect example of this. He doesn't have a backbone to stand up to the coaches
No.
or
That's what I'm saying. He would never be a leader. Yeah, Tua's never a leader. Yeah.
Yeah.
And why are you even trying to bring up Tua right now in this
No.
conversation,
Well,
Anthony?
I'm using him
That's
as
a
an
bad
example.
argument.
No, Pete. What I'm saying is this franchise is to the extreme both ways. They either draft players that have way too many issues off the field, or guys who they know they can control and are not going to cause issues and stuff like that. There's never a middle ground with this franchise. That's why we've had this issue with drafting the right players. We don't know what we want. We're too bipolar.
Maybe he will draft players that will have character and have leadership in the locker
No,
room.
Anthony, you got to remember these guys had an agenda. 2020, Greer, under Greer's tenure, he's had an agenda. He came in, took over 2016. Ryan Tannehill got hurt, went to the playoffs that first year, got rid of Ryan Tannehill, paid to get rid of Ryan Tannehill, turned around, drafted Tua with the pressure of the fans, gave y'all what y'all wanted, found a way to make a bad quarterback get in conversations where we couldn't believe he could get. That's success from that standpoint. Because when you start looking around the league, a lot of quarterbacks after Tua have had bigger arms. A lot of quarterbacks after 2020 have been faster. They've had better throwing motions. They've had this and that. But a lot of quarterbacks have failed and got off of their team. Tua is still on the team. Do I like it? Absolutely not. But what it proves is, even with a bad quarterback, this regime has had more wins and success than others that have gotten quarterbacks just as high as we have. They couldn't build. They couldn't get a scheme figured out or a team to run camaraderie the way Chris Grier got his team to do. That's big. That's leadership. That's boss status.
I mean, the only thing I have to say is John brought it up. I think it's 25 years he's been here, and it's been 25 years since we won a playoff.
But you're bringing up something that Greer has had no control over.
He's in most part in charge of player personnel.
Please remove all items.
Yeah, but y'all keep forgetting, and I keep bringing it up. You know, Ross said it out of his own mouth that when it comes down to making certain decisions, Greer has to run it through other people before he. Let's put it this way: Greer may want to pick a certain player, okay? But he may have to run it through, let's say, the upper class to get approval or to be disapproved.
Okay, so
Let's not get it twisted, Boxing Bill. He said in the chat, Tua's still on team because offense scheme tailored to Tua and his weaknesses. While that is true, that still proves that Chris Grier did an amazing job. How come every other GM can't do what Chris Grier done and take a team to the playoffs with an injury-prone quarterback, work with your backups, get to the playoffs?
And
Chris
Pete,
Grier has
this is
done
where
that.
I disagree with you.
His job has been really hard, and Chris Grier has had one of the hardest NFL general manager jobs since 2020, since drafting Tua. And since 2020, how many times have we been in the playoffs after a complete rebuild?
So when was the last time?
Go ahead.
When was the last time we won a division? 2008. 2000. That was what? 2008.
Yeah. With Adam Gase.
With what was it? When Brady got hurt, right?
Yeah. We didn't win the division with Adam Gase.
I thought we won the division with Adam Gase when
we won the division. No, we won it with Chad Pennington.
The year we snuck into the playoffs that year, Anthony.
No, that's what I'm asking. Wasn't that the year that we had Gase before we?
That was 2016. That was the first year. 2016 was the first year Greer took over. He hired his first coach, first-time coach ever, Adam Gase. He goes to the playoffs with Philbin's team. He fired Philbin. The first coach Chris Grier fired was Philbin. Was that not a good move? Firing Philbin? Imagine keeping Philbin. That would have been bad. He hired Adam Gase, went to the playoffs 2016, and then Adam Gase, that Miami lifestyle took over. We got reports, offensive line coach snorting in the rooms. Imagine what was going on through those times.
And this is, we have too many scandals in this franchise. Like our PR department is not good at covering up this stuff. This is an honest question for all of you guys. Do you guys think if stuff like this was happening in a place like the Patriots with Belichick there, stuff like that would have gotten out? No, because the Patriots have a good press department where they can cover it up to where it doesn't leak. This franchise has a horrible press department.
No, they did a terrible job with the deflate gate, but I'll tell you that, I mean, to each his own.
They were able to keep it up. They were able to cover it up for that long until.
Hey, and the Bengals. Remember the Bengals? They got caught too.
Yeah, no.
It was the damage is done, my friend.
What team that was got caught? I think they were reading off a coach's
Oh, that was New England you're talking about?
players. That was New England that got caught doing that. It's
Oh
like
no,
they
it was
got
Cleveland. It was with Hugh Freeze, Hugh Jackson, in Cleveland.
Right, and he got caught. What like when they play their opponents, he's like they were reading the. Oh man, I'm trying to remember how that went.
Oh no, you're right. It was Bell. That was
Yeah, it was Belichick,
Spygate.
wasn't it?
Spygate.
Yeah, Spygate.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
That was
Spygate.
New England, wasn't it?
That was
Wasn't
New
that
England.
New England? I thought it was. I could be wrong. I've
I
never
think the
been
one you're
right.
talking about, I think the one a lot of people forget is Sean Payton's targeting.
Oh yeah, with
Bounty
the
Gate.
defensive
Bounty Gate.
coordinator.
Bounty
Oh
Gate and
yeah,
targeting.
yeah. Going after quarterbacks or certain players. That's right. I forgot about that one too.
Was that Greg Roman? Who was that defensive coordinator?
Greg Williams.
Greg Roman.
Yeah.
I
Didn't we
believe it
want to
was Greg
hire
Roman.
Greg Roman at some? Didn't Greer want to hire Roman as a D coordinator at some point?
No,
or
Greg Williams.
Greg Williams.
Oh,
It was
yeah,
Greg
Greg
Williams. Yeah, no, that's a guy that I think that's one of the guys that we interviewed before we got Gase to be our head coach.
Oh yeah, that's right.
But he backed
Another
off
thing that I want to talk about think about how mad we were, right? Because let me ask you guys a question real quick. When you draft a first round pick, how many years you give them to develop?
I say
4.
about 3 or 4 years.
3 to 4 years.
Yeah.
3 to 4 years.
I answered this question this way one time. You asked that question before, and I said, "How long does it take for Dan Marino to get to the Super Bowl?"
It took
How
us
long?
7 years.
One
No,
year.
it took him 1 year.
The first year.
The first year he went to the Super Bowl.
Here's why I
with a
asked
lousy
that, because
defense.
who was it in the chat? Edward Pechnick. I'm sorry for butchering your name, but Edward, you got to twist it, my guy. You got to think about some of the draft picks that we've had that haven't gotten that opportunity
Edward is
to develop.
1,000% right.
And he's wrong, dude. Because think about, look,
1,000% right.
Cam Smith, we drafted that guy in the second round 2 years ago. He's
Sucks.
going on his third. Now he had Vic Fangio the first year, put his confidence down.
Who left
Now
him?
he has Anthony Weaver last year where he started, and
Who
next
wanted
thing you
to
know,
leave
he
him.
got hurt. Coming back this year in his third season, same defense, second year in, I expect a really big jump from Cam Smith, and I can't be the only one.
You
The
are.
guy's film is really good.
It's not.
No, Pete. I defended a Cam Smith pick at the time, but now I'm starting to feel that it was the wrong. there was better
Word
corners.
about Cam Smith is he's not serious about football. That's
That
bad.
Cam Smith pick was a bust.
And that's Greer.
So Patrick
Are
Paul
we
is
gonna
another second
forget
rounder that
Tindo?
we used
Are we
last
gonna
year.
forget Tindo? Are we gonna
Channing, I'm
forget
about to say this.
Igbenogany? Are we gonna forget those guys too, that are Greer's guys?
Well,
Two
knowing
things.
monogamy, he seemed to do good at the
Yeah,
Washington.
yeah.
He
But
was at what? He went
but
to Dallas,
I
then he
thought
went to
he
Washington.
went to Dallas. Yeah.
but
I
Channing,
hope
but Channing,
I hope he did right. But the fact is that you drafted a guy high. I believe he was a first rounder, second rounder, wasn't he? And he wasn't ready.
Monogamy was at 32. We drafted him at 32.
And he
yeah,
wasn't
first
he
round.
wasn't ready. So either way, his pick for this team didn't work. We got a quarterback who's injury prone, can't stay healthy. Okay.
Yeah.
What how many more picks do you want? There's 3 players that didn't even see the field with us, but you want to say that this Greer, and I was a Greer guy, remember, Greer and Tua guy, but we got to be real. Just like the buddy said, now 6 years in, and now is when you want him. Now is when you're saying he's finally gonna get it. I mean, if I get a job and I suck for 6 months, I'm fired. At least
Facts.
6 years.
Yeah, you know what the thing is with him is Ross treats him like a son.
He
You
loves
talking
him.
about?
I'm
I
gonna
know
be
Ross.
honest with y'all. I'm
Ross
gonna be
loves
honest
him,
with
yes.
y'all. I
If
think Chris
Mark,
Grier.
you talking about
I think
Tua?
Chris Grier had a conversation with Cam Smith. Told him straight up, "Hey, based on how you covered last year, I trust you moving forward. I just need you to stay healthy. You are our starting cornerback.
Well, they
Stay
have no
healthy."
choice now that Ramsey's leaving. I mean, he better see
No,
the
they
field
do.
if he doesn't.
They do have a choice. Second wave of free agency.
Greer,
They
what
could
else
bring
you
back
want, bro?
Kendall Fuller.
The
They could
fact,
do
hey,
things.
Who we got?
hey, the fact that Greer said he had to, what was it he said? We're not going to hold his hand no more is pretty much saying that they've been baby coddling this guy, bro.
That's right. That's exactly right. And where did you pick him at?
He was
That's
the
letting
middle
him
of
know.
the second round.
I mean,
Cap,
that's not a
that's
6th,
basically
7th, or
letting him know
that's not a 6th
we're
or 7th
going.
round when you say he could be here or he might not be here. For
That's
anything from
basically
round
telling
4
Cam
down,
Smith
they have to make the team.
to stay
They
healthy, Cap.
don't
Because
have to make the
actually,
team.
if you ask me, Cam Smith is reminding me too much of Channing Tindall.
Where's Channing Tindall? There we go. That's another one I just mentioned. Where are they at? These are
But
high draft picks, bro,
Channing Tindall's
that we
only
missed
special
on.
teams. He's special teams only.
I mean, and what do we pick him at? First, second round, too?
I think he was
Tyndall was
second
a
round.
4th round pick.
Come on, man. So what are we talking about when we're talking about Greer? Until when?
He ain't never gonna get. If
And Pete wants to come up here
if he didn't
and
get
he
it by
wants
now,
to
he
fool
ain't
you
never gonna
guys
get it.
into thinking that he sees a new guy. It's the same
No,
old Greer, man.
Right. But see, here's the thing
You're
with
out your
Channing.
mind.
You're right. Because with Channing Tindall, they're saying that he cannot mentally make the adjustment to the NFL, and I'm starting to think that same way with Cam Smith as well, but I could be wrong.
But that's part
That's
of it,
what I'm
though,
starting to
Mr.
see.
Park, right? Mr. Park, that's part of your assessment when you're drafting, right? Is he mentally ready? Is he physically ready? Can he translate to the next level? All of these things, whether it's mental or physical, if you spend a high draft pick on someone and he doesn't work out, that's called a bust. How many busts does Chris Grier have to have before we say, "Hey, man, this guy hasn't done he hasn't done a good
truth is,
job"?
I have a question for you. Not every player there's a few
That's why.
players. There's a few players that take a while to develop. Like
I
Christian
agree.
Wilson.
Yeah, because
Christian Wilson.
I think there's late bloomers in the NFL and stuff like that. And to be honest,
There is.
And I think Cam Smith might be one of these guys that maybe he needs like 4 or 5 years. Like he needs to be deep into his career where maybe that's when he gets it. Like the light switch turns on.
And I hope and I hear you, and I hope for their sake you're correct. The problem is that most of the time when these players develop late in their career, they're not on the team that originally drafted them. Therefore, it's a wasted pick. What does it matter to me if he's great right? What does it matter to me if Igbenogany is great in Washington? What was he here?
I love when I catch y'all like this because I just finished asking y'all how long it takes a first-round draft pick to develop, and all of y'all said 3 to 4. But y'all gonna put the same exact pressure on the second rounder when it should take them 4 or a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Man,
I
listen.
said
No,
maybe
second round
Listen.
picks are not always
Matter of fact,
starters.
I want to
Truth
know
and
First
exactly
and
Greer.
second
what
round
games
pick,
did Cam
they're
Smith
supposed
start.
to show you something, at least something on the field. Tyndall, Igbenogany, and Cam Smith haven't seen
in
the
the
goddamn
third year
field. What are you
anyway.
talking about?
If
And truth
if they
is, to
can't
me,
improve
I blame
in the
like
third year, then there's
the
something
corner
might not
position
be
needs
right.
playing time, and I think the lack of play. Because remember, when we
Did
drafted
X
Noah,
take 3 years? Did X take 3 or 4 years?
no. X is a special case. X is, I think, to me, X is a
Look,
special case, to be honest. And you can't really compare the other.
Shannon Till 25 years old.
Yeah, he was a
That guy's still young.
when we drafted him, he was like 25.
And you want me to? And you want? No. You want me to bust the bubble as well? X is a special
You
case.
ain't
You want to
busting
know
no
why?
bubbles, bro. You never have. You never
Let
will.
me tell you something, True Fin fan. X should be
None.
considered
You don't
a
even know
first
how.
round
You don't
draft
even
pick.
know how to do a bubble.
X should literally be considered a first round draft pick because in that 2016 draft, the number 32 pick was taken off because of the Saints. They got removed and they lost that first round pick for doing that Sean Payton targeting or whatever he did when they lost that
was
first round pick.
that was their
So
Greg Williams, the defensive coordinator.
Yeah. So technically, he was a first round draft
Bounty
pick,
Gate.
but
It was
he
called
was the
Bounty
30th.
Gate.
Yeah. So he was the 33rd pick. There was no 32nd pick that draft year.
Yeah, he was
So
projected
he's
to
really
be
a
a first
first.
round pick that year.
Yeah.
Okay, but that proves my point. When you pick in the first 2 rounds, these are guys that you're counting on to be starters. They might not look at Chop Robinson. Was he all world? Was he all
No,
great?
that's
No,
not
but
true.
he
That's not
showed you
true.
something. You
In the
crazy,
first
bro.
round,
You
he's a
crazy, bro. You're
starter.
gonna tell me
In the second
you're gonna
round,
pick a first or
I'm trying
second
to
rounder
tell
to
you,
come
I'm
play in
trying to
5
tell
years.
you how these guys look at it. Mr. True Fin fan is first round,
And I
you're a
appreciate the
starter.
mister.
They need you. Second round, you're a contributor. And you could be a heavy contributor. And third round, that's when you start getting developmental guys that have potential of becoming contributors and
Your
then
first 2
looked up
rounds
as
are
a
players
starter.
that you're counting with to be in your franchise for some years to come. Okay, these are guys. That's why. That's
Obvious.
why that
Every
so high.
rookie contract pretty much comes with a 4 years. Come
That's
on
why
now,
when you
True Fin
trade,
fan.
that's why when you trade for players and you hear 1 first rounder and 2 second rounders, you're like, damn, we got something. That's why they're so important when you hear trades. Big time players, you trade them for draft picks. You ain't gonna trade them for a third or fourth or fifth. You might trade them for a first, 2 seconds, and a third or a fifth.
Yeah,
But the ones they're looking for are the first and second rounders.
Eichenberg was a second, no?
I'll bring up Jalen Ramsey.
Channing
He
Tiller
barely
was a
got a
third
fourth
round
round
pick.
pick.
I'm going to be dropping out, okay, guys?
Okay.
All right, John.
All right, John. You have a good rest
Bye,
of
John.
your day.
But this is where I disagree with you. Jalen Ramsey was an
Take it
elite
easy,
talent.
John.
Jalen was an elite talent. He only got a fourth round pick. Was that because of his character issues, or the
Because he
contract that he signed?
was an elite
No, what it is
He
a team is a team wanted to get out of that contract, and if that was the most valuable pick, number one, that's a consideration, and number two, if a team wants to do a player a solid, they'll take a lesser compensation to put him where he wants to be out of gratitude. We've seen this plenty of times before. It's not always where they're going to say, because if it was that way, then all the good players that were good for a team for many years, they would all go to the Carolinas of the world and they will all go to shit places. You wouldn't see them go to contenders. Why? Because the team that's letting them go,
So Jacksonville did it out of respect for
is saying,
Jalen.
hey, listen, we're going to take less for you, but we're going to move you where you want to go. Because we've all seen that, where a player says, these are the teams I want to play for, take me to one of these. And the team doesn't have to do that, but they do it out of consideration for him.
So Jacksonville did it out of respect that they took.
Partially as gratitude, yeah, right. Partially out of gratitude for him and the fact that he wanted to come to Miami. So they made the deal happen, and Miami was happy to take him.
No, we didn't get him from Jacksonville. He went to L.A. first.
Or the Rams. I'm sorry, you're right. Where he won a Super Bowl there. You're right.
Yeah.
So they remember there was and now that refreshes my mind even more. Remember, the Rams went all in, and they got their Super Bowl, and then they had to take everything apart. And Jalen Ramsey was a casualty of it. So they asked him, where do you want to go? And he said, Miami. So he said, okay, let me see if we can make it work to Miami. Maybe there was another 2 teams. But when Miami said, we'll give you a 4th rounder. Okay.
Oh, there was Atlanta. It was Atlanta, Miami, and I think Detroit before they
got good.
Detroit.
Hey, let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Who won the
Hey,
division? The
I
Rams? The Rams or the who won the division? The Rams or the
It was the 49ers.
the
The
Seattle?
Rams were a wild card team, I think, that year.
No, I'm
okay.
talking
I
about
concur.
this season. The Seattle or the
Listen,
Rams won the division?
I believe it was Seattle, no? Or am I wrong?
I
No,
don't
it
know.
was both teams. It was a tie at the end of the year. Both of them were wild card teams.
No, but in the division there has to be a winner. Who won that division?
Somebody won the division.
It was San Francisco, I think, wasn't it?
No, to San Francisco. San Francisco didn't make the playoffs this year.
Oh no. It was Los Angeles that won it.
So right. So that's what I couldn't remember. It was either Los Angeles or
So the Rams took a rebuild, won a Super Bowl, gutted their team, and won a division in less than 4 years.
right, because they got better management than we do. They got Matthew Stafford, who's a Hall of Famer, and they got McVay, who is an incredible mind, unlike McDaniel.
Mind you, Cap. The Rams. I don't know
Just
the
a better
exact
organization
number,
from
but
top
I
to bottom.
believe like
That's
the
what it
Rams
is.
haven't had a
Exactly.
first round
Management,
draft pick.
organization. You
And
just
Just
said
a better
it.
run organization, right, Mr.
And
Paul?
this is with a
It's just
team that
from top
hasn't
to
had a
bottom. You
first round
could
draft
say
pick.
where
And
they're
you know
better
how
than
many
us.
years? You know how many years the Rams haven't had a first round draft pick? Name the
5
last
years.
time the Rams had a first round draft pick.
They
The
got
last
McVay.
time they had a
They got
first round draft
McVay,
pick
and they got Matthew Stafford. I mean, and they had Cooper Cup. Now they
until
have
this
that
year.
other
The last
star
time they had it
receiver.
was 2019.
Yeah, they built. They even in their rebuild, they're better than us. That's just a better franchise.
They did a
better ran
rebuild, Cap,
franchise.
and that's without having first round draft picks, dude.
That shows you how good they were. That
And they
shows
know
you how
how
good their
to
front
honestly.
office is.
They know how to scout. This is what I can give Greer credit
Unlike
for.
Greer.
Greer knows how to scout undrafted talent. He doesn't know how to scout the draft, to be honest.
These guys, right? And Los Angeles could do both.
How does he not know how to scout? First of all of y'all were just mad we lost Andrew Van Ginkel. That was a hit. All of y'all were mad we lost.
He was
Kristen
a fifth round,
Wilkins.
like
That
barely a
was our
fifth
hit.
round pick, dude.
Right.
I saw
That was
it.
a surprise.
I couldn't believe my
Van
eyes.
Ginkel was a hit.
I couldn't believe
Van
my
Ginkel
eyes.
was
But
a hit.
earlier in the chat, someone mentioned that they want Xavier Howard back.
That's crazy.
That's a hit. You see what I'm saying? Like the man has hit. The man
No, he has
gotten
hit.
Tyreek
He
Hill.
has
That's
hit.
a hit.
He has
Jalen Waddle is a hit.
He has more
He has a lot of
failures
hits.
than hits, though. Pete.
I don't know
You
if he
have
has
to-
more. I don't know if he has more failures than hits. But what I
He
can tell
doesn't
you
have
is,
more
if
failures
it's
than
right
hits.
around the same for both, that's not good.
Chris Grier has hit. He's
You
built
have to have a
team
success. In order for you to be a successful GM, it has to be 70-30 in terms of.
You're not even gonna believe me, Anthony.
Even
but
on
he hit with Tua.
Anthony, even
If
on
you want to
special
go
teams,
based
you have
on
to
wins
hit.
and losses,
It's not just the starters;
everything
it's
he
the
did with Tua,
backups,
he hit with.
and it's the
He hit with
special
Tua.
teams.
He hit with Tua, Anthony, and you don't
No,
want
I'm talking about
you're not gonna agree.
no. Tua to me is still
A miss?
to me, Tua is
Tua's up in
He's a
the air,
bust?
bro.
He's a bust to you, Anthony?
He's closer to
he's
bust
not a
than hit.
bust. To me, he's not. I'm still out on him. I don't think he's a success story.
He's not
just yet.
available. He's just not available. How is that a hit?
That's not a hit.
Facts, Skunk
How
Gate.
is it
Shout
a
out to
hit?
Skunk Gate.
Tua's not
You
a
can't
hit.
blame Chris Grier for not paying Wilkins $120
Four
million.
out of his first 5
and
seasons,
$100
he's missed
million
games due to
to Robert
concussions
Hunt.
and injuries.
Man
That's
has
not a
hit.
hit. That's an
The man got players getting
That's a
paid
hit on
leaving
an
out of
injury-prone player. That's what that hit is. We can't count on the guy, Pete. We just can't count on him.
Tua's not a
about
hit.
counting on. It's not. No, it is a hit. If you go based on wins and losses, Marcus Banks.
No,
If the
he's
only
not.
thing
Not
that
a
really
hit.
matters is wins and losses,
You can't
he
go
has
by
a
that.
better win and loss record.
Show me the win and loss record without Tua. Show me the win and loss record without Tua, and that's directly because he hasn't been on the field.
So I have another question.
Shush you.
No, listen, I have another question. So the Rams are in the playoffs, and did they end up winning a playoff win this season? In the playoffs?
Last
Mr.
year
Finster,
they
what
won the
in my
wild card
voice
round.
tells me that I'm
Who
a
did they knock
tweener.
out
I
last
was
year?
a Justin
No, they had
Herbert
a- they
fan
had a
from
home
the
game.
beginning.
They had that home game they won, then they went to Philly and lost. They almost beat Philly.
Didn't they have a lead on Philly?
Yeah.
Or
Yep.
my,
And on that final drive, they were going down to take the score.
but then again,
And
we
I
got to
agree with you.
remember. We have to remember one important thing, and it is reality. Matthew Stafford is a Hall of Fame quarterback. He is a
He's a
stud.
field general, bro.
He is a stud. The man is insane. Okay, and when you have a guy like McVay, who, bro, he's just really good at his job, and you have a front office that could surround you with talent during a rebuild strictly through the draft. You're like,
Tell it.
okay,
Tell it, true fans. Tell it.
you know what I'm saying?
So
The
let me
point
ask you
is,
guys.
hold
Go
on,
ahead.
Pete. Let me just finish this, and I'll listen. The point is, the good management, okay, we knows that they got a window. But when they draft right and they got the right players, even when the window closes, they have seasons like this, like what you saw the Rams season that nobody saw coming. But damn, what did they do? Right? Because everything falls in place. They draft right. They got the good young players. They got the good a good veteran and Hall of Famer as a quarterback. All right, and the division is not as tough as others.
And they
Listen,
got rid of Cooper
look,
Cup
this is not me.
And they
and
got
not
rid of
This is
Mr.
Cooper Cup.
B.
facts.
And who's
Truth
the
and
new guy?
fan. Truth and fan.
Who's that new guy
Puka
that they got?
Nacua.
Watch
Check
this.
this out. The Rams had the youngest
So they
defensive
replaced
line
Cooper Cup
last year.
with a. Think about that.
Yo, and Puka Nacua was a late round draft pick, and they also
But they
worked with
found
the
him.
youngest defensive line in the NFL last year.
Hey, Aaron
Right.
Donald retires, and then they get Shula as a defensive coordinator, bro, as a coach. They got
It's
a
like
Shula,
it's
bro.
like it's like if they're on a right now they're on a little roll of making the right moves no matter what the circumstances are around them. It's crazy.
But you talked to McVay. You know what McVay said? He said, "Oh, this was a down year."
Right, a down year for us Dolphin fans. That's a great year. We're like
Man, they
in
got
La
lucky
La
the
Land. Oh, Super
49ers.
Bowl.
They got lucky the 49ers took a dump. And the Cardinals, because the Cardinals were coming up too.
49ers are in full rebuild right now. 49ers are they're
Yeah.
in full rebuild. And I wouldn't be surprised. Listen to this. You guys are gonna be shocked. I wouldn't be surprised if they end up trading their quarterback. Because they know that is the perfect system quarterback, but that's not the quarterback that's going to do what Stafford did with the Rams this year, or that quarterback that could say, "I got this. We suck, but I'm going to put some points up." A Burrow, we suck, but we're going to put points up even though our defense is losing us games 35-38. That guy, what's his name, bro? Purdy,
Brock Purdy?
Brock Purdy to me is what you call when you say the definition of a system quarterback. That is what he is, the perfect system quarterback.
He's
But
2
there's nothing
percentage
wrong.
points.
But there's nothing wrong with it being a system quarterback if you
Absolutely
can work
right.
that
Yeah, I
system
agree.
at a high rate.
I agree.
I've
1,000%.
told people this before.
Pennington was a game manager. Pennington was a
Coaches
game
don't go to
manager, and we
work.
won the division.
A great game
with
Truth
manager.
and fan.
Marino.
Coaches don't go to work every day, draw up plays, and draw up a play where it says, okay, the defensive end is going to beat this right tackle. So Josh Allen, on this play, you're going to break this tackle. I need you to spin twice and then find Stephon Diggs 60 yards downfield. Coaches make plays off for a system in a time. This is what they want. Coach's favorite thing is players that will work their system at a high rate. There's nothing wrong with that.
No,
What's
there isn't.
wrong
I
is-
agree. I agree.
What's wrong is when the coach's system is not like interchangeable. When you can't change it up
Right.
based on
Right.
a strength of
Yes.
other
Right.
NFL
Well
teams,
said.
okay?
That I agree with
You know?
1,000%.
Right now,
1,000%
every
right.
team is built different. That's why sometimes you might lose to a crappy team, but that team was built against the strength of yours. You might have a really great passing offense and your run game struggles. That team you're playing that week has the best secondary and they struggle on stopping the run.
Right.
So what do
Right.
coaches do? Coaches change. Oh, I'm going to run the ball. Knowing you got a bad run offense, you try to run against a bad run defense that's not working. And now when you pass, you can't pass. So
And
you're
to
just
add on
struggling.
top
It's
of
a
that,
bad game.
and I agree with you 1,000%. And to add on top of that, the phrase system quarterback, the reason why people use that so much for certain players is because once the players that were brought in for the system to help that quarterback out, once you start losing them to free agency, that quarterback isn't as effective. Like most aren't, but they actually become borderline average. That's what a system quarterback is. A great quarterback, he could have a shitty team, but hey man, that's Marino over there, or hey man, that's Brady over there. He has no offensive line. Their defense sucks, but it's still that guy. The system quarterbacks, the other team isn't worried about that guy. They're worried about the whole team as a whole. They're worried about the system as a whole. They're worried about several guys. And that system quarterback
1000%.
is good at finding those guys in his system because he knows it. Once you take that away from him, and he has to play, extending plays and making shit as it goes, that's not his strength. And that's the difference between the greats, the goods, and the system quarterbacks.
And you know what you just and that's the difference, honestly, true Fin fan, because I've been digging in more than Shadur Sanders. I think Shadur Sanders is gonna be a Hall of Fame quarterback, dude.
I think
really do.
I'm with you.
I think
on the Sanders
he's a
talent.
best quarterback in
I don't know
this
Hall of
draft,
Fame.
and it's a no-brainer, dude.
But
It's
I
not
agree.
even close.
I agree. I know Lewis and me and I know Lewis disagrees. He sees him as a Tua 2.0, and that's fine. Lewis has his opinions. I have mine. But to compare, number one, he has the best stats under pressure in college football. That hasn't been talked about.
Bro, that man has a brain for
He's
football.
been-
His head is a football. He has IQ, dude. I believe he was the most sacked quarterback. So much football knowledge in that
He was
head.
gonna
That
run a
man
lot.
is good, bro.
That is right. That is right.
So
Sometimes
when
we
you
forget about that.
compare, the team that Shador, I'd like to see if we were to flip teams on them and say Shador in Miami and Ward in Colorado, if we'd be talking about Ward the same way that we're talking about Sanders. And I bet you we wouldn't.
Yeah.
So let me ask you
that.
this. Let me ask you guys this. Let's say we trade the number 13, but we get back in the first round, like around the 20s. And let's say Shadur doesn't go number 2 and ends up being another quarterback, second overall quarterback in the draft. But
Like an
Shador's
Aaron
still on
Rodgers
the
type of
board.
thing where he slides.
Yeah, exactly. Let's say Dart's the second one, and Dart ends up in New Orleans instead. And he slides more into the 20s, and we end up getting a draft pick or 2 after trading our pick. We're in that 20 spot, and Shadur's there. Do you take him?
Absolutely, without a doubt. But that's me. I'm an idiot in traffic.
Okay, so if you had a chance between Shadur and Grant from Michigan,
Shador.
Grant is not going to help you win as many games as Shadur can help you win.
I paid for that college. Well, my wife does it for me, but I paid for that whole college ticket thing where you could watch all the games, and I did it specifically to watch this kid
Colorado
play.
ones.
Yeah, and I was able to watch him play almost every game. If I didn't have a baseball game with my son, or if I didn't have a boxing match with my son, I would watch him. And what I saw, I don't know if you guys agree or not. If any of you saw him, maybe Pete, you could chime in. But what I saw from a guy is he might not be Michael Vick, Lamar Jackson running the ball, but the way that he was able to extend the plays with just footwork and pocket presence is something that Cam Ward didn't have to do in Miami. He never had to do that in Miami. Cam Ward, we saw him 6, 7, 8 seconds just standing back there. And still, when he would scramble sometimes, he'd throw the ball across his body, and we saw those get intercepted. So when
this is no diss at Cam Ward, because I love Cam Ward. I hear what you're saying. I agree to most of it right now. But
what I saw,
one thing,
go ahead, I'm sorry. What I saw Shador Sanders do behind what everybody has talked about, not just us, national media, is a horrible offensive line. A guy who was sacked more than anybody else in college football and had the highest completion percentage in college football under pressure. If that doesn't translate to football in the NFL, tell me what does.
And
that's what
I agree with most of that. And this is what I saw. And I'm glad that he was able to say this out of his own mouth after I said what I said on one of my live streams. So I can't recall which one. It wasn't too long ago because it's obviously this offseason, so a month or 2 months ago. And then he reiterated the same words I said about him when I was breaking Shadur's sound. They knocked his arm strength, which is false narrative.
Which is stupid. It's just wrong.
He has a strong arm. It ain't the strongest.
It ain't the strongest, but it's NFL. When it's better than Tua's.
It's better than Tua's. Stronger than Tua's. It's way better than Tua's. He's not fast like you said, but he isn't slow either. He can be able to maneuver. What you see, this is what's special about He is Drew Brees. He's the closest thing of almost becoming Drew Brees, but more mobile, like an Aaron Brooks used to be for the Saints. You get
Oh
it?
yeah, I remember him. Yep,
So
I
this
remember him.
man has a Drew Brees mentality with escapability. He really does, because you see it. And what I mean, and with a stronger arm than Drew Brees. One of the first things I notice is his awareness of where the pressure is going to come every time.
Yeah.
So it's not like he gets faked out, or it's like he gets like he doesn't get like faked out. How can I word it better? He doesn't get
What are you trying
like
to say? Let me see if I find the word. Like, what do you?
like
What do you?
when they blitz him and pressure him, he
He
doesn't like
doesn't get rattled.
He doesn't get rattled.
he doesn't get rattled because
That's a
it's
great
almost like
word.
he knows it's coming. He knows it's
Right.
coming. He expects it. He sees it coming. These are the things I'm pointing out. Like he sees defenses coming to blitz him. He picks it up quick.
And they're gonna
You see what I'm
and he
saying?
knows they're gonna
And
crush him, and he's still there with his vision. Right.
he's tough enough to understand that
He
it's
is,
good
bro.
to hold on to the ball, right? And throw the ball like that. But what's the best thing I want to say right now that actually shocked me that he said out of his own mouth? There it is. I got it. When I was evaluating him and watching him pass the balls, I noticed I'm like, damn, this guy had the ball. He could have another quarterback would have gunned this throw, but he put it up a little bit of air and had his receiver catch it on the go. I've already seen him make this gun, but here he put air in it and had his receiver catch it and run
Go
underneath
get
it.
it.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
this is a quarterback that's proven early that shows the understanding of different type of throws. It's not all about
Absolutely.
it's
That's right.
exactly the
That's right.
quarterback is not all. You look at what they complained about Cam Ward. I heard what's this guy's name? Kurt Warner. Oh, Kurt Warner said, "Oh, Cam Ward has it all, but in the NFL you got to be consistent with your feet because when you're not consistent with your feet, he started showing Cam Ward's inaccurate throws, right? How his feet are pointing this way, but he's trusting his arm too much, and this is the reason why his balls are inaccurate. Shadur Sanders is very intelligent because Cam Ward in those situations, what does he do? He guns it. He guns it. Shadur Sanders with bad footwork, what does he do? He throws a little touch pass where the receiver is going to have a chance to go and get it.
He's
And,
quarterback. And another thing,
yes.
that is something that I don't think is talked about enough. We're talking about Shadur Sanders, who is what, maybe 21, 22 years old. I don't know, roughly. He's a kid, right? A young kid. We don't put into. Has anybody ever thought that this kid has been taught by a father who knows whose job was to look at what quarterbacks do and taught him what not to do all his life since he was a little kid, has had that grooming of whether you like Deion or
What?
not. I love Deion Sanders, but Deion Sanders, the ultimate quarterback in the NFL history, knew what quarterbacks were doing. And you don't think he told his son since he was 6 years old, don't do this, son. Practice on this, son. Don't look for this when you
I
see
got one
this.
even better for you.
Yeah.
This guy
It's
trains
different.
with Tom Brady.
Oh, go to Pete. You stole that. I was getting ready to
And
say that
Tom
myself.
Brady.
I'm
So come
sorry
on.
I took that because I
No,
would have loved to hear it
He,
out of your voice before I
he,
said it.
good
I want
grief.
to,
That's
tell you
okay.
something right now. I just saw on TV that they were talking about quarterbacks, and they were talking about New Orleans, and they said New Orleans right now is not looking at quarterback. They've got the quarterback right now. They said because it's year one on their quarterback.
The
Which is the
That they
quarterback they
have.
quarterback?
have right now is Derek Carr, who's injured, who's looked to see that he's
No,
going to miss
no,
the season.
no. It's a
And the
different
one that they
quarterback they said.
drafted, they drafted Spencer Rattler last year. I forgot what round, third, fourth, or
Well,
fifth.
Spencer Rattler from Arkansas?
Yeah.
well, I don't know. They mentioned a different
Spencer
name.
Rattler. That dude's actually, when I started watching him, Spencer Rattler, I like him better than Tua. That's why I
One of
laugh
the
right
things
now.
one of the things that we have to realize also is we've all been watching football for a long time. Every single person here has been watching football for a long time. We've all seen the supposed next great thing, be a bust and not work out, and that's fine. Maybe 5 years from now, we'll be talking
Guys with
about
strong
Shador.
arms, right? True, Fin Fan?
Which one?
A lot of them. Oh, Anthony Richardson.
Right.
Look at that. He's a creature. That guy was Godzilla out of the ocean. How was he going to fail? Look how bad he is. He can't even complete a pass in the NFL.
Exactly. But if we're just talking about the player in the draft, all right? Because like I said, we could be talking about Ward and Sanders in 5 years, and we could be like, bro, you remember how stupid we were talking? And look at them now; they're not even playing. But if I'm going for just the talent of what they did in college, what they were surrounded by in college, what they had to deal with in college, I don't understand how there are people who put Cam Ward ahead of Shador Sanders, and for that matter, even the kid in Mississippi, and what is it? Dart.
Jason Dart.
Jackson Dart had to play against big time teams, bro. Who did Cam Ward beat? Who did we beat to say that this guy's a number one player? Like, it's insanity. How, like, what adversity did Cam Ward face this year that he overcame?
Yeah. But no. Let me tell you, Cam Ward is a dog, dude. I'm with you. I like Shador Sanders. I think Shador Sanders is going to be a Hall of Fame quarterback. I know what I'm telling you guys. He has that factor. He has that it factor. Cam Ward is close to it, but I don't think he's going to have that Hall of Fame.
So you would take Shador also over Cam Ward, basically, right?
Well, I think Cam Ward won't be there, but
you see, that's the thing. You see.
It's according to the system. It really is according to the system.
To me, right now,
because Cam Ward and Shador are different quarterbacks. I mean, they both dual threat quarterbacks that can run and throw the ball, but it's really according to the scheme of your team. Does that player fit your scheme?
Now, Shador fits our scheme better than Cam Ward would. Okay. Shador will fit our scheme better than Cam Ward.
His accuracy and timing do absolutely fit better for the scheme of Mike McDaniel and this offense. Yes, I agree with that 1,000%.
And Ross would love him because of the name and what Pete was mentioning about his better mobility and all that. Okay, so Shador would be a lock if he fell to 13. We would take
he's
him
a lock in a heartbeat, or we're gonna be heartbroken because the team is gonna trade to us. Because we're a team with so many holes, we might have the Pittsburgh Steelers call and say, "We'll give you this year's first. Here's our second and our third. Go ahead, build the offensive line," or you know what I'm saying? Like that's why I'm so scared, because I got a really big feeling, and I hope I'm live, like y'all requested me to be live, because if I am live, I'm gonna have to cry on camera. If we
said you were going live, you gotta go live.
I'm gonna definitely do everything I can.
I'll be there with you. Put it that way. I'll be there with you.
I appreciate that, but I'm telling y'all right now, don't be afraid to show y'all face and cry on camera, because I am.
I will.
If we pass, I'm gonna show the organization how hurt this fan is. They're gonna have to see that.
I'll do it with you, dog. Don't worry about it. I won't leave you alone, bro.
That's worth dropping tears.
Let's cry together, man. This ain't shit.
Y'all sure.
Shador Sanders at 13 and we pass on that guy. You know how this is gonna go down as? This is gonna go down as we passed up on Herbert. This is gonna go down as we passed up on Aaron Rodgers for Ronnie Brown. We passed up.
Hill's going to be knocking on the door saying,
"This is gonna go down as we passed on Lamar Jackson."
1,000%. That's exactly right. It's and what is it saying, Pete? Same old Dolphins. There they go again. Passed up on Drew Brees. Passed up on what's the guy that Atlanta had for years, bro? What was his name?
Matt Ryan.
Passed up on Matt Ryan for the
left. Y'all want an offensive lineman? Go ahead.
Remember?
We're gonna relive that whole to Matt Ryan.
No, but what was the name that? Because we did get a badass tackle, but he just got hurt early.
We got Jake Long.
There you go.
Yeah, Jake Long.
Never made it to the playoffs with that guy. That guy had a long
What's up, y'all? What's up, y'all?
What
Hey,
up,
yo,
Lake?
true fans, bro. Who did Shador play? And wait a minute now, right? Okay, look. Now what else? Shador had the number one wide receiver in the class, right?
Snorty should
And,
bring his
And
boyfriend
Travis
and both of them cry
and
online.
Travis
Did he?
Hunter,
My
right?
bad, Lake,
No,
And
no,
for
I'm listening. I'm
interrupting.
listening. I'm listening. I'm listening.
what
I'm
kind
listening.
of wide receiver core? What? Okay. Look, what kind of wide receiver core did Cam have? He didn't have nobody. He didn't have the number
He
one wide
had
receiver.
Restrepo. He had a
Ripple.
couple
Yeah,
of
He
but
had
good
guess
wide
what?
receivers.
Yeah, that's
Arroyo.
fine and all. But
Hold
guess
on, hold
what?
on, hold on. He's asking me
Restrepo.
a question. He's asking me a question. I want him to finish so I can answer.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
go
guess
ahead.
what?
Go ahead.
Let's have a nice little
Wasn't
dialogue here.
Restrepo was not the number one wide receiver. Restrepo
No, he
wasn't a
was not.
five-star
No,
wide receiver. Come
but
on now, we have to give that man some credit. Now
Restrepo was
y'all out here
Restrepo.
bashing
Hey,
Cam.
Restrepo.
okay. Let me ask you a question. Do you? How
Was
many great wide receivers has Miami Hurricanes had in their history?
let me wait a minute before I say
They
that.
never had a receiver go for 1,000 yards
No,
two
no. Hold on,
seasons in a
Pete.
row
Hold on, Pete. I'm
until
gonna answer him
Restrepo
right
did
quick.
it under Cam Ward.
Restrepo. For all that you don't like Restrepo or he ain't shit, Restrepo just happened to break the all-time yards record for the Miami
Yes,
I
Hurricanes
he
in
understand.
did.
history.
Hey, listen,
Okay,
I'm
true
not gonna
fans.
lie to you,
and he
man. I
had
Cam
had
Ward,
Restrepo over Jalen
I
Waddle.
like
time out,
Ripple.
time out, time out. Let me finish now. Cam Ward happened to have an offensive line that was ions better than what Shador had. And did Shador have a
yes.
running back like Damian Martinez?
Mm.
So I hear what you're saying. You do have a
Oh,
point. I'm not bashing you. You have a great point. None of them
Uh-huh.
really played anything big. But if we're gonna go to who had it better,
Hey,
who had a better team, it's hands down Cam Smith. They went up to rank number 4, bro.
now
Yeah.
Miami's played what, two ranked teams last year?
Yeah, we played two ranked teams, and look what we did. We
Two,
beat
maybe
Florida.
three if they did
We
that.
beat Texas A&M. Come on
We
now,
didn't
man.
play
You
So
Texas A&M.
they
We
didn't
did
play
not
we
play
did play
Texas
Texas
A&M.
A&M. We did play them. Texas A&M.
We
We
did
did.
not play Texas A&M.
We did. We played them last
Go,
year.
Hey Pete. We had this discussion
It
a
might
couple
have
shows
been
ago,
the year
and I showed
before.
y'all.
you talking
Okay,
about
I
UF?
know
okay,
I
my bad.
know this coming year we're going to be playing Notre Dame at the
But
beginning of the
hey,
season.
yo, guess what?
I
True
let me go.
Prince
I
fan,
go back and look
right?
that up.
Okay, but
2024.
look, true
Look
Prince
it up.
fans,
We didn't
right?
play him. I think. Look, I think like
I'm gonna
this.
look it up.
I think the fact is, what I won't argue with you is the fact is that they both have a ton of similarities as to what they played against, who did they beat, how good are
Yeah.
they. So we're splitting hairs. I think the difference is to make it simple. Like I'm not gonna bash you and argue with you because there's nothing to bash. And I think it should, and I think it's vice versa for us. It's just that in this case, you see one guy better than the other, and I respect it. I'll tell you
I
that much.
under,
I respect
How
it.
I
the
under,
hell do
I
we
un-
need 5 absolute starters? Like if we have
what?
5 positions of need.
Yeah.
I just think
Well, anyway,
that Shador Sanders, his style of play, and what he's had to deal with
Mm-hmm.
first will translate for at the very least, sooner success than Ward. Maybe Ward is the better NFL player. I don't know. But for what he had to deal with,
Depending on the
well,
odds, and I
I'll
hope
tell
the
you what.
odds are better.
We,
Depending
we,
on what the odds are, true fan, real talk, I might put my money on as soon as the books open up for Tre'Davious Sanders winning Rookie of the Year, dude.
I'll tell you, Shadur may do better in colder weather because he was played in Colorado.
Yeah.
That's
Okay,
why
that's
he
outdoors.
could
another
go to
great point.
Cleveland.
That's a
He could go
great
to
point.
Cleveland. He could go to
But you know what?
Cleveland and
That's a great point that I
send that
hadn't even thought about.
organization back
The
into
elements, the weather,
conversation.
late in the
Yeah.
Yeah.
year, in the
So if
playoffs.
he
But
That's
played,
another
but
great
if he
point I
got
didn't
him
think
and
about.
played in
but when
Buffalo
y'all bring that up,
or
you might as well say Zach Wilson because
Kentucky,
look where Zach Wilson came from as far as college, and look where he played at in the pros.
Thank you.
Right.
That's
Thank you.
another cold water quarterback.
Yeah,
Yep.
cold weather won't phase him. That's for sure.
Yeah, Zach
yeah.
Wilson leaves me at ease. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I
I don't care about the
might drop
elements.
only 2
Right.
tiers because we have Zach Wilson. It ain't
Right.
gonna
I'm
be a
not right.
flow of tiers.
Right. I'm not scared about number one, he has everything to play in bad weather. He has the arm, the strength, and the size. And he can move. So
Yeah.
I'm not worried, and he's used to it.
Experience.
Yeah,
Exactly.
right.
Experience.
So if let's say Zach Wilson was our quarterback, the one thing you won't hear me say is, "Oh damn, we're playing in the cold," because he's from there. That's what he does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Ward played in Miami. I mean,
Yeah.
You know,
Well, what we got to think
But
about this. He
he
did
didn't
come
do bad in
from
cold
Washington.
weather,
He was in
though.
cold weather because he
he
played
did play
at
cold
the
weather. Yeah,
University of
yeah, you're
Washington.
right.
I forgot about that.
Yeah,
But
you're
I
we
right.
could
forgot.
turn we could turn around. We could turn around, draft Shadur Sanders, let one of these teams quarterback go down. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you guys. If we have Shadur Sanders starting, Tua as the backup, and Zach Wilson as the third, teams teams will
Zach
call
Wilson.
for Zach Wilson.
Listen. If
No,
if 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 Shadur Sanders going to start, you ain't gonna put no Zach Wilson at the third. You put Tua at the third.
Yeah,
Well,
because
no,
you're gonna
Tua's
want to
gonna
make
be the
sure he doesn't get
well
hit, so you can get rid
that's
of
a
him.
you're
you
already
see that's a
saying that Zach
conversation
I ain't
Wilson
putting
is
no
better than Tua.
that's a conversation most people would not be comfortable in having with me. And I'm
Um,
gonna tell you right now, if we draft Shadur and he comes in and takes that starting job, I'm really happy with Tua as my backup quarterback.
He
I don't
won't be
care
though.
what they're
He
paying.
won't be. They won't keep him. They got to
He
get him out of here.
Then why
because
then
of
why
the
bring in
system.
Zach Wilson? What's the purpose of
forget
bringing Zach
Zach.
Wilson on the team?
Forget Zach.
But wouldn't it? You
Tua is the
listening to
best
everything we're
backup
talking about?
quarterback in
Wouldn't
the
it?
league, though.
But Pete, listen to me. Listen to
Whatever.
me. Listen to what we're talking about. Wouldn't that, at the very least, be an uplifting scenario for us fans to at least have? At least, even whoever we like out of the whole three, but at least that brings competition to a position that we haven't
Yeah,
had
good point.
competition in.
Yeah,
Where we
good
could
point.
have Tua, we could have. I don't care how bad I think Zach is, but he has ability. And to bring in Shadur Sanders and say, like I said this a couple shows ago, I would love to be in that scenario.
Yeah,
I would
I
love to
agree.
be. And I'm saying I would love to be in that scenario because of who we have as a starting quarterback in Tua. Because in
In
reality, in
fact,
a perfect world, we don't want that scenario because we know that we got the starting position solidified.
True,
But the fact
true
is that
Prince
we don't.
fans. Check this out, right? Will Howard is better than Cam and Shador Sanders because guess what? He had to play in big time games.
Well, that's what Pete says. That's what Pete
Well,
says a lot,
I
Philly.
love.
No,
Yeah. Well,
and also cold
exactly.
weather too.
Will Howard
That's another
showed
cold
me
weather
before.
quarterback.
Let me let me let,
And I
let
will
me
give
let me
you
tell you
this. I will give
let me
you
tell
this.
you the difference.
Pete
Look,
was
let me
right
tell you
on
the
one
difference.
thing. On the national game, in the national championship game, we were on with Pete. Remember, Pete? We were watching the national championship game, and I will say, Will Howard is the Ohio State, right?
Yep.
Ohio State. Yep.
Let's
Cold
not
weather.
forget. Let's not forget he broke a record for consecutive completions to start off a national championship game. So he did that on the big stage. I'm not gonna knock him.
And it wasn't only simple throws either. He had downfield throws to open
And
up the
he's
game.
and a thing that I do love is that he is a big mobile guy.
6'4", 236 pounds.
That's Josh
He's a
Allen.
big.
That's that. You see, if we draft Will Howard in the second, they'll make me so happy passing on like Shadur Sanders.
Well, here's the thing about Will Howard. Right now, as far as the NFL go, they got him ranked as number 5 or
I
6.
don't care what they. I saw somebody
Five
had.
I'm
or
just
Where do
saying
they
that.
have
I'm
him
just
No,
saying
projected?
oh,
that.
I'm
No,
just saying.
This
I
is this is
saw
the
round.
reason why I'm saying that because
CBS.
he can be a quarterback that can be available in the what second or third round. That's why I'm saying that.
Them same
And you
people
gotta
had
take him.
Anthony Richardson rated really high 2 years
No,
ago.
no.
Those
Listen,
same people
Pete, I'm
didn't
not saying
have
that
Bo
that's
Nix
factual,
labeled
but
in the
that's something to
first
think
round
about,
last
though.
year. You see
I'm not
where I'm
saying it's
going with it
factual.
though? They get it wrong all the time. I trust my eyes and I wasn't True Fin fan just pointed out. I've been talking about Will Howard even before his national title
That is
game.
true.
I've
That
been
is
trying.
true.
Listen, I
That is
like Will
true.
Howard too. I'm gonna tell you the
Everybody
truth. I like
everybody
Cam
was
Ward.
talking about
I
Cam
like
Ward and
Shadur
Shadur
Sanders.
Sanders as
I
1 and
like
2.
Jensen Dart.
And
I
I'm
like
there like,
Will.
look at this guy.
I like Will Howard. I also like what's that guy named Tyler Show. Those are quarterbacks I like.
And I'm glad Peter
You know
Schrader,
who? You know who's the
Peter
most
Schrager,
intriguing?
Peter Schrager
Intriguing.
just came out on ESPN like 2 days ago and said that an NFL GM, when he asked who's the best passer of the football at a college, an NFL GM said the best natural thrower is Tyler Schlo. And I was just telling you guys the other day, like the way this guy throws the football. Just look at the way he throws the football. Forget everything else. I thought he was Canadian, so I added that. I was like, forget that he's Canadian or all that other crap, which I was wrong that he's not Canadian. But I said, forget that he's Canadian and all that crap. Just watch him throw that football, and you're gonna be like impressed with him. And again, I also been saying this too. we could also, as a fan base, and this is what it could potentially be that might be. We have a quarterback in Tua that when we're looking out there, everybody looks better than. So we could potentially have that in our mindset. So again, someone could say they like Cam Ward. They want Cam Ward for the Dolphins. Cam Ward is better than Tua. You're gonna end up saying yeah. You want Shadur Sanders for the Dolphins. Shadur Sanders better than Tua. You're gonna say yeah. Oh, we draft Will Howard. You want Will Howard? Is Will Howard better than Tua? Everybody's gonna end up saying yeah when you look at the film. Tyler Schlow, if you look at that film, you're gonna say this guy right here looks better than Tua.
The guy that's most intriguing to me for some reason, and I
Most
don't know why,
intriguing.
is Jackson Dart. I don't know what it is about him that he's the most intriguing quarterback for me.
No.
I'm not saying he's the best.
No.
But intriguing,
The
that guy.
most intriguing quarterback in the entire draft.
Please don't
And
say it.
he's number 1 overall. I swear, he is number 1 overall worthy. Is Jalen Milroe from
Oh
Alabama?
hell no!
It's
No.
Jalen Milroe.
I
The
thought you were about
most
to say
like
Daniel Gabriel, because I was about to say them. That's another group
no,
right there.
no.
Jalen Milroe is another Anthony Richardson.
Everybody, bro, all these experts, they all have Dylan Gabriel, and a lot of them have Dylan Gabriel ahead of Will Howard.
Hell
That
no.
dude Rourke. I'll take Rourke over Tua and Dylan Gabriel. Like I'm looking at these guys like, what are they evaluating? Because if you put Rourke on that Oregon team, he does better than Dylan Gabriel. You
Rourke.
put
Curtis Rourke.
Rourke. That's the Curtis Rourke. You put Stuck on that Oregon team, they with that defense, they possibly win the Natty.
Well, actually, they got Jalen Milroe fourth behind Jackson Dart.
Jalen
Sanders,
Milroe to me
but I'm
is
not
the
too.
most impressive prospect. And I say that because he's like Anthony Richardson right now. He's a gamble worth picking because every quarterback is a gamble.
If he gonna
Why
live there.
not gamble and coach up the most physically talented quarterback? He's fast. You have no questions about durability. Look
He's
how
huge.
strong he
He
looks.
is huge.
He's got to have
He looks like a
he's got to have an
bodybuilder.
IQ good enough to process the field and pick up on plays and all that. And pick up on the defense.
I just don't want any more Alabama quarterbacks. No more Alabama quarterbacks.
But it's almost like a safe pick. If it busts, you can convert.
Alabama?
It feels like you could convert that guy into a running back. It
How
feels
long
like you
you
could
been on
put
the
that
field at
guy into like
Alabama?
a Taysom Hill role.
How long you been on the field at Alabama?
Maybe 2
I
years.
think he was there 2 years.
Okay, well that's longer than two, I guess.
Milroe, that's what exactly, Shunk. Milroe is like Anthony Richardson.
I said that
get
earlier.
it. He looks like a bust, but at the end of the day, you can't sit here and fault the Colts for taking that chance. That's why I don't fault them.
haven't seen
When
Alabama
he looks
play,
like an
so-
alien, bro. Anthony Richardson, you know what? I
I
hope
don't
we
want to
trade
take a
Jalen
chance on a
Ramsey to the Colts.
developmental
Hey,
player that plays
wow. What if
quarterback.
we
Not a
trade
quarterback
Jalen
position.
Ramsey to the Colts for Anthony Richardson? I will love that, man. I will love that. Pete, check your Twitter. I'm gonna have to go inside. Give me tell me what it is, Lewis. Shout out to you, Lewis. Click that link, Lewis. Shout out to Blitz Pickup. I know I sat here and said Dolphins Collective is the best show in the world, but if there is a second best, it's gonna be the Blitz Pickup. And shout out to those boys out there.
Luke,
Nah, the
Tony,
Blitz, I like the Blitz
Alex.
pickup, man. I like when I think they're on the 9 at 7. I think.
Yep, Lou, Tony, and Alex to be doing it up. They be dropping them serious bombs.
Nah.
And it's entertaining.
Lou and Tony. Hey, when Lou and Tony go at it, yo, you just sit back and listen, dog, because that's just fire right there. So what you saying, Tone? What you saying? Hey. No, listen. And they go at it with good points too, because they both make good points to me. Sometimes Lou wins, sometimes Tone wins. It's football. They talk.
What's up, Shake Money?
You guys wouldn't be happy trading Jalen Ramsey for Anthony Richardson?
Huh? No way.
Say that again.
Trading Jalen Ramsey to the Indianapolis Colts for Anthony Richardson.
We'd get somebody.
No,
Bro,
I
you
ain't doing
know
that
how
trade. But
good
well,
I would love that. We would have the number 2 overall pick. We would have the number
I'm
4
trading Jalen
overall
Ramsey for
pick.
draft picks. I want youth. I want youth.
Jalen, this quarterback room will be something I've never seen in my life. Unbelievable. If we can have Anthony Richardson play with Waddle and Cheetah, that guy looks like an alien. That's why
Oh,
I don't fault the
Pete,
coach for taking that chance. But they
Pete,
probably didn't have the coaching staff to do good. Let's just be honest. Joe Flacco with the Browns and Stefanski over there, whatever they have over there, Joe Flacco took them to the playoffs, right? The following year, the coach signed Flacco. Flacco looks like trash with the Colts. The Browns just brought him back. It's the coach system. They got what's
hey,
that
Yeah, it's
receiver?
the coach system because with Cleveland, Flacco was balling.
Exactly. That coach system is trash. Their roster is not that good. Broken
didn't the
Jonathan Taylor. Anthony
wasn't
Richardson.
the
I
wing?
would be so excited trading Jalen Ramsey for Anthony Richardson. That's even more exciting than Zach Wilson, if you ask me.
And to think
Hey
how
Pete,
bad the Colts are, and Mike McDaniel couldn't even beat them.
hey Pete,
In this
Lou was saying
RPO scheme.
check your Twitter DM.
Yeah, but I might drop because I already switched
Oh no
devices
no
right
no.
now.
Oh no. Don't do that. Don't do that. Just I'm just
I don't
letting
hear
you
you
know.
good.
Check.
Yeah, is it me, Mr. Paul, that's or is it
No,
Pete?
No, I'm
What
hearing
is a
some kind.
possible?
we can
So
all hear
so
you.
so I heard what you said, True Fin fan, and I think you're about to be upset
You were
if it
breaking
doesn't
up,
go a
Pete. I don't
certain way.
know. I don't know if you were saying something, but you were breaking up.
I said I think you're gonna
Now I
end
hear
up
you.
being upset. I think you're gonna end up being upset because you expect how many picks for Jalen Ramsey? What is that? What is the trade
No.
package
I'm
for
not.
Jalen Ramsey? What is your
I'm not saying. I'm
expectations
not
right now?
saying.
He's out of here. So what do you guys think is gonna happen with Jalen
Maybe we.
Ramsey? I'd like to hear y'all
Maybe.
thoughts.
Maybe we could get a third. Maybe we could get a third. Maybe we could get a fourth. But
No, maybe
still,
a
it's a
fourth.
draft pick. It's youth.
We got a third for him.
We gave up a third for him.
Yeah, we gave it. Okay, we gave him a third.
So maybe it's a
And now
fourth and a
he's paid
fifth.
even
You
higher.
know.
And he's getting older. So
Yeah, and he ain't the
I'll
same
say it.
Ramsey.
You know what I'm gonna
A lot of
say it
people don't
is?
want to talk
It's
about it.
probably gonna end up being a 4th round draft pick. Shout out to Skunk Ape. He just said it in the chat. It is probably
yeah,
gonna be a 4th round draft pick, but it's
I
gonna
would
be
think so
something
too.
closer. It's gonna be something closer to a 5th round draft pick because it's gonna
That's
be
what I
one of
just
these
said,
teams.
Pete.
You just said
That's what
that?
I just said.
You said a
Yeah,
5th? Yeah,
I said a
but
fourth
it
and a
might.
fifth.
Yeah.
Yeah, 4th and a 5th. Exactly what it's gonna be. True fan is gonna be a 4th. That is in
Yeah.
reality, it's a late 4th round draft pick. It's gonna be the Ravens. It's gonna end up being possibly the Commanders because I checked on
Now
the
let me
Hard
ask you
Rock
this,
app.
Pete.
Go ahead.
Pete, let me ask you this. Do you think that that let's say in the scenario where he wants out, right? And do you think that the Dolphins will take into consideration where he would like to go, or will they not give a shit because he wants out and get the highest draft pick available? You know, or trade him to whatever team is available, give him the highest draft pick.
In other words,
There's a reason. There's a
you don't want
reason
him in
why
the
Chris
division, right?
Grier. There's a reason why Chris Grier left the door open on Jalen Ramsey with a possible return.
In
Oh,
case they
did
don't
he?
get anything for him.
If they don't get anything for him, you're a Miami Dolphin.
Yeah,
Or if
you're
you
under
don't get
contract.
anything they like,
But
they're not.
but
I don't feel like they're gonna
but
just let Jalen Ramsey go for a 7th round draft pick. It's not happening.
Oh no, agreed.
but
Definitely not.
that comes back to the question: does Jalen Ramsey really want to be here, or is it just the Dolphins want to move off of Jalen Ramsey?
I don't know,
I
Oh,
think
Mr.
the
Paul.
Dolphins are
he
I
moving.
don't
already
know.
Yeah.
said that Jalen Ramsey wanted to be here.
Yeah.
Right.
Jalen Ramsey wanted
Like
to
did
be
we
here.
hear
Dolphins told him,
Mr. Paul,
you're
let me
right.
ask you this, Mr. Paul.
Hmm.
That's a great question. It only makes me think like, okay, let me go back and see. Did we hear anything about him being unhappy before? I don't
Well,
remember.
Not that
from what I
low.
understand, Jalen Ramsey didn't ask for the trade. Okay.
Absolutely not. He doesn't
Period.
want to
So it's the
leave Miami.
Dolphins.
So really, it's like a Andrew Van Ginkel situation.
I
No,
don't know.
how
If
is
you
this
kind of
an
think
Andrew Van
about it,
Ginkel situation?
I can't remember
because
No.
the
Andrew Van Ginkel wanted to stay here in Miami.
Yeah, but they did. But his contract was up, and they didn't
Mm.
re-sign him. Am I wrong, or did they offer him
Well,
very little money and Minnesota outbid us? I don't remember now. Now you got me thinking.
I don't know. I
Andrew
can't
Van
remember.
Ginkel would have came back, but Greer said, "Nah, we good."
Right. Thank you.
Okay. So Greer was the one which that's a bad move
I wouldn't have
because that
mind
guy was a
having
baller,
Van
man.
Ginkel there.
I mean, neither.
How bad would we have
Man
used him
said he
this
wants
year
to
without
stay.
Phillips and Chubbs?
No, I
Mm.
mean,
And he wanted
I
to stay,
didn't,
and he was
I
balling.
didn't want Van Ginkel gone when he left, but he's gone now. But
Well, he's happy now though. He's happy over there in Minnesota, Florida.
yeah,
He's
Yeah.
a
Plus,
happy
remember,
camper.
he's from the Northwest. He's from the Northwest, so
Yeah, but that's why I like him because he was a cold weather player, and he played cold
right.
weather in college out there with what's that school? Dog on it. Um, West Coast School. What is that?
I know it was a fan favorite for everybody. It seemed like.
I liked Van Ginkel. Van Ginkel ended up
Wisconsin.
being
He was at
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
Okay, Van Ginkel, his last year was actually our best pass rusher. He was our best pass rusher.
Yeah.
And then he had that. What injuries that he had in his foot? It's called a
Yeah,
Frank and Frank or something. What I don't know.
He had some kind of injury. Let me go back and
Yeah,
see if I can find
which
it.
is a tough
That's gonna
injury.
be
Actually.
1, 2, 3, Cap. Everybody, the world probably already knows what 1, 2, 3 is.
What?
Cam
What do you
Ward number 1, Abdul Carter number 2, Travis Hunter number 3.
Yeah.
Patriots are on the clock. Patriots are on the clock.
The Patriots got Drake May, right? That's their QB. Is it Drake May?
They got Drake May. Yep.
Yeah. So I don't think they're going to draft a quarterback.
No,
Well,
but they're in a
actually
prime
talking about-
situation to trade back and get more capital, and that's an
Yo, that's
AFC
crazy, bro.
rival.
Think
That's an AFC
about it.
rival with the upgrade that
Yeah.
they just did this offseason,
Exactly.
getting more capital in a trade back to continue building for Drake May. I mean, it starts looking like their rebuild could be done a lot quicker than usual if they
yeah.
bounce back and get something like that. You know what I'm
Hell
saying?
yeah. They could.
If they
If
get
I'm
2
them, you got
first-round draft picks from a team like Pittsburgh to climb up from 21 to get to 4,
2
and
future first round picks,
2
right?
future first rounds and a
Right.
third. Now they got 2 in this first round, and next year they got another 2 first rounds. You see what I'm saying? It'll be crazy.
Yeah, that's the team. Remember, I've been saying this for a minute that people are focused on the Dolphins and Buffalo. My dude, Patriots are coming, bro.
I'm with you on that. And I'm gonna go off. I'm gonna say something crazy, and I really don't care. I right now have the Patriots slightly, very slightly ahead of us.
So do I.
No.
That ain't crazy at
They're
all.
not there yet. They're not
This
there
is
yet.
crazy.
They're not there yet.
They're
They
not
got a
even done.
first-time
They're not
coach.
even done in free agency.
Well,
and
they're
they've
not done. But I
already
mean,
spent
They're
$100
not
million.
done free agent, and we haven't seen the draft yet. That's
And
what I
And the
remember, I
draft.
know they could be like, oh, they got some of the best talent in free agency, supposedly, but this wasn't even a strong free agency. They overpaid for a lot of talent. What the Patriots are doing is what the Dolphins did in 2020, 2021, is they had the money and they used it all and attracted the
Right.
so-called big
Right.
talents.
But the roles
Did they
are
use it
reversed
all?
now. We're on the
They used
downside
it
of the
up.
window. Their window's opening up. So really, they're better than us, right? They're in a better position than we are.
That's why I say
They're
slightly better than
Because
us.
we don't know.
And they
We
got a
don't know.
better coach.
And they got a better coach.
Rare.
And we don't know
Exactly.
another thing. And check this out. We don't know if Tyreek is going to be here. We don't know who else is going to be like, man, fuck this. I'm out of here. We don't know. They don't got none of those questions.
Tyreek may be here, but he still won't be here mentally.
I'm
Our
telling you,
roster's
man,
better
it's,
than theirs.
I don't
Good
know,
point.
Pete.
Good point, Marcus.
Unless two is gone and we get somebody else, he may
Who's
be
not
holding
gonna
on.
go for a year or two?
Tua is gone, John.
Tua
Yeah,
ain't leaving
Tua
here.
may be.
I
Tua, they're
don't
gonna
think
stick
Tua's
with
gonna be
Tua
the week 1 quarterback,
unless
dude.
somebody beats Tua out in the off season, or he gets injured and somebody fucking balls out. Tua's staying here until after the 2026 season. They're not restructuring him, but they're not gonna
Nothing's
move
off
off
the
him.
table.
Tua might be a draft day
Nothing's
trade,
off
fellas.
the table. Remember that.
Tua
Greer's
might be a
words,
draft day trade.
and he
Do
said it
you know?
himself.
Do you know the
Greer
cap
said
hit that you're gonna
nothing's off
be
the
in
table.
by trading Ramsey and Tua? They're not gonna trade both.
The Broncos were in cap hell too, and they weren't supposed to make the playoffs or do anything.
But they have Sean Payton. It's different, and just because
We
one
have
team did it
we have
one time in
we
50
have a
years,
mad prove this fan base new GM Chris Greer with a with, with a Mike McDaniel, a mad
There go Mr.
he
scientist
Rebo
said
in the
Savage.
new
lab.
Chris Greer.
Yeah,
The
we got
The new improved Chris Greer.
That's
new
like
and improved Chris
that's
Greer.
like saying a new Jamarcus Russell coming back
Hold
slimmer
on. So
and better
nobody,
than ever.
hold on. A lot of us up here were laughing at Mike McDaniel when we first hired him because it was a joke to a lot of us, right? And nobody wants to say. You see,
I
when we were
wasn't.
wrong, I'm happy to say I was wrong.
I
I
wasn't.
didn't think that nerd. Remember McNerd? That nerd ain't gonna change Tua. You guys believing in this nerd? I laughed at him. I didn't think it was gonna happen. And what did he do? He didn't keep my mouth closed, but at the end of the day, he sure did make you guys get loud and believe that we have something. So at the end of the
Not
day,
me,
he
brother.
proves, and man, that man put in work.
Not me.
I appreciate him for making you guys believe in Tua like that.
What I
after
just
year
would
one,
say
after
was
year one, I knew McDaniel wasn't shit. After year one, I knew he wasn't shit.
When it comes to coaching, that dude is A1. That guy knows how to make a scheme.
There you go
He
again with your
knows.
trolling. I know what you're
There
doing,
we
Pete.
go.
It ain't gonna
You
work.
gotta
Yo,
trust him
if he
for
was
that.
It ain't gonna
A1, why
work.
couldn't he do that with another quarterback
Nobody's
like the
believing you
backup?
no more,
You know
Pete.
what I like about Mike McDaniel?
There you go, Marcus. There you
He
go.
hasn't. You know
He
what I
could.
like about Mike
What happened?
McDaniel?
What happened with Skylar
There's
Thompson?
times, and
Hey,
not
Mr.
every
What
Paul, you
happened
time.
hear
with
him? You
Tyler
hear him
Huntley?
doing it again? There he
What
goes
happened
again,
with
Mr.
Mike
Paul.
White?
Listen,
Let me
go,
tell you
Pete.
something that I got a feeling of. Mike McDaniel is smart. Mike McDaniel is
There he
smart,
goes.
and this is because we have Tua. I know this is not for a fact, but I know this for a fact because I
Oh,
get this real intuition feeling inside my
oh
brain
shit.
based on the quarterback that we have. Okay? There's times that
Hey,
Mike
Mr.
McDaniel
Paul, what was
have
that sidekick that
challenged.
was always on
Hold on,
TV?
hold
Miss
on.
Cleo.
Pete is
This
killing
Mr.
There's
me,
Cleo.
man.
no, seriously. There's times that Mike McDaniel has called a challenge play to get an extended timeout to help Tua out on that specific drive so we can finish it out.
What?
Yeah, but he
That's
lost most.
he didn't.
He lost
But
most
that's
of
what
them
I'm saying.
challenges, though.
He don't
He's
care.
2-16 in
There's a
challenges.
different tactic to it, Mr. Paul. He feels he's using it to an advantage, getting extra time
He's
Pete,
losing
to
challenges
Pete,
Tua
to his
to
no
advantage
Pete.
now.
understand.
Hey
Oh
Pete,
Lord,
I'm
make
doing
it
the same
stop,
thing
man.
true friends be
I'm gonna hear
doing,
this
trying to get
man
up
in my
on your
dreams
skin a
now,
little
my
This
bit.
is
nightmares.
crazy. He don't
I'm
care
trying
about
to learn.
his win-loss
Hey,
record on
hey Pete,
challenges.
I'm learning
He
from true
uses
friends
it
to
as
try to
an
get on your
extended
skin a little
timeout
bit.
as a tactic, dude. I
Hey, listen,
figured it out.
Mr. Paul, just hit him with reality and he goes nuts. Watch. He starts screaming. He starts screaming. He's gonna put me in backstage. Watch. He gonna mute me. I love y'all.
And you know what? That's another thing. Shout out to Shunk 8. That's what he said. McDaniel is good with the media. In fact, it's kind of like the opposite.
He
He's
can't even
been
talk.
like,
What are you talking about?
yeah, he's been lately, but hear me out though. He wasn't umming that much when Tua was in that MVP conversation. Shoot, he was even wearing words on the shirt.
That man's first word when he was a baby was The fuck?
He was a real confident coach. So if he does turn Zach Wilson into a star in this league this upcoming season, or if we draft like a Shadur and he turns him into a
McDaniel's
star,
garbage, bro.
Mike
man's
McDaniel's
garbage.
media sessions are gonna be top notch.
McDaniel's
Confident,
kids,
swagged
the names
out.
are and. There's a kid's name.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my
McDaniels
goodness. And
True
McDaniels.
faith.
And is the
He
female,
has
you know?
his brain has to slow down because of Tua and how cautious he has to be with the wording when it comes to Tua. He deflects a lot. If he was a karate dude, his deflection ability would be top notch.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. The
Pete said if
cerebral
he was a karate dude, he would be unpenetrable.
That guy would be unhittable. What's up, y'all?
That man's that man's bobbing and weaving and his counter punching would be top notch. Holyfield style.
There's no one that can match me. My style is impetuous. My
I'm the
defense is
most ferocious
impregnable.
fighter there's
And
ever been.
I'm just ferocious. I want his heart.
I want to eat his children. God praise to Allah. Hey Mike, what happened? What happened in this fight? My back. What happened to it? I broke it. But what happened to it? It's final.
Spider. My back is broken.
Yeah, it's final.
Y'all crazy, man. Y'all some crazy
Yeah,
show. But you guys are funny though. Oh,
Nah, hey, we got everything on this show. We fight, we agree, and then we got the stand-up comedy hour. We in the comedy hour right now.
See, a true friend. This is why I said I'm gonna say it again. Anybody who's familiar with wrestling know Triple H. Triple H main nickname is the cerebral assassin, and unfortunately Triple H you done lost that to Pete. Pete is the new cerebral assassin.
Hey, you know what it is? Look, what it is
it's an exciting time to be a Dolphins fan.
No, Pete is good because Pete will come up and whatever the narrative is, he's gonna go against it. And that's a good thing because he's gonna go against it for the sake of
stand on
conversation.
everything.
Listen, I'm not bashing you. You think I'm bashing you? I really am not. I'm praising you. So he's gonna go. So write it down because I don't usually praise your ass. You better listen. So what he does is that he creates conversation, and that's good. And the fact that we're here and we all either get riled up or we don't, but he knows how to rile people up perfectly. That's what he does. He'll rile your ass up. He'll agree with you, and then when it's like he's scared. It's like he's scared for you to love him, right? So once he sees that you're agreeing with him too much, he'll be like, nah, hold up. Are you telling me?
That's Pete.
Are you
Hey, but I
telling me?
appreciate that. I do try to do my best to keep everybody, even the chat guys, entertained on what's going on with the team. I try my best, and I appreciate that. But here's the thing. Let me ask you guys a question. If you guys were a Miami Dolphin football player, will you guys be worried right now, concerned, walking around in the building?
Fuck yeah.
Nah, because I got millions of dollars coming my way.
No, I'm talking about to be able to. I'm saying this guy has not left.
But you're missing the point that Pete's trying to ask. You're missing the point that Pete's trying to ask. Pete's talking from a straight competitive nature.
Yeah, I'll ask for my trade right now, like Ramsey.
Right. Me too. I'm like, yo, everybody's leaving. Y'all jumping ship. I ain't staying here. I ain't drowning. Get me out of here.
If the sink was if the boat was sinking, you might want to go out.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I'm 23, if I'm 23, 24 years old, if I'm 23, 24 years old, I'll be like, hey, I'll wait for somebody. I mean, I won't drown. I'll just stay here floating around a little bit, do my thing, and once they resurface the ship, I'll be captain again. But it's the day that we all were dreading, especially the ones that really know football and understand the business side. This is the stage that we were all dreading because we know that in football you only have a certain amount of time to win.
Yeah.
And that time is past us already.
No, that wouldn't close
trading Ramsey
season before last.
Actually tells you that they are in a rebuild.
Yeah. They're not gonna say it straight up, but that's exactly.
I mean,
they won't say it exactly, Mr. Paul. They can't say
that's not true. Trading Ramsey,
they're gonna kill the
trading Ramsey is a team that's realizing you're an overpriced corner, and we made a mistake. And you don't help us out. You don't lock down number one. We are changing the culture. This is culture changing, guys. This
Oh, I
is
agree
why I
with that.
asked y'all
That I agree with.
earlier. This is why
Yeah,
I asked y'all
I
earlier.
agree.
Imagine being Storm Duck, guys. Y'all sometimes don't get what I tell y'all. Imagine
Well,
being Storm
I,
Duck and you're the undrafted cornerback that came into the league.
See, I
And
can't
you're
draft a guy called
thrusted in.
Storm
You're
Duck, man.
thrusted
You can't
in.
draft that
Yeah,
dude.
but still,
yeah.
you're undrafted. You're thrusted in now to cover the number one. While you look across the field and Jalen Ramsey is covering the number two. Jalen Ramsey's covering the tight end. Like, what the heck?
No,
Are you
hey,
helping us? Are
and
you
we
even
forget we
helping us?
No,
no, not
if
for that
if
price.
you ask other people that know
Exactly.
anything about the inside of the football, they
I
would say
prefer
that they don't
Cam
have
Smith
too
starting
high
week one.
regard of Storm Duck or Coder Kehu filling that position as much
That's
as
another
Ramsey.
thing. I'm so tired. That's what I told y'all about Patrick Paul last year. Y'all, a lot of people were satisfied
Yeah.
with that draft pick. And I
Now,
told y'all,
they
I'm so
made
tired of drafting. Like this regime last year, they were so safe. They felt so confident to take a player in the second round that they knew was going to sit. We just had True Fan an hour ago say second rounders should come in and be starters. We keep
See, so I
drafting
think we still got.
developmental. We keep drafting
I still
second
think we got
rounders
Nick Needham
as
on our team.
developmental. No, we don't have
Let me
Nick
go
Needham.
back and check.
Nah, but you
No,
know
Nick
what Chris
Needham.
Grier would say about that pick.
Nope.
He
He's
said,
still.
we knew that Teron Armstead may retire this year, so we wanted to get his replacement early. The only problem is we still don't believe that he could.
Yeah, but at least they gave. But at least it was a smart plan. But they drafted last year for the future, and now for some of the Greer haters that want him gone now, he already just came out in that video and pretty much spoke about the future draft anyways. So this is a man that's safe. This is a man that has a left tackle in the making, a second round cornerback that was in the making, entering his third year of his rookie deal. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's good things
I'll
that
have
are
to say,
happening, and we're
Pete,
gonna have to wait and see how it unfolds. We can't sit here
but
and say Cam Smith is trash. I
no,
don't think Cam Smith is trash.
I would have to say this, Pete. By getting rid of Ramsey, it makes their job safe. Okay?
Thank
By getting
you.
rid of
That's a
Ramsey,
very
it
good
made their
point.
job safe.
Yeah.
Okay? Period.
Nick
That
Needham might not be
probably
on the
saved the
team, but
jobs, whether you know it or not.
he hasn't. Has he retired? Because I don't see nothing where it said Nick Needham retired. I
Nick
know he's
Needham
not with the
posted a
Dolphins
video
no
on Twitter not too long ago of him talking about he's ready to go. He's ready. Someone sign me. Nick Needham is looking for a job, Mr. Pope.
more.
Yeah, but Nick Needham ain't been the same since the Achilles.
Amen.
Okay. Okay, I can go for that.
Nick Needham tore his Achilles, and he's never been the same player.
Well, that's going. I hate to say that we had that situation with Jalen Phillips, so I guess we might be saying the same thing.
I'm pretty sure we will, because you're not just talking about an Achilles. Now you're talking about an Achilles and a knee on the same leg.
Yeah.
Oh no, it was
Yeah, I
it
don't
was the
think.
right
You
leg,
know what?
right?
But you know what? I don't think when we played when we played Jalen Phillips, I don't think he was fully recovered.
He
I
wasn't.
still think he was hurt, and we
You
played.
remember?
We brought
Yeah.
him in. We brought him in too soon, and
You
now
got
he, you know.
you got a guy out there who
Mm-hmm.
you said you're gonna bring him along slowly, and from game 2, you started seeing him balling, because he was balling. But what you weren't
Mm-hmm.
taking into account is that he's gonna be favoring the other leg, because he's still not confident on the
Exactly.
injury,
Thank you.
and that's why he blows
You
that knee. And then the worst
you
part about it is he tears his knee in that game. They put a knee brace. He partially tears it. They put a knee brace. They throw him back out there, and then he fully tears it. That's like
mm-hmm.
that's like when Chubb blew his knee. You're down
Yep.
56-17 in Baltimore. Why is he out there?
Yep, exactly. Now, see, I brought that up on the podcast, and man, they jumped down my throat talking about, oh well, he's a football player. They're paying him to
Hey,
be out
listen,
there.
Mr. Paul, most of
I
the
did.
time, most of the
Mhm.
time when you make sense of things and it goes against the narrative of the person that is either throwing the podcast or anything like that, they're gonna jump on you. Especially you're gonna have a lot of cheerleaders too that want to be on their side. Me, I wipe my ass with all of these motherfuckers. I don't care. I'm gonna tell you
Yeah.
what I think.
There
And
you
this is
go.
the truth. I ain't here to be friends with nobody on the chat board. I ain't here to be a rah-rah guy. Hey, look, so when I speak, you know I ain't talking shit, whether I'm right or wrong, and I've been wrong a lot. But I don't do that, hey, no, let me repeat what you said to be cool. Man, I'm 47 years old. The fuck? I never cared about that shit when I was in middle school. I ain't gonna give a shit about that now.
I hear you.
You can kiss my ass. Shit. So don't even stress that. When you feel something, speak your mind. If they don't like it, fuck them. Straight up.
I'm telling y'all right now, a scenario that popped up, and shout out to you, True Fan fan, because you are that way, and I appreciate you being that way. You
Appreciate you,
even
baby.
go after me, and I appreciate that. But if I'm Devon A-Chain, I'll be concerned in this building.
Say what
I'll
now?
be
I couldn't
concerned.
hear you.
If I'm
Devon
Devon
A-Chain.
A-Chain,
Yeah.
I'll be worried right now.
You
Because
what? Because of the offense or what?
Because this is being considered and not even only Devon A-Chain, Jalen Wright too.
Uh-huh.
But this is considered a really strong running back class. And if they have a market right
Oh, I
now,
see.
and this is the time to do it.
Well,
Let another
well,
team
Pete,
You're making a
overpay
great
for
point, though.
A-Chain.
You're making a
well,
great
Pete,
point.
no,
You're
no,
making a
Right
Pete,
great
now,
point because you can get a
A-Chain,
lot
hold
for
on.
you can get
A-Chain, yeah.
yeah.
What do you
Pete,
think you can get for
I'm
A-Chain right now?
Pete, I'm gonna add on to what you're saying also. McDaniels also said that they're going to get a running back. He didn't
Exactly.
specify. He didn't specify free agency, even though he addressed it in free agency. But I think he was talking about out of the draft. Now I'm gonna say something else too. Jalen Wright, since the off season, that man has been training it and working hard, and and he has the mentality right now is that I'm going to have a better season. I think personally he was kind of held back last season a little bit, or because we gave most of the uh the snaps to A Chain,
A-Chain.
and at the
Yeah.
time
And a little bit of Mostert.
Mostert, right. But I think Jalen Wright is going to be something else this season coming up.
I
I'm
hope
not
so.
saying he's going. I'm not saying
If
he's a bust. I'm not saying he's a bust, and I'm not saying he's going to be successful. But the man is putting in his workout this season because I've seen little clips of it on the internet.
Yeah,
He
I
is
agree,
working
I've
baby.
out.
seen
I
that,
agree.
and that could be an indicator that
Let me
he's the
ask you
one that
something,
might
Mr.
be
Paul and Pete.
traded, Mr. Paul. It might just be Jalen Wright gets
And that's
traded on
that's a
draft
great
day.
point. That's a great point.
Cowboys have 10 picks of
That's a
their
great
own.
point because you can get some
They got
draft
one
capital
pick
off
in
it.
each the first 3
But
rounds.
if that's the case, then why not trade A
Hey,
Chain?
Mr. Paul
Because
and Pete, let me ask you guys a
A
question.
Chain got some injuries.
Yeah, but
A-Chain
Mr.
might
Paul,
give
hey,
us the
Mr. Paul and
highest
Pete, let me
draft
ask you a
pick.
question. Let me
What's
ask you a
that?
question. The guy that we got from Pittsburgh, is he a left guard or is he a right guard? Do you know?
He's a right
I
guard.
can't remember.
Got from
Oh,
Pittsburgh. Let me see.
He's a right guard.
okay, because
You
I
talking
was going
about
to tell you, if he's a left guard,
Daniels,
yeah,
Yeah, James
Daniels.
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 he's right.
Okay, because I was going to tell you, imagine if we get lucky enough where we got Patrick Paul and James, and all of a sudden we got the whole left side of the line solidified. And we got
Well,
Austin Jackson on the other
he's
side.
interchangeable. He could be moved to the left too.
So you get me? Like, we don't know how the offensive line could look. I know that we got a hell of a lot younger now.
That's a good point
Mm.
because if you put James Daniels on that left guard, you got an experienced guard next to an inexperienced tackle going on his first trip in his first season as a
Good.
starter.
You know what I'm
You
saying?
got experience
Man,
right there at center that can help out Eichenberg at right guard or whoever takes that right guard position. And Austin Jackson is the veteran. This
man,
offensive line is solidified overnight.
this a big dude here, man. This man's 6'4", 327 pounds.
And
Who's that?
Paul, and, yeah,
Big
and what's
dude.
Paul? 6'7", 340, 50 pounds?
So what round is he supposed to go in?
That and Eichenberg's name is
Well,
another one to look out for. That's the third second round draft pick that I think is gonna have a big season this upcoming season. I think Cam Smith, cornerback, is gonna turn it up this year. He's gonna make y'all excited. I think Liam Eichenberg, he's gonna solidify himself this upcoming season on a
I
proven
don't
year
know,
with a
man.
1-year contract.
Every
He
time you
could turn
say
it up.
Eichenberg, every time you say Eichenberg, I get like this pain on the right side of my stomach, and I know it's because there's shit.
They clip
There's
one
shit
bad play
between
on
me and
Eichenberg and use
my
it as
lower
same
a
here.
intestine. I got shit in
Same here,
there.
true fans.
Yeah, every
And
time
I
you say
think Patrick
Eichenberg, I
Paul
get
is a
like these
big hit.
gas pains. I'm like, what the
I
fuck is
think
that?
Patrick Paul
Oh,
is
that's
gonna hit
Eichenberg.
too.
But I think the only reason they keeping him because he can be a backup center.
Way to go. That's a
Oh
12.
yeah, he could be. Yeah, didn't he play
Uh,
center?
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
he
he's a
played a little
swing
bit
guy
with
all
us.
through the. Yeah, he could do all 5.
I
He
think
could
that,
be
and you
a
know what? I
backup
think
left
that might be
tackle.
his value. His value might not be so much that he's really good in any position, but the fact that he's interchangeable in any case of emergency.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
He could hold the fort down for a few
Right,
games.
right.
There
If
you go.
somebody, right, he might
There
not be
you
great
go.
at anything. You know the saying says, "I'm a jack of all trades, master of none." That might be
Hmm.
Eichenberg.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't like him, bro. I'm tired of seeing him on his back. That man is more on his back than a fucking $2 hole in A Street. But but hopefully he could strengthen them legs up or something because it ain't a good look.
Exactly. In a prove it year, remember those other years, that man sniffed the market. You know how
Oh, I thought
mad
you were gonna say
Eichenberg and
something
how
else. I
desperate
thought
he
you were
is
gonna say
right
he
now?
sniffed something else. That's why he's always on his back.
No,
You gotta be
no, that
careful when
man
you
was
say
about
sniff.
to.
He
That
was
man was
Miami.
about to hit the road. He was about to be jobless. He sniffed that. That probably woke him up. This 1-year deal, prove it deal. That's what I'm saying. Greer didn't go out and sit here and say, okay, Eichenberg, here's a 3-year cheap $22 million deal. And come on, man, let's pick it up. No, he didn't do the usual because he was a draft pick. He sat here and said, here's 1 year and you have to compete. Play better. He's putting that pressure by him going to Zach Wilson, telling Tua, you're not durable. You got to get better. That's putting pressure on these prospects that are starting. And that's what you want. Is that
But
pressure?
you know what though?
Is Go ahead.
I just thought about something that y'all said, and I'm kind of put it out there. If I was McDaniels and Greer, I wouldn't really bother with the running back room. I would add one more running back to the running back room because we got more needs in other positions.
If we stand pat with A-Chain and Wright, and we also
A
have
chain right,
Alexander
and then
Madison as the
and
third,
then
I
add
think we're
and
good.
then add somebody like
Ashton
Caleb
Genty.
Johnson. Add like
Ashton Genty.
We got the
I
best
mean,
running back room in the AFC East. A-Chain and Wright
yeah.
is better than Ramondre Stevenson. A-Chain and Wright is better than James Cook and Ray Davis in Buffalo. A-Chain and Wright is better than, what team am I missing? Brees Hall and Braylon Allen. Isn't that their backup running back, Braylon Allen? That's better than that.
But see, only thing about that Marcus is I don't think Genty gonna be there at 13.
He
Now,
should.
here's the thing.
You
Here's
think he
the
should?
thing.
Yeah.
He
Wait a minute.
he
What team?
should. Marcus is not wrong. He should because
Mhm.
it's a running back position. But at the same time, Mr. Park, I can see why you were about to debate him on that. The man does look generational. And
Oh, for
generational,
real.
yeah, generational does not come. This is Saquon, dude. This is Zeke,
Mhm.
a young
They
Zeke.
comparing him to Zeke. They comparing him to
There's
Zeke.
not like the
Mhm.
body figure that this guy has, his body, his muscle, his thickness. You can't even make this guy in the lab.
Well,
So you
and
got
I want to
and
add
the
something.
way he runs with that a
Mm.
body, the way he maneuvers with that body, you would think this guy is. You see, that's one thing. When I first started watching Saquon Barkley, by the way, guys, I always questioned, if he was gonna be good, because I didn't like him when I first
Mhm.
saw Saquon. I was like, why do they like him so much? Look how
Mhm.
big his body is, and he never looks to truck anybody. This guy
Mhm.
is a big body running back, but he tries to be Barry Sanders and juke everybody. I
Mhm.
didn't like it, and I didn't think Saquon was gonna be any good. And it took him just that one first season to prove me wrong. Let him be what he is. He is what he is. Now, I'm not wrong. He's always shying away from contact, which I don't like with that type of size body, but he has speed. He has the ability to juke and be like that at that size. That's what makes Saquon special.
Mhm. And also
And
too,
Genty is that. Genty is so big, but he's
mhm.
light on his feet. He's super light. He can truck you better than Saquon, though. That's what I've
Let's see.
noticed. He can
Yeah, they
truck
got
you and be better than Saquon.
okay. He's 5'9", 211. Um, and then
Who's
also too,
5'9",
his
211? Genty?
yeah,
No way, dude.
yeah. That's his measurements.
From the NFL or from a Google site on a made up site?
Hold on, let me try to Google it. Also too, this another food for thought. Not that I'm just throwing this out there. Guess who else? He's from the same school as Madison also.
Oh, he went to the same college as Alexander Madison?
Yep, Boise State.
Oh my God.
And if he was to come to, he'll be the third running back we got from Boise State because Jay Ajayi is was from Boise State.
If that guy's there at 13, I don't know how you don't select that guy.
Let's see.
Shout out to Only the Real Survive. Appreciate you coming, my guy. Dolphin fan. I love the picture. What you got going on, dude? First time up here.
That's a motherfucking lie.
Who's that? Kenna?
You already know, bro.
Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
so my man, Only the Real Survive. Okay. I like it. I love it. I
So
know that
Kenna.
voice though. You my dog, Kenna. I know that
Oh,
voice.
hold up, hold up 1 second, Pete. I know why Kenna's up here.
Talk to me.
Ashton Gente.
Man, you know I love that boy. You know.
I know it. Yeah, Pete. He is. He's 5'9", 216.
I'm gonna tell you right
Man,
now.
he's built. This
I'm gonna
guy's
tell you right
built
now.
like a.
Thank you. If
He
you
is
had to
built.
guess when you're looking at that guy on picture, what would you weigh him at?
Oh, Genty?
That's Genty.
I say about a good 220.
I would say like
I
228, close to 230. That guy's all muscle. He's
That's
a
what I'm about to
beast.
say. That man
He's like
what's the name of that big snake?
Boa constrictor.
Yeah, all muscle,
Hey,
all muscle.
did y'all see the way he was catching them balls out of the backfield?
Yeah, I saw some film
oh
of
my
him. Yeah.
God, that dude is smooth with the routes and the
Move,
catching. He's
move,
light on
move.
his feet. He's light
Yes.
on his feet. Now it makes more sense because I didn't look at his weight. I guess on how the size of these players are. So I guess this guy is somewhere like in the 225, 235 range
Hmm.
because of how much muscle he had, how big he looks. But now it makes sense. He's 210, light on his feet. He's quick and he has that body. This is a really good, real one of the best prospects in this draft.
Now y'all see why I'm on him so much. You know, that's
What,
everything that we need in one. The power with the speed. That's everything we need in one. That's what we thought we was getting in Jalen Wright, right?
So,
right now, Kenna,
so
did you hear what I said earlier about Alexander Madison?
No, I ain't hear that part.
He's also from Boise State.
But
Ajayi was from Boise State.
yeah,
I'm
boys.
telling you, I'm gonna call it right now, straight up, Kenna. You'll be the one that spoke about Genty over here on this channel. Everybody knows you spoke about Genty the most out here.
Yeah,
If
yeah,
we
that's
draft
real.
Genty, A-Chain is going to be a draft day trade.
Yeah,
I'm calling it right now.
But see, no, I wouldn't trade A-Chain. I
It
would
doesn't.
trade
A-Chain will request a trade, dude. That man has
if he
been
does.
putting
Yeah,
up numbers the way he has the last
Yeah.
2 years,
if he
and now
does,
you're taking
then.
that away from him. He's a star. Teams will call.
But see,
Teams.
it's
There's nothing you can do, Kenna. Teams will
not
call.
listen. Right. I'm not arguing that. The only thing I'm saying is with Genty, it would allow A-Chain to play more of that Reggie Bush role.
Oh, he can be more. Well, you know what? If you think about it, if I'm not
Objection.
mistaken, Aston
Objection.
Gente
It's Kenna
So yeah,
and
those.
True Fin Fan who've been
that sound
talking
like
about
Cat.
Genty. Please commence.
That
No,
sound like
no,
Cat.
that's True Fin Fan.
Oh, that's
Good
true.
afternoon,
Good
Mr.
grief.
Kenna.
What up?
You know, me and you were the first ones to talk about this, right? But I don't know what it is about Pete. He don't ever want to give me no. This is personal, man.
Come get your credit. Come get your credit. He popped up just to say he spoke about Genty. You spoke about Genty? I don't recall. How about that for leaving?
But what happens? What happens if Genty is there at 13, and then you got Shador Sanders there at 13?
You still take Genty, bro. Listen, see, this is what you get with Genty. Listen,
That's
when
what
you
will
take
make a lot of us
Genty,
cry.
it will. But when you take Genty, you are giving us what we always wanted: a good run game with a running back that can play all 3 downs. We don't have to
Hey,
worry
but
That's the
about
most
if
in
we
this
take Genty,
offense, Kenna. In this system that we play, no, what Kenna it just said is the biggest. I'm telling y'all right now, a 3-down running back is what this scheme under Mike McDaniel truly needs because he will be able to disguise and use the play action to its full potential. Switching out running backs makes us almost predictable. And
Yes,
Mike McDaniel needs a real 3-down back that does not get off the field and that can also work in the catch off the play action. It'll be more deadlier. I'm
right.
with you, Kenna.
And
I'm
get
with you on that.
this, get this. What like? How should I put this? Well, fuck it. As much as I don't like Tua ass, it will save
Go
his
ahead.
fucking career.
You spot on. You're spot on because now you're bringing people to the box. There is no more cover 2.
Yes, and that's what I always said about A-Chain. How does he run when the box is stacked? Can he still
Let's
produce
be
to
honest.
where? Go ahead.
Let's be honest. When these defenders look at A-Chain on the backfield, the only thing they're afraid of is his speed. They will tackle that guy. They will tackle
Yeah,
that guy easy. They don't
And
sit out
but
here
with
and
Gente,
switch packages. No, they
yeah,
go out. Oh, you're putting A-Chain in the backfield? Okay, now we got to go to nickel or dime. Our
yes,
cornerbacks are
with,
fast
with
and they can
Gent,
tackle him.
when Gente, you got a combination of speed and power.
and not only that,
With
you got to put your
Genty,
big
you're
linebackers in
changing
there.
packages on defense, Mr. Paul.
Exactly, Pete.
On
Exactly.
with Genty, you got these teams trotting out 3 linebackers.
Yeah.
They can't go to nickel. They have to be in big, strong packages to bring this monster machine down. He's gonna wear that defense down.
And
Imagine
see,
trying to have nickel cornerbacks tackle Genty. It ain't gonna work.
it ain't. And see, man, like I was saying a long time ago when I brought it up, yo, like it will allow you to go ahead and attack the trenches in this draft the way it should be attacked, being that the trenches is deep. Fuck skill players right now. Go for the trenches this year. Get that running back. Go for the trenches. Boom.
Kenna,
Dolphins is
when you're that
recreated.
running back, when you're generational like Derrick Henry, his last season with the Tennessee Titans, the Titans offensive line ranked at the bottom of the league. You know how much
Oh,
rushing yards that beast put up? About 1,600 yards
hey,
rushing that season. And that
and
was a
Gente,
down year with the
and
worst
Gente,
offensive line.
listen, Gente be coming back to his home state because he was born in Jacksonville, Florida.
Oh my lord! And that's bringing a fellow fellow Florida in
Damn.
home. Come on, bro.
If I'm Jacksonville, If I'm the Jacksonville Jaguars, I'm
Oh,
looking to draft
That's
this
true.
dude.
Oh my goodness.
but
If I'm yes,
I'm afraid New
they
England gonna
trade
get him
they
though.
trade they trade Travis Etienne, and they just
I
roll
don't,
that homegrown talent
I don't,
because they
I don't
then
know
they need to
about that.
save Trevor Lawrence too.
I don't. Well, no, that's right. I keep forgetting. If Bill, you're right, Kenny, because if Bill Belichick was there, I would say,
Just
he
look,
would might want to go there because with
but
Bill Belichick, he brings running backs in
yeah,
and
but just
let
look
them
at
do about 2 or 3
the
years and that
moves.
set them out.
Right, just look at the moves that New England done made. They don't went and got Stephen Diggs for
Yeah, yeah,
Drake
yeah,
May,
yeah,
so they ain't
yeah.
worried about no quarterback or no receiver. What you think their next move is right now?
Running back.
Fucking running back.
That's
And
why
with
I
a
keep
Man,
running
saying
back
we
like
don't
a
need
Genty,
listen,
that's
a
a
I don't
trench
want him.
generational
guy,
talent.
dude.
Listen, if they get
I
if
need
they get
another
Drenton,
weapon, Genty. I want another weapon, whether
if
that
they
be
get
for
Genty,
Tua, for Genty, or Zach
that pushes.
Wilson. Those quarterbacks can use a Genty to his full potential.
And that makes them that makes New England even more dangerous to us.
Yes.
They're dangerous to us right now, but they're gonna make it even more dangerous. No, I take it from danger to deadly if they get Genty. Wow.
We
I've
get
been
Genty.
tell y'all about
We have one of the best running backs in the entire NFL.
I'm been trying to tell y'all about that kid. I'm
People
glad
won't be able to
got
mention
around.
Tua no more though.
Huh?
Can't talk about Tua no more though.
I mean,
Mm.
I wouldn't give a fuck with a running back like that. Fuck two at this point.
Yeah, if we have to spend the first round draft pick that high for a running back,
Oh goodness.
this is gonna go back to Run Ricky Run days.
Exactly. There you go,
Where
P.
we have Jay
And
Fiedler. We
what did
have
Matt
Jay
Moore do?
Fiedler with the weapons we wish Jay Fiedler could have had.
Not only that, what did Matt Moore do with a running game?
Hey, Alexander Madison has the same, almost the same stat. I mean, not stature as him.
But
Well, Matt, they different. I know they different,
I was about to
totally
say,
different.
but you
They
the
are
skill
totally different.
set.
But he's 5'11", 220. But maybe
A-Chain
like
is
I
on
said,
his way out.
And A
We
Chain
draft
been gone. I'm cool with it. A Chain is expendable if y'all haven't realized it. He is
I'm
the
not gonna
one.
lie, there's another running back I like that y'all probably haven't heard of, Ollie Gordon II.
I like
But Pete,
I
listen
heard of
to what I'm about to say though.
He's big too.
When you can get the best talent, why go for the secondary?
That's why I always said if he's there, you go for the best talent available, best player available. And at 13, if you have an opportunity, for example, to get the first cornerback off the board, which is the best cornerback, you select it. For same could be said, running back. Because by 13, you're not going to get most of the time the best quarterback on the board because they went 1 and 2 or possibly 3 and 5. But you're not going to get the best tackle because the best tackle already went 5 or 8. You lost that. Like, get a position that hasn't been selected and get the player that's best at that position.
At this point, you go for the position that is on everybody under radar. Ain't nobody paying attention to it. And what that position is right now is running back. You got a generational talent right there. He can possibly fall to us. I hope New England don't get him. But if he slip past New England, I hope we get that kid, yo.
He's gonna definitely, like Marcus Banks pointed out, he
Yeah,
might
he
be
would
there at
change. He would
13
change.
too.
He would now see. Now that's a player right there that can change the culture of this team.
He really could, because let's not forget Mike McDaniel. Look what he was able to do with A-Chain. Look what he was able to do with Mostert. Mike McDaniel is known as a run game genius. You give him the best running back in the game, you just make the genius happy.
Yeah,
When they complained about him not running the ball, you give him a reason now to hand it off.
yeah. And then on top of that, I'll go ahead and call Arizona and see what they want for Marvin Harrison Jr.
Damn, they just drafted him. Marvin Harrison Jr., I love him. I'd
Yeah,
trade
but with Kyler
in
Murray, it ain't
return.
going nowhere.
Yeah.
And if
You're
we get
you
stretching it
said
with that Marvin Harrison Jr. thing. I don't think that guy is gonna leave Carolina right now. I mean Arizona.
shit, if we come up with a good deal, hey, I bet you they'll probably take Tua.
Arizona?
Isn't he a better passer of the ball than Collar?
See, I in for this scheme, yeah, I do think not even, bro. Not even because
No, not talking. I mean,
if
but
you
see,
just want to keep him in the pocket, I do think Tua is a better pocket guy. I gotta agree with, like, I gotta admit to that. But it's the other things that Kyler Murray can do that makes even this offense will be better. You see what I'm
but
saying?
Arizona has proven that they can't do nothing with that.
When he was healthy, he had Arizona 1 year. Don't sleep on Arizona because that's my sleeper team in the NFC West.
But
I think Arizona might be the team that wins the NFC West if the Rams don't pull it off.
I'm telling man, Arizona ain't gonna do it, bro.
With an upgraded team
Man,
this
bro, look,
offseason,
they following the same route.
second year with the coaching,
Listen,
a healthier Kyler Murray that
listen.
wants to prove it.
Right,
Don't
I
sleep
get
on
what you're
Kyler.
saying. I get
I
what you're
don't like
saying,
Kyler,
but check this
but I
out, though.
do think
Check
they
this
have a
out.
chance at that division.
Check this out, though, Pete. What did they do with Larry Fitzgerald?
What you mean? They won a Super Bowl. They kept him there for 20 years.
And one, well, yeah, they did. They won the Super Bowl with his ass. They did. My fault. That was a bad example,
You
but
know.
they still kind of correct.
But not everybody is Larry Fitzgerald either. That's
You
going to
know.
be able to play for 20 years now.
But still, I see Marvin Harrison Jr. You know, I mean, I just don't think they're going nowhere with Kyler Murray, though. I'm just gonna put that out there. I don't care.
I get you. I get you. I'm with you. I don't think they're gonna go like, but all I'm saying is don't sleep on it either because there. I think Kyler
When
Murray
I
has a
wasn't
higher
sleeping,
chance of turning
when I
his
wasn't
career
sleeping
around
on it, they let me
than
down.
a lot of these quarterbacks. Like for
When I wasn't,
example, the Panthers and Bryce Young, the Tua and the Dolphins.
well, I projected Bryce Young to be better than Tua.
You know, I remember watching Bryce Young's his rookie game when he was a rookie. He played us. And he did some things in the pocket. He was quick enough out of the pocket that showed like some poise. And I said, wow, Tua as a
But
rookie was rattled here. Tua
but
as a rookie was really scared. Even as a veteran now, there was some situation Tua looks rattled where Bryce Young wasn't. It's
right,
just he's so small. I don't trust that guy.
right. Well, what I will say is, since I'm from Carolina, and I will say this, and I follow somebody that follows Carolina like the Dolphins and whatnot, and I will say that yo, they hated Bryce Young just like we hate Tua.
100%. Yeah,
But
they do hate Bryce Young
but
over there
I will tell you this. I will say this. They've been coming around to him. We have
because
not
of
been
how.
coming
So
around
yeah,
to Tua.
they've been they said how he ended the season strong. He
Yeah,
proved his worth.
yeah. And we
I'll
have
be
not been
hearing. I'll be
coming around
listening.
to Tua. It's the complete opposite over here. Tua been failing us at the end of the year.
That's the difference. That's how you know we have a soft culture as a fan base, not as a team, as a fan base. These two and ears are too soft, man. That's just the reality. They pamper these players. They cheer for them too hard when they haven't proved anything.
Yeah, facts.
Yeah,
See what I'm saying?
and you got
This team,
got
they have not proved it. These players have to earn it from us.
Yeah, they
Y'all
have.
give it up.
They give it
Y'all
up too
like a bunch
easy.
of one night stands, man.
On
Y'all just
good.
give it up
and
quick.
it's sad
Y'all don't
because
play hard to get.
you got a main player out there that's still on board with Tour, and now we got a new
Now,
person
now just
that's
imagine.
that's on that's hard on that's heavy that likes Tour. So that's
You know what?
well.
Actually, I remember going back. I like taking it back a little bit. I remember watching Josh Rosen, right? And I'm like, oh, we just traded for Rosen. Look at this guy. Look at the quarterback. I mean, he has some good intangibles that I think we could work with at the time. And I'm looking at Tua. Like, there's no way Tua's going to start over Josh Rosen. These Tuaneers didn't even want to use the same energy on Josh Rosen that they gave for Tua. That's what I don't get. When you look at the talent, forget what happened. Just look at the football player and do your own eye search and look what Josh Rosen looked like at UCLA. And now look at Tua based on his arm strength and everything. You're going to want Josh Rosen every time. Why didn't they pamper and cater to the rich boy? Why? Y'all did it for the poor guy, and you know what I mean, but y'all did it for Tua, but y'all want to not do it for the guy that's Josh Rosen because he's rich. That was the label. Oh, the rich guy, he doesn't want to learn. He wants to open up his mouth. Let that guy open up his mouth and call shots. Y'all let Tua do it now. Way less of an arm, going through concussions, the embarrassment of the league, changing rules. Look at what happened this morning on ESPN. They're like, think about everything that they're doing on ESPN. And Chris Grier just literally said, oh, we're not drafting a quarterback in the first round, but we won't leave it out either. Seriously? Stephen A. Smith is on ESPN with millions of viewers, and he's telling you that your top dogs want to get out because of Tua.
Yep. Like I said, the Titanic is sinking. But yet some people still want to stay aboard the ship while it's going down.
Remember when I was talking about the coaches not wanting to come over because of the sinking ship?
Yep.
Great point, Marcus. Great.
Any coach, if Sean Payton would have came to the Dolphins, guys, he would have did to Tua what he did to Russell Wilson in Denver. But Kenna, you're spot on, as usual. You get Genty in the building at 13. That does kind of like, that's a Tua move. That's a Tua move. Because that does save his career. He will have a better offense.
And that's one thing I hate to say about it, but that's how you know I'm a football person. Even at the expense of me not liking this person, this quarterback, I still will find a way to save his fucking job.
Hey, but if it doesn't work out with Tua at that point, then we Daniel Jones him. He'll be Daniel Jones.
No, it's not going to work out. I'm going to put it like this. You're going to tell the vast difference. You're going to be able to see where Tua is really failing.
You're bringing back the deep football, though.
That's what he's going to have to hit on. That's what I'm getting at, Pete.
Yeah.
Because when you bring everybody up in the box, guess what you got on the side? You're going to have man. You might have one deep. You might have two deep. You ain't even going to have two deep because you're going to have 8 men in the box. So that's going to leave you with one safety. You know, and they might try to zone it up. They might try to disguise it to make it look like a blitz, but turn it into a zone at the last minute. But at that point, you're gonna be too fucking late with the speed we got on the outside.
And Tua's best year was when he had a good run game with Mostert.
Yeah, because you gotta plug that box. It's gonna always be like that, yo. I don't care. Like it's like for the quarterbacks that can read and got the arm and can pick apart a defense, it don't matter if they got two safeties up there because they got the arm strength to take what the defense is giving them, or they got the ability to, see what the defense is not paying attention to and go there. Tua is neither one at this point. He's just barely running the plays. He don't even see what the defense is really giving him.
Man, you draft Genty, fresh rookie running back, you're looking to hand that ball off 250 times, dude. Burn that guy to the ground. hand it off. He keeps chugging yardage, you
Wouldn't say
keep handing it off.
now I get him to where he might be in he'll be in rookie of the year case for sure. No doubt he gonna take it hands down. But I don't want to burn him out because, you know, with a person with a running back like that can shoot us as a sleeper team in the playoffs. You know what I'm saying? So I would want I would want Tua to still show that he can hold up accordingly, which he done broke down at the end of the season too many times, so we have yet to know.
Hey, Tua may sacrifice him.
And that's definitely a playoff winning move right there. You draft a Genty, you got a playoff running back.
But
Guaranteed. He's built for that.
But with a Zach Wilson, a Genty, and a Zach Wilson, oh my God.
You know how easy Zach Wilson's job will be?
Oh my God. And Zach Wilson
throwing it to Waddle.
the defense.
I'll call it right now. You know who will have a breakout year? Jalen Waddle with Zach Wilson. You give Genty on this offense, Jalen Waddle will eat, dude. That man might have 84 catches, but he'll eat with the yardage and touchdowns. Might have 15 catches.
Yeah, the Washington kid, our third receiver, gonna have the career, the game of the season of their career, yo, because Tyreek and Waddle gonna start taking up a lot of attention. They're gonna start trying to. Well, they can't even do that if we get Genty.
Genty could be a safe check down. Genty, he's even a good pass blocker. Genty could be a good check down. Don't forget Janu. Alec Ingold is a good guy that catches. Alec Ingold better get his crap together. If we draft Genty, we need a more physical Alec Ingold, or we need to switch fullbacks. We need a big time fullback. I'm not gonna lie, I like Julian Hill as a blocker more than Alec Ingold. I'll put Julian Hill to take that role. Pick it up.
That's good. I kind of like that myself.
I need a big fullback to punish, a hard physical blocker. Alec Ingold, he usually, he low blows guys. He's big. You're a fullback. You cutting people low. You a fullback, and you're trying to run around guys like. Come on. I done seen way too much bad film on Alec Ingold and complained way too much on Alec Ingold's name to feel confident about our fullback moving forward. And he got an extension.
Oh, and Pete, you got to excuse me because StreamYard has been giving me a hard time. Sometimes they just completely drop me.
StreamYard, shout out to StreamYard for giving us this opportunity. But yeah, they do be bugging out sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, but man, what y'all just saying, I didn't even think about that. Zach Wilson, Genty. Oh my goodness.
That's what I'm saying. It seems so real. We have
That's
Zach.
crazy. That's crazy dangerous. Plus with guys plus with Juno Smith and like you said, you put the tight end Hill back, like using like a fullback because he's from what I'm seeing, that's a big guy and he's looks like he's pretty good with the blocking.
Yeah. See, that's excuse me, but that's what the Genty gonna allow right there. He's gonna be a every down back, just in case you ain't gotta pull him out the pass block. See, they know we passing when A-Chain go to the receiver slot because. Like, I mean, it's just telltales, yo. That's what they was meaning by, in signs within the offense that you can see that let you know what the play gonna be. How many times they gonna and play and pass block with A-Chain?
Imagine how deadly Tyreek and Waddle will be on a 3rd and 1 with Genty back there.
Genty back. Oh my goodness.
Where they're run committing heavy run commit. All you doing is snapping the ball and popping it up in the air. Go get it.
Because he's the type of running back, he want to hit you.
We can't get mad if Tua's out here completing a 16-yard bomb that goes for 60.
But you know what? That was kind of how
a 16-yard pass travels in the air and loops like a rainbow. Go get it, Tyreek.
Jay Ajayi was a type of running back that even though he had the issues with his knee, he loved contact. And when opponents uh played us and they see Ajayi back there, they said, "Man, we in for a long day because this guy loves contact." So, hmm, wow, and I think, oh my goodness, can you imagine what
Genti,
Genti gonna
we
do?
if we get Genti in this draft at 13, I think that puts us closer. And this is including with Tua starting, but with Zach Wilson, it could almost be looked at as guaranteed. We draft Genti, there's a higher chance we're beating Buffalo for sure at least one time this year. That closes the
Yeah,
gap. Genti
Especially Zach
closes
Wilson.
that gap.
yeah, he gonna change this culture for sure. I feel he'll do that more than the Shador.
Especially Zach Wilson, because Zach Wilson got what 2 wins over Buffalo already. Yep, you're supposed to have 2 wins over Buffalo.
No. Well, technically yes, but the defense did most of that.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
When our defense did most of it, we almost beat Buffalo in a playoff game too with Skyler. And that was a 7th-round prospect. Now we got the former number 2 overall pick with the same coaching staff and better talent. It's a good year to be a Dolphin fan.
Yeah, now this is a chance for Zach Wilson to to revitalize his career.
Yeah, and and here's the thing about that, Kenna. I think deep down inside, Jack Wilson realizes that, and I've said this on other platforms. This is the third team, and he doesn't want. Since we brought him here to the Dolphins, he's made statements saying he doesn't really want to be a backup quarterback or a journeyman quarterback. He wants to be a starting quarterback.
Well,
So with that attitude, I'm not.
Wait,
I know it's not guaranteed, but I'm just saying, with that attitude, I think he's pressuring himself to be the best that he can be, so he can try to get that job from Tua.
I'm gonna put it like this: we'll know if Zach Wilson's serious about how fast he learned his offense.
Mm-hmm. We'll know.
1,000%, Kenna. 1,000%.
Mm-hmm. And I'm glad with the time over there with the Broncos, he sat and picked Sean Payton's brain for as far as trying to be a better quarterback. That's a good thing. It's
That
not
probably
guaranteed
fired him
thing,
up.
but it's a good thing. Hmm.
That probably fired him up.
Yeah.
For real.
Yeah.
And he chose this destination with a mindset of having an opportunity to start again. Tua's
Well,
day. No, look, man.
He know Tua gonna go
As
down.
hard as it is to believe, and sometimes I wake up and sit here and tell myself I know Tua's going to be QB1 week 1, but like I really feel he's not. Also at the same time, I don't think he's going to be QB1 week 1 either. It's done. It's done in Miami. You don't go back and go to an event in Miami where you're the franchise of the Dolphins and get booed at an event. That doesn't just happen, dude. The whole city wants you out. That's it. The gig is up.
and if that's
We
dancing
don't we,
around in
they
his
they
mind,
don't feel sorry for him anymore. That story it's broken. It didn't work. The
Yo,
story that once was gonna be a fairy tale, it's now a scary story. They're over. They flipped. They don't want you.
I wonder how he gonna play now, knowing in the back of his knowing. I ain't gonna say in the back because it was always in the back of his head that people didn't like him in Miami. But knowing in the front of his noggin, I wonder how he gonna play. Now he's
I'm
all
afraid he's gonna screw us, bro, and set us back, dude.
he is because it was like I think it was like 2, maybe 3 years ago. He sat down in a podcast and they asked him about Brian Flores. Now, I saw the video and I was in my mind, I was thinking this is a chance for Tua to just dead everything and say he's grew from that. Man, this man went on and kept on saying how Brian Flores was dogging him out and everything, kept the shit going.
exactly.
Oh my Lord.
He only was able to do that once he got his money, which says a lot to me.
I would have never paid that guy. I
Yeah,
would
cause
have
look what
put that pressure on him to play. Like, who was it that said it, man? So much for you, because I never thought of that. So whoever it was that said what I'm about to say on this channel, that was such a good take. You said they said, and I forget who said it, and I'm sorry for forgetting the name. Hopefully, it's one of you guys. But they said if Tua would have played on his 5th-year option, he would have been forced, not got paid. You prove it, you're on the 5th. Tua would have wore the Guardian cap all year.
Oh shit! I don't know who said that. I ain't say
I
that.
don't know who said that. He would be well. Listen, let me say this. One thing I've noticed with Tua, and I could be wrong, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Since he got paid, well, let's say this. Since he's been with the team, each season Tua has done something during the off season to try to better himself. John Beck losing the weight, the karate classes or judo classes or what have you. But since he got paid this off season, I haven't seen no workout film of Tua working out.
It's
And I
over,
mean,
bro. He feels it. He knows it. But
not
but
just that,
here's
but
the thing. If
he
you
got
if,
his
if you
money.
if you
He
think
might not be
about what I
caring right now.
exactly think
He's
about
not
what
caring.
I just think about what the person that said the take that I just said up here on my live stream. Think about this for a second. If Tua would have not gotten the contract and he was on a prove it year, he would not have risked his career to try and get paid. So he would have used the Guardian cap all year. Y'all with me? Tua got paid, so he was more irresponsible, and this was him not trying to be clowned at, because I even told y'all, I said I expect Tua to have a big head on the field on Sundays, and it's embarrassing to be probably like one of the only players to wear a Guardian cap. That's gonna make us look soft. I said that on someone's stream,
Mm.
and Tua ended up not wearing the Guardian cap. And I initially said, wow, this guy must have either heard me or he already knows exactly what I said that people might be afraid to say that I'm not afraid to say. He doesn't want to look soft. He's a target for that. So now, this quarterback, if he would have not got paid, mind you, this is assumptions, but I feel because you know how Tua is, right? He rubs everybody off as a responsible man. He's a really good character guy. I feel because of that, he is responsible. He would have wore it on that 5th-year option. Yes, he would have. And I'm assuming that, and I feel like he would have. But since they paid him early, he tried to show off. He changed. Show me the money. Now he feels secure.
Yeah.
Like he don't care no more. Whether he
Mhm.
loses that position, whether he's the backup, he doesn't care. He just got an extra $50 million guaranteed in his pocket, plus more that's going to be coming in.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where I'm
That's
at.
how he rubs me. He never cared. He got paid, and he's fake because he changed. A real quarterback, a real franchise quarterback that just got paid, that really cared about his organization, going to places, a real deal football player that uses the NFL went to an extent to help your head out, and you didn't take full advantage of that to help us so you can stay healthy. Imagine he was wearing that Guardian cap week 2 versus Buffalo. He doesn't get a concussion. He doesn't get a concussion, fellas. His head hits that floor. He has pads on. He gets back up, gets in the huddle, spits, and puts his mouthpiece on. That's
Mm.
an irresponsible football player.
Yeah,
This
cause
is
look what A Chain did. Remember A Chain had that special helmet on.
my
H
son
Because
was my son was 5 years old, bro. You know how guilty I felt. I'll tell y'all that guy fell off the bike, bounced his head on the concrete, and he was riding obviously with no helmet, and he was already he's a little beast. He don't have training wheels. He been stopped on the training wheels, but when I seen him slide and bounce his head on the helmet, he's been riding with no helmet for a while, so I felt comfortable. I was just outside on the swing watching him. I felt so guilty and bad, like a bad parent. I felt like I was the worst parent in the world that day. He hurt his head, knowing he's only 5. He should have had a helmet on. He's good on the bike, but still, you see where my point is? This is just me as a parent feeling real guilty of my son bumping his head on the concrete, riding his little bike. Imagine paying an employee $200 and something million. Imagine you as a coach, as a regime, as a whole, believing in this guy that you're gonna be we put all these hours in for you, Tua. We made all these trades for you, Tua, and you let us down because you decided not to want to wear the guardian cap when it was allowed, and they made this for you. Our season went to crap because you wanted to look like the tough guy, the cool kid on the block. Seriously?
And I thought about something else. Going back a little bit with Flores, the first season with Tua, Flores didn't want Tua to play in that first year because he said he made a statement saying he wouldn't want his son to play in the situation that Tua was in. But the call came from up in the upper office to put Tua in there a little bit too early.
Well, Mr.
And
Poach,
then that go and see the reason. Another point I'm making with that is that Tua calls himself accusing Flores of being abusive to him, but the man didn't want you to play, not just because he didn't see talent in it, but he said himself that he wouldn't want his son to go out there and play football in the condition Tua was at that time.
Yeah, but when you going through stuff, Mr. Polk, when you going through things, see things one way, you only gonna remember the bad things, the negative things. You're not gonna remember all the times like, oh yeah, he looked out for me here. He didn't want me to play, but I played anyway. You're not gonna think about that until you retire, until you really think about it. You only gonna remember the bad things.
Yeah, Tua gonna apologize to Flo one day. Watch.
No, I don't think that at all. Tua's gonna hit once Tua's out of here, we're not gonna hear from him. It's only gonna be us talking about Tua, honestly, on the internet. We're gonna be like, look at this quarterback, and they thought Tua could do this, and you know what I'm saying? Like that's pretty much the only time Tua's not gonna be on the limelight. Tua's not gonna be out there. Tua don't even be out in the city, in the community, doing community events. Ryan Tannehill did more, bro, for the community.
I didn't think about that. You right on
Ryan
that.
freaking Tannehill did a lot more for this man built stuff. He was out there with a shovel. I remember seeing Tannehill a lot of times. He would always take a picture with a shovel. It's unreal. Tua's just ready to go. He's ready to retire. That's how he rubs me. It's over, dude. He don't fight. That guy is.
Well, he's
no, I'm just thinking about. He has. I'm trying to think back. That's right. He hasn't done nothing for the community since he's been on our team.
Well, he's supposed to be a person. He's supposed to be this awesome human. Man, get the fuck out of here. Tua don't give no fucks about no American.
Exactly.
Now he might go to Hawaii and do that shit, but I ain't doing that shit in no Miami.
Mr. Park will be back. StreamYard kicked them out.
Yeah.
Straight up. But now this new Chris Grier, he's changed up. Chris Grier don't want to hear nothing. Chris Grier is probably not even answering Tua's phone calls. Chris Grier probably has Tua worried right now. And Tua's like, oh, they don't want me anymore? Okay, no problem. I got paid. I'm good. What's the concern? No other team wants me. He knows that. Tua knows that. Tua knows no other team is going to want him. His time is done. And the way that Tua has sent out Chris Grier to work, I told y'all, oh, they're going to look for a top flight backup quarterback. When Chris Grier came out and said those words, top flight backup quarterback, I said, Tua's done, guys. You're putting a GM to work on a quarterback, and to put a lot of detail into it, like heavy work into that. They're going to get a quarterback that's better than Tua. It ain't going to be no cheap guy. It's going to be someone that walks in the hallways. Remember, I told y'all, I said, it's going to end up being a quarterback that walks in these hallways at the Hard Rock. And when they see Tua, it's not all smiles and it's not no handshakes. We're going to end up getting a quarterback. When they see Tua, they're sizing him up, wondering in their own mind, not saying it to Tua, but in their own mind while they see Tua walking in the hallway all smiling. I'm better than him. He ain't going to be the starter. They put somebody in this building that wants to start again. And that's what made me so happy about this organization, Chris Grier going after a quarterback like Zach Wilson. And one of the best thing it was giving Zach Wilson a 1-year trial. Because that pushes him to want to learn that playbook, Kenna. That pushes him to want to work hard and be a part of this team, because him looking in the mirror, he's already telling himself, I'm faster. I got a better ball than Tua. As long as I pick up this offense, I'm going to be the starter. That's number one. Number two, if I don't start off the rip, this guy is going to go down by week 6. By week 6, or if he doesn't go down by week 6, by week 12, he would have to win games. By week 12, his arm is fatigued. Nobody wants to talk about arm fatigue. In practice, by week 12, I'm definitely going to learn the scheme, the playbook, everything more, and be more advanced in the system. Your arm is going to be fatigued. I'm going to have a fresh arm. Practice is just going to roll my way late in the season. Regardless, those are the 3 ways I see Zach Wilson coming in, because Tua is going to screw it up.
Well,
It's the perfect season.
It'll be great if they was on Hard Knocks this year.
Oh, and I want Hard Knocks so bad. And rumors are we have an opportunity to be on Hard Knocks.
Man, I hope we are this year, yo. That'd be lovely.
That will be lovely. I want to see it all. And you know what'll be good? The compare and contrast to the other Hard Knocks, to this new Hard Knocks, how they used to treat Tua. Look how they treat Tua now. Look at, you know what I'm saying? That will be something to watch, man. That definitely. And I'd like the off-season Hard Knocks, where we go through the OTAs and the training camp heading into the regular season. I don't want the end season, late in the season Hard Knocks. No, I want that off-season stuff. I want to see Zach Wilson's drama. I want to see how it goes.
I want to see the Hard Knocks like they did with the Steelers with the whole AFC East.
Oh, the whole AFC Hard Knocks.
When they had the AFC South Hard Knocks. It was the Steelers, the Ravens, the Bengals. They had all.
I'm gonna be honest. I just wanted to be all Dolphins. I don't even care about none of those teams.
Man, I don't
just
care
make it all Dolphins.
Neither, but that'll make the rivalries more intense too.
Oh, the rivalry is already set right now. Right now, Buffalo thinks they're the king of the East. The closest team to putting pressure on Buffalo, realistically, it's us, dude. It's not the Jets and it's not the Patriots.
We get Genty. We most definitely gonna put some pressure.
Right now, it's really us. We threaten the Bills more than any other team in the East. And we just need to have the best season ever. I feel like we're about to have one of the best seasons ever. That I truly do. Shout out Cap for Life hitting that link. Appreciate you. What's up, dude?
No, man, just doing my thing, going out there, trying to hear something, man. But it's pretty sad out there, man.
It's pretty sad out there, right? Everybody has flopped. They think Greer has done bad jobs. I don't even want to hear it anymore. I don't that
No, man, this is
negativity is
actually
starting to
great.
rub me the wrong way.
This is
Because
great.
I see so many great things going on. For them to be now trying to get rid of all of this. Now, when Chris Grier is doing a good job, people want to flip flop. This is unreal. Praise this man. We've been calling for this guy's head for a while now. He
For
finally
me,
figured it out. Give him a chance.
You know what it is? He's not doing anything directly for Tua now, so they don't like it.
Exactly. Exactly.
I'm gonna say this: he get Genty, hey, he all right by me.
Let's say Genty's not on the board no more at 13. Cowboys take him at pick 12, right ahead, like they're projected to.
Ooh,
What's your next move?
shit, fuck it. We might as well go D tackle. I like that guy from Florida, fat motherfucker.
Yeah. What's his Watson?
Yeah, he like 400 pounds.
You're taking that guy in the first?
Yeah,
No, that guy's a late round pick.
but regardless, my point is, I'm getting the DT.
DT. You're getting the best DT or possibly the second best DT.
We
If
may
one
be like
didn't go off the board.
Minnesota and not get our pick in on time.
Hey, what's your thoughts about Thor Griffin? That's his name, right?
Who?
The guy from Louisville, defensive tackle.
What's his size?
Look him up real quick, and if anybody knows his stats. Louisville defensive tackle. No.
I think we need like a left defensive end more than a defensive tackle. Because right now we got Zealer. What's that defense? Benito Jones at defensive tackle. Who we got on that other end?
Doing nothing, bro.
Who we got on that other end? That's why I said earlier,
We
if we turn
got
around and you're breaking up, Cap. Is it me or is it Cap that's breaking up?
It's Cap. He
What about now? Now?
Now you're clear. You're back gone. That's why I was saying earlier, if we're on the move and we're trading Jalen Ramsey, we're losing one big contract, then we get somebody else that's ready right now that's going to help us overnight guaranteed. We trade Ramsey to the Bengals and we get Trey Hendrickson and we give him the bag. This is somebody that's had 17 plus sacks for 2 years in a row. He has a good 3 real good prime career years left. You're going to use this guy for 3 good years. He's dominant, better than Zyler. You put Trey Hendrickson on that defensive end with Benito Jones and Zach Zealer as the 3 fronts. Now you know your edges, Chop Robinson, Jalen Phillips, Bradley Chubb, your middle linebackers. You already know Willie Gay and Jordan Brooks. We're solidified. That's one of the best front sevens, whatever you want to call it, we've had in Miami for a long time. With the small additions at safety that we just upgraded based on last year's safety, Cam Smith, Kader Kohu, those are 2 young dogs trying to prove a name, and I like that. We have a real intense pass rush that's going to make our cornerbacks' job easier. We got 2 fast safeties that can get to spots quicker and help the young cornerbacks out. And we got a relentless pass rush that just doesn't stop. Jalen Phillips comes in. Next play takes a breather. Bradley Chubb comes in. Bradley Chubb goes out, takes a breather. Let's go back. Jalen Phillips. Rotation is a must with those 2. We got to trade and pay Trey Hendrickson and get off of Jalen Ramsey. That's a splash move that's worth it.
Well,
That's a Chris Grier boss move right there.
Speaking of a Ramsey, I mean, either way it go, we're gonna have to either pay the money or keep him or something. And since everybody complaining about him being that corner and not producing like that, I say move him back to safety.
He'll go to be the most expensive safety in the NFL history.
Yeah, but
We move him to safety.
We'll probably get some good production out of him that way.
Not everybody is Charles Woodson, bro. It's easy to say. No. I'm serious, bro. You don't remember hearing those same takes, Kenna, with Xavier Howard? Oh, don't worry. When Xavier Howard gets a little bit older, we're gonna move him to safety.
But the difference between Howard and Ramsey is Ramsey will hit some motherfucking body.
X was more physical.
Huh?
X is a more physical corner. X said it out of his own mouth. He preferred jamming everybody at the line of scrimmage, man to man.
I mean, but
Ramsey likes that off coverage.
For though.
That's a sign of being soft right there, off coverage.
Ramsey was known for jamming you at the line early in his career.
He backtracked on it.
That's why
you can't be happy being you're a cornerback and you're considered a lockdown cornerback. You stand your ground. You're a cornerback. You're not happy being moved around. That's why I respected Xavier Howard. He complained. That man complained. Let me cover the number one.
Ramsey was on there.
That's how you know you have that. That's how you know you have that dog mentality. He complained. He wants to cover number one.
I mean,
dog status.
But sometimes he was still covering number one at a detriment to us, though.
If you did it, you're not taking away and stopping Xavier Howard from getting that number one guy. He was gonna talk. He knew he was that guy.
Hey, dog, you get burned twice. We switching it up.
He got toasted a few times. X did get toasted a few times. But the main point is this whole moving Ramsey to safety. If it didn't happen with Howard, damn sure ain't gonna happen with no Ramsey. He's out of here.
He'll say.
And I'm so happy he's out of here because you know how frustrated I would have been. That's why I say like this is a good move by Chris Grier. I would have been really frustrated, dude. Week one comes around. Let's say we're playing the Bengals week one. No, not even the Bengals because they got two stars.
I think the team gonna want us to pay that $20 million though. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, in return to get a really good draft pick. That's how you could potentially bump that draft pick up. We were up here thinking it was a fourth and a fifth. We take a portion of that money, like you just said, that could move up the draft pick. Really, that could move it up a notch. Okay, we might give you a third. We might give you a second, especially a desperate team like the Commanders. The Commanders and Bears right now are spending money desperately. Yeah, Bears more because they really got to prove Caleb Williams works out. What happened?
I said I'm about to get up out of here. I'm about to go eat. I'm gonna holler at you.
All right, Kenna. You enjoy the rest of your evening, dude. You have a great night.
Yeah.
Take it easy, Kenna.
Just me and you, Mr. Banks. How excited did this Chris Grier interview get you during this offseason now and looking forward to the draft? Did this interview make you more excited, or did it just say it doesn't mean anything to you? You just got the same flow?
Nah, it just kind of it was what I was expecting. You know, I didn't expect anything really monumental, anything earth shattering. I know the position the team is in, and I know that people want to leave, so I can expect that you weren't going to hear things you want to hear, like, oh, what are you going to do in the draft? Are you going to take a O-lineman? Are you going to, show up the quarterback position even more? I was expecting to hear what I heard, so it wasn't really a surprise to me.
It didn't make you look more forward to the draft at all?
No, not really, because I expected everything that Chris Grier said. I expected.
So you expected him to put a price on Tyreek Hill's head?
Well, he did say, if they come to him with 2 first-round picks, but they're not gonna come to him with 2 first-round picks, and he knows that.
But now the option is on the table. There's teams out there that might be looking at the wide receiver class, like he mentioned. Think about what he said. GMs, their job is to look at this evaluation of this draft class and what's going to come out next year. You have a year with Bryce Young. Wide receiver class is weak this year. Next year, what if the wide receiver class is weak as well? So now you're probably convinced and thinking, hey, it worked out for Dolphins and Tua. I can sell Bryce Young and extend him and make him look better with a Tyreek Hill. It's potentially worth doing a first and a third and possibly a fifth. Let me make that phone call. That opens the door for phone calls. You heard him say he hasn't gotten any trade offers. You see how weird this presser came out. Did any other GM randomly come out like this across the league? I didn't even check. We might have been the only GM that spoke yesterday in the past week.
I don't really follow the other teams that in-depthly, so I don't know. But I'm sure there were press conferences. I just I wasn't abreast of any. So
this was a nice press conference to come out and put a stand right before the draft. And that's what made me more excited as a fan, because that's what Chris Grier made me feel like. He put prices on people's head. He made me feel confident Tyreek Hill was going to be here because, like you said, I doubt anybody trades 2 firsts for him. But I know he's getting those phone calls. And right now, if he gets the right phone call and it gets into Stephen Ross's ear, they won't leave no stone unturned. If that draft falls to them, like they said, they will move up and select the pick. This Jalen Ramsey trade conversation, this is leaving the door open for me to believe that they're about to move up in this draft. I don't know where, but I know at least in the top 3 rounds, they are going to move up. And I wouldn't be shocked if they use Ramsey and they add a 4th to go back into the 2nd.
I don't know, because he talked about trading back though, so I don't know.
Yeah, he said the possibility of trading back out of the first is an option, but he also mentioned with like more aggression that there's a big possibility of trading up if the right prospect is there in their reach. We just got to try to figure out what prospect is that they would consider trading up for that's there in their reach, because now the key has unlocked the bottom door. But now there's a top lock. You got to remove the key and insert the key on the top lock, and that's the final step of unlocking the door. That's where we're at right now. And on draft day, we will unlock that top, because that's more likely when Ramsey is going to get moved. I see it happening on draft day.
I see them probably giving up a 2nd and a 3rd for Ramsey. Whoever gets him.
What are the chances of us giving up our 13th pick and Jalen Ramsey to move up to number 8 with the Carolina Panthers?
Then it really depends on who you taking. Who you going to take at 8?
They're moving up for the prospect that I would believe to be Shadur Sanders.
I don't know. I don't know.
I know you didn't. That's why I was saying like the prospect you believe, but I think that's who they're targeting. To me, that's who the Miami Dolphins want to be in Miami. It's almost like if it worked out with Tua, you build it around Tua. Come do this with this next star. And if it doesn't work out, check this out, Marcus, because Stephen Ross is a businessman. Listen to this. If it doesn't work out with Mike McDaniel year 1, possibly year 2, because the 2nd year you're going to have more capital to build around this guy, because I trusted you guys and you guys built good around Tua. You guys get 2 years. If it doesn't work out, how do you extend Sanders to a fan base that 2nd year was already screaming for his dad to be the coach here?
Well, thing is,
You see how it can work out? And then
yeah, but
you make
does
the
Dion?
fan base happy again. Third season of Shadur Sanders by sitting here and getting his dad coach and firing Mike McDaniel, firing Chris Grier, bringing his dad here, changing everything, letting Shadur Sanders, and that alone, that too might be a 1 to 2 year run.
But does Deion Sanders even want to come and coach? Yeah.
If his son is here, 100%. He said he would only come coach in the NFL if he gets to coach for his son. He won't coach for no other team.
I don't know. The dislike for Deion is real.
The
The
dislike for
jealousy,
Deion?
yeah, the jealousy and the hatred for Deion is real in these front offices.
I see your point. I do see your point. Trying to stay away from the loud, brashy talker like Deion Sanders. They might be afraid of that toughness and aggression that he does onto the players and coaches, you know? Like he's loud, tough, hard on his players, hard
I
on
can
his
get,
coaches.
I can guarantee you one thing though: they won't be late for a meeting.
Oh no, he fixes all of that overnight.
You won't have to worry about finding them about being late for a meeting
He
because they'll
fixes
be
that
gone.
overnight. And you
Yeah,
also
they'll.
have a coach that's a Hall of Famer that these young football players, they looked up to Dion. They heard about Dion's name. Nobody knows who Mike McDaniel was. They just gave us this guy and labeled him the run game genius. And it worked out surprisingly. Surprisingly, it worked out. But it's hard to look up to a coach that's just that. It's hard to respect that because he already called himself a teammate to the players. You could never, you could never have the players feel like they're your teammate, like they're your friend. You can't.
Yeah,
As bad as that sounds, I'm sorry. There's a thin line in business and in football and structure. There's respect, there's boundaries that you have to have because you're not only speaking for the starters, you're leading for the backups as well. So you can't have the starters slacking and expect the backups to stay in line.
and then they lost a lot of leadership too. Everybody won out, so
The leadership is a little bit blown out of proportion. I mean, what leaders did the Commanders have on their roster last year and they made it to the championship game?
no. I mean, as far as the character, the personality of the team.
Winning cures all because when you're not attacked with bad play, now you're surrounded with positivity and the fan base is loving it. So you're just going to continue to go to work hard, and you're going to sit there and be proud of your hard work. Once it's not going good, fingers and elbows start getting pointed, and blame game starts happening. Once the blame game starts happening, that disrupts the locker room if actions aren't taken immediately. If the locker room is sitting here saying that Tua is losing us games, and every Sunday they keep going out with Tua and they continue to lose with Tua, that locker room is going to lose respect. That locker room is going to lose a lot of credibility to the coaching staff, especially if this is a locker room that's begging for the backup quarterback to start. You roll with what the team wants to go with. You don't coincide against that.
Yeah, I mean, I just hope that it's able to stay together one more year. But I really do feel like this is the beginning of the end, you know?
No, absolutely. I feel the opposite. I think we're finally trending in the right direction, Marcus Banks. And the contracts proved it. Greer's attitude late of the season, I loved it. That's proved it. Tua not getting a restructure, that's proved a lot of it. The players he brought in for the price he brought in and how he brought them in with the contract to prove it, that's a big change in the game. And And truth be told, I think we did get better. Truth be told, this roster got better. It got faster, and they're maneuvering and moving as if they're expecting the building to collapse. And the building collapsing is Tua. And that's the change that the fan base and the community need to start respecting Greer for. Because if you Tuaneers can flip flop off Chris Grier, so can Chris Grier himself. So y'all can't get mad at Chris Grier for flip flopping off Tua, but you guys also flip flop off Tua and now think that's the right decision. You guys don't have to deal with the contract stuff. You guys don't have to work and make phone calls and see that there's no trade options out there. Greer does. He has to make up for that mistake. The mistake that you Tuaneers caused. Y'all made this bed. Y'all peed on the bed. And you know what? Y'all got to sleep on it. Straight up. Because if it wasn't for the Tuaneers, Greer's ears would have not been transcending in that direction.
My thing is,
That's the tough part about it. That's because the fans, that goes to show that fans, they have a lot to do and controlling an organization, believe it or not. Believe it or not. If the Tuaneers would have flip-flopped off Tua 2021, Tua would have probably been out of here. Out of here. But those excuses, they heard it and they ran with it. And they gave y'all what y'all wanted. So don't be mad now that he's doing what you guys are doing now. Don't hate Chris Grier now because he's working with a certain amount of money and he can't get all the best players, but he upgraded the team because the players are better than the roster we had last year. But don't get mad now. Don't get mad now because he's planning Tua's exit. Don't get mad now.
I mean, now
If you
the
guys can
team is
plan his exit, he can too.
kind of like in the same position. It's the same type of team Brian Flores had now. So we're gonna see what McDaniel can really do.
I wish Chris Grier would have said yesterday on that podium, listen, dude, that offensive lines with Patrick Paul looked really good in a dome versus the Houston Texans. And that quarterback was the one that threw 3 interceptions and fumbled the ball. Where was the pressure there? How bad was the beat up offensive line there? Everybody picked their game up. Tua fumbled the bag.
But he can't say that though, because all of that stuff is at his feet, because he's the one that picked everything. He's getting all the groceries, so he can't complain about the results.
No, he has to sell Tua. That's why I
Yeah.
said the other day when I heard Mike McDaniel for the first time, this man took 4 years for Mike McDaniel to call, and he said it so like slow too. He called Tua the face of the franchise, and he said it very slow. I'm telling you right now, they're selling this guy. They're
I'm telling
trying to
you,
sell this guy. It
one
is
more
over.
injury and that's a wrap for him. One more injury and it's over. They can't even hide it anymore.
Oh yeah, 100%. That's the crazy thing about it. Tua could go out, twist his ankle. They're gonna
And I say,
scrutinize
if you're
Tua,
gonna
and it's
fail,
only a twisted ankle, but it's not even like a concussion, a broken throwing hand. It's nothing really major. It's a twisted ankle that was a high grade. He's gonna have to miss 3 weeks. He can't walk. Oh, he's done. He's done, bro. He's done.
I think we barely win 5 games.
He left me speechless. Say that one more time.
I think we barely win 5 games this year.
Barely?
Yeah.
Nah. Nah, I doubt that. The writing is on the wall with Tua. If Tua's the starter and they were forced and Tua had restructured, I could be there with you. But it's over for Tua, dude. It's over. That guy has 1 free throw shot. When Tua goes to the free throw, he don't get 2. He has 1 this season. He has 1, and he can't miss, dude. He can't miss. Every game he has to play like it's the Super Bowl. He
But see,
can't
he's all
mess
right because
up.
he got his money now. He's all right because he got paid. So
And if he plays like he's all right and he got paid, then that means he's going to be out. He won't definitely be the starter week 1. But if he goes out there trotting, really trying hard, like he needs to be, like I expect him to be, he might go out with injury second quarter of the season, dude, when things start getting tough and the pressure gets hot.
week 6.
Week 6. Week 6, he goes down. The pressure was too much. The season feels like it's slipping away, Marcus Banks. We're trending in that direction that you projected. We got 2 wins. We got 3 losses. And that week 6 game, it's not looking very good versus the Jets, for example. Justin Fields ran all over this defense. We lost big. Now we're sitting at 2-4. I'm telling you right now, they're knocking on Zach Wilson's door.
Then we gotta play the Patriots the following week. The Patriots come in and beat us.
Nah, we're knocking on Zach Wilson's door to save the season. What's going to end up happening is we're going to lose that Jets game, get to 2-4. The season feels like it's slipping away now. That pressure's hot. Mike McDaniel's going to open up and have breaking news Monday morning. Tua has checked in.
You mean retired?
No, that man's going to do what Tua did before, which I told y'all Tua quit on us. That man going to check into a doctor and say he had a concussion. All Tua has to do is say, doctor, I got dizzy, man. I don't know if I could do this no more right now. Check me out. Doctor's going to say, how dizzy did you feel? Oh, I got woozy. I started having nightmares. And they were repeating over and over. No. This won't stop. Oh, yeah, you were concussed. I'm like, oh, I'm writing you a doctor's note. Here you go. Concussion Tua. Tua's done. He's checking in. That's what I mean by checking in. That pressure's going to get too mad. That pressure's going to get too hot. Tua, 2-4, season slipping away. Monday morning, he's checking in. And Mike McDaniel ain't going to be mad about it either.
And I'm good with the team doing bad and all that, but if they're going to do bad, they should do bad fast so that they know that it's time to move on.
Yeah, I don't see us starting with Tua hot this upcoming season. I just don't. The belief in that's why it's crazy, bro. It takes a family. It takes a family, and everybody got to believe in the goal and the options, whatever it is. This family don't believe in their guy. It don't matter what they say at practice. Yeah, we like Tua. We love Tua. When those guys go home to their wife and they got bruised up legs, they're telling their wife at home with no cameras recording they hate Tua. They could have won that game, but Tua missed. I heard Waddle. They're walking around. Zach Zieler's walking around with a broken body, and he heard Waddle crying on the phone, talking about Tua missed him 3 times. We could have beat this team. Now that made Zach Zieler mad. He walking around with a banged up body. Defense broke at the end. He's listening to all these Dolphin shows, and they're all blaming the defense for allowing this. And they're mad.
All right, I'm gonna go through the schedule again. I'm gonna go down the list of the schedule
and do home and away games because I don't remember the home and away.
Let me see it. This is next year's, right? Atlanta. Okay, so first is say we got the Atlanta Falcons.
That's a preseason game, right?
Is it a preseason?
Yeah, we play the Falcons in preseason, not in the regular season.
Wait to be announced. Okay, what is it? All right, so we got 4 preseason games? 3?
3.
Yeah, because it doesn't have anything listed. It just has the games up here. All right, so week 1, it says Cleveland Browns.
Oh,
We
we're
may be
beating
able
them.
to get that. They don't have a
That's
quarterback.
what I'm saying. We're beating. That's 1-0. And that's
Then
with
we put,
Tua and Zach Wilson. We're beating them.
then we play the Colts in
We're beating them too.
Indianapolis.
We're beating that
They
too.
they in a dome. We should get that one.
2-0.
Now we play the Bills.
It all depends on what happens. Zach Wilson is the starter. We could potentially win that game. We could split with the Bills with Zach. Tua, now we're lost. It all depends. You see how this could go? It's like to be determined at the moment.
So you got it at 2-1 right now.
2-1.
Then we play the Patriots.
3-1.
All right, so you got them winning that game. I'm not so sure. Then
How,
they play the
Marcus? New coach, new everything. How are you not so sure? They got new players. We're ahead of this team. Our team is structurally. We're gonna beat them.
Because Tua's never beat Vrabel. That's what I'm thinking about.
He didn't get to beat Vrabel when Vrabel had his team built with his culture, his regime, and he played us, and we were building a new culture with a new regime. That's why he kept beating us. And he's a good defensive mind. He wasn't going to let Tua's limitations beat him. He's a good defensive mind. But when it comes to talent, we're close enough to beat him. This is his first year. We got this.
All right, so you
3-1.
saying 4-1. That's what you're saying right now.
We're 4-1, 4-1.
Then we got the Jets.
It's another team. Aaron Glenn, 5-1.
All right, then we got the Ravens. Ravens at
5-2.
home.
5-2. We'll take that out.
Then we got the Bengals at home.
In our house,
Yeah.
they don't have no defense, dude. They don't have no defense. We're gonna put up a lot of points on them. I think we beat 5-3. We lost to the Bengals.
Okay, 5-3. All right, then we got the Saints at home.
6-3. We cooking them.
Then we have the Buccaneers at home.
7-3. We play at home. We're gonna beat them at home.
Hey, we got a lot of home games early. Then you got the Chargers at home.
7-4.
Now you got the Washington Commanders. It says it's a home game, but it's really in It's really in Spain.
The Commanders. We're gonna beat the Commanders. 8-4.
Then you have the Patriots again in Foxborough.
We're sweeping the Jets and the Patriots. That's 9-4. 10-4.
Then you got to worry about the Steelers, which I think we could beat the Steelers. So you got the team going 11-4,
11-4, 12-4. We're missing some games there. Because if we only lose 4 games, that means we're at 13.
This is
13
missing
and
some.
4.
This is missing some games. 2, 3. Yeah, this is.
I believe we play the Panthers too.
Yeah,
in the regular
it
season.
doesn't have the Panthers on here at all.
Yeah, we play the Panthers in Carolina at their house. So there it goes.
The way the
We play a
NFL
lot
has
of
been,
teams
bro,
that we should be favored, bro.
there's gonna be injuries, bro. The NFL, I'm telling you, the past 2 seasons, fantasy football wise, bro, it's been like crazy, bro. Like you could get these no-name guys. Like look at Akine, man. Akine came out of nowhere. Now we signed him. You know what I'm saying?
So you think we gonna go 12-5?
I don't know 12-5, but I know we can compete. Like if we've been competing to the point where injuries got us 1 game out of the playoffs, let's say some other teams get in a situation where they're going to end up being 9-7, and we won't have double-digit wins in any division, takeovers. Like there was one time when there was like 9-7 got you in, and everything else was like 8-8. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, that's what
you
happened
got like
last year,
a
Cap.
10
Last
win
year,
here, 10 win
9-8,
there.
9-8 got people in last year.
You know what I'm saying? I remember when the NFC East had people winning the division under 500. Now they're like, you got the Eagles now, but you know what I'm saying? You got the Eagles, Giants, and the Cowboys, and at one
That's
point
how the
all of them are
NFC
garbage.
South. That's how the NFC South is, Cap. With Tampa Bay,
That's
the
crazy, man.
Falcons,
Out
and
of
the
all those
Saints.
teams,
Those guys
Pete,
lately,
out of all those
Tom
teams I just
Brady won
named
the
you,
division
bro,
like with 9 wins or something.
yeah. Out of all those teams, bro, I just named Washington, and look at Washington, bro. It's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying to the point where, we can't say that, how we feel about what's going on right now, but bro, everybody's just packing it in, bro.
I mean, I wish the Dolphins well, but if they're gonna fail, I just want them to hurry up.
A lot of
It's just
people
gonna
want them to
be,
hurry up, and that's what's gonna make them turn it up.
knowing us, it's gonna be always the last week of the season, bro. Win or get in. You know how that is.
I don't feel that way.
Win or get in.
Well, Chris Grier isn't making me
That's
feel
what I'm
that
saying.
way. And we'll have to
Win
see
or
how the
get in.
season plays out.
Tua,
I'm really.
is Tua available?
That's the thing. We don't want
You know,
Tua to be available,
that's the thing,
Marcus,
yeah.
because we got a chance with Zach. We really got a
That's
chance with Zach
the
Wilson.
scenario.
And
That's the scenario,
truth
yeah.
be
If you wanted
told,
to play out like that,
and
you can't have it.
and the truth is, if we draft like Will Howard and he starts, or Shadur Sanders, I think we win a lot of these games too. We could have a rookie quarterback go to the playoffs like Jaden Daniels did his rookie year.
I'm just telling you now, the way Greer is, something's going down, bro.
Thank you. And it's
I just don't
big.
know
That's why
how
I'm so
many lives
excited, and
does
I
this
can't
guy
wait for it to
have?
happen. I'm not gonna lie, Cap. I'm gonna be honest with you. Every time you pop up backstage, my heart starts to race. Because for some reason, when I'm live, I'm not checking no update. My phone is inside charging right now. You know what I'm saying? So when you come in, I'm like, oh, maybe Cap heard something. Oh crap, what's even breaking news? Like any little breaking news can happen.
No, right now,
It's about to
you
happen.
got a
That's how
couple
I'm feeling
people.
right now.
You got a couple people live right now, and everybody's just like, they just, same sentiments like you, bro. They just like, let this ride. So it's just like, all right, we're gonna let it ride.
No, but I'm not liking all the negativity on Greer's name right now, which is uncalled for.
Yeah, it's kind of bad.
That's the
It's
only
pretty.
thing. Everybody wants him gone. Like, give that. Like, people were mad because I wouldn't give Tua his flowers when Tua was out there supposedly doing good. What? But give Chris Grier his flowers when he's out here doing good. Trying to explain. These people could say, you see, the thing is, Ramsey is a big name. The name is big. He don't play like a big time player no more, but he has a big name because he's Jalen Ramsey. So everybody knows him. So what does it feel like? Oh, you're losing one of the best cornerbacks in the NFL. Greer and this staff are perfectly timing this. Their evaluation is probably on the same page as me, guys, and people don't want to like it. But if they're projecting him to regress, if they put that guy on the number 2 receivers for a reason, because he can't really shut down number 1s anymore, then this is a tremendous job to be ahead of the curve instead of sit with it and let it derail your season and your job. Put in hungry young dogs that have speed.
Well, yeah. Just pray everybody performs. But the thing is, I don't know if that's ever gonna happen, especially with this franchise.
Dude, we had a pretty solid pass coverage defense last season that, didn't get help from a defensive line that didn't produce sacks or pressure like that. But Storm Duck. You know what I'm saying? Storm Duck was out there, undrafted guy. Cater Kohu was out there. These guys were producing. They were part of this defense being good for a while. Now we're getting things that help the secondary out this year. So we're getting Jalen Phillips back. We're getting Bradley Chubbs back. That makes our defense and our corners that are young a little bit better, have to cover less longer. I love everything about what's going on this offseason, how we're projected to start healthy and everybody in sync and involved right now. It's just it's the best time. And you guys probably not going to get excited until Adam Schefter gives you guys the actual trade news. And I hope it's like Jalen Ramsey. I already told you, I hope we get Jalen Ramsey. We put a second in there, and we turn around and have 2 first-round draft picks. And we trade Jalen Ramsey back to the Jags, and we do the unthinkable. We do what you guys don't think is possible, but the unthinkable would be drafting Shadur Sanders at 13 and using Jalen Ramsey and a second-round pick and possibly another pick to move up at number 5 with the Jaguars to get Travis Hunter. Just do it.
If we could trade Jalen Ramsey back to the Jaguars, I'll be with Liam Cohen. I'll roll up in there, Duval.
If you can get in the top 3, that's the only thing that's going to keep him at bay with the fan base not trying to like go after him this offseason.
The Giants in the desperate situation they're in, as desperate as Dayball is over there with that GM, they're thinking, hey, we get a real cornerback instead of risking it with Travis Hunter that we're gonna have to play both ways, which sounds impossible nearly, especially in the NFL. We might as well get a future first, get it this year's second. Jalen Ramsey gives us good cornerback help in New York, and we trade the number 3 overall pick and let them get Travis Hunter.
You wouldn't give them Cheetah to get in the top 3? You wouldn't give them Cheetah?
If we're going to have Shadur Sanders, like the Travis Hunter, Shadur Sanders plan, no, I'm not giving up Tyreek Hill. Because that's only going to make Shadur Sanders a better player, and that's what's going to help us be one of the best offenses in the league with a rookie quarterback.
Duval. I wonder how the Jaguars are going.
I think they'll be excited to get back Jalen Ramsey.
For a first-round pick?
Yeah, but they're getting a first round. They're getting what? Jaguars give up the number 5. They're getting a first next year, a second this year, and a possible 4th this year. So they're getting 2 extra picks this year, a second and a 4th, and they're getting next year's first. I mean, they could come up with a slew of picks for that.
Well, let me tell you this too. I mean, the Patriots got money or no?
Patriots spending a lot of their money.
Yeah, but they still got some good money left.
So you don't think they would go after Ramsey?
That would be a good move for the Patriots because they already have like a good cornerback in Christian Gonzalez. So Christian Gonzalez is a young up-and-comer, shut-down corner. They used a first overall pick, the first rounder on them. So they evaluate him as being the number 1 guy and shutting down the number 1 guy. So, yeah, I think Ramsey will do good in New England, and it'll help them out because he's not going to be looked at as a number 1 corner. You see, that's what people need to realize over here, and I don't think people are really listening. Ramsey in Miami is paid and looked at as a number 1 corner. But on Sundays, he's not covering that number 1 wide receiver. So that point, I lose you. I lose respect for you. I don't want to hear no scheme because when Vic Fangio was here, you got mad and you said you didn't like how he used you in his scheme. You wanted to cover number 1s. This is what came out of Jalen Ramsey's mouth. that he wanted to cover number ones. He didn't
Then
do
Vic
that under
Fangio,
Weaver.
then
Yeah,
Vic Fangio goes to Philadelphia and wins the Super Bowl.
Vic Fangio's not stupid, bro. Vic Fangio saw the way he was falling off. Vic Fangio said, "I'm not going to put you on number ones. I can't." Ramsey made it seem like it was bad. Vic Fangio saw Javon Holland can't really cover tight ends like that. You're getting done in by every tight end, Javon. You do better
So
with guys that are faster. He covers
so
speedsters better than he could cover slow tight ends.
let's look at it like this. We know that he got an extension last season because I guess Patrick Surtain got one, so I guess they delayed the scenario. That's why he got it the week that he got it last season. But now you're in a scenario where, okay, Greer's saying we'll give him up, but what makes you think that now, after knowing that we've done everything we can for him, that we wouldn't move him to a team that's not even going to contend?
They could do that. They've done that before. But I think Greer is just looking for his best
It's like,
asset right now.
do you think Tennessee would take him?
Tennessee, definitely.
Well, nah, because they got the number 1 overall pick.
But Tennessee would take him.
I'm not giving up the number 1.
It depends what you add to it that you can take that number 1 from him. Right now, they have to be talking to Tennessee for that number 1 overall pick. This Greer presser, he put a price tag on Tyreek Hill's head, 2 first-round draft picks. He's letting the world know Jalen Ramsey's gone. You don't know what he can package up to get that number 1 pick. This is an organization desperate to make sure that this next prospect they get when they move off Tua, it's sellable. They don't want to move off Tua and not have a quarterback that can be thrusted into the fan base to make you guys excited. This is why I say Shadir Sanders makes a lot of sense, because he's going to come. I know it's going to be a kind of annoying, but he's going to come just like Tua came, with that Alabama fan base. He's going to come with that Colorado fan base. He's going to come with that Jackson State fan base. He's going to come with the Deion Sanders, his dad's fan base. He's going to bring a lot of fans over here to Miami as Dolphins fans overnight.
So if I'm a team that's top 10 in the draft right now, which one of those top 10 teams are really hurting right now that need a lot of capital?
That need a lot of cap room?
I mean, a lot of capital, like bodies. Like if they have enough money to sign like big time contracts, like would you pick up both Cheetah and Ramsey if you're a team that's hurting and trying to compete and win? Like, would you take them off our hands, both of them, and give up a lot in return?
I think the 2 teams that need the most help talent wise, I think it's the Tennessee Titans with that first overall pick, and also the New York Giants at number 3.
So you think the Giants would take Ramsey and Cheetah for us to take the number 3 spot?
Ramsey and Cheetah for the number 3 spot. That sounds good, especially to a team that's being led by veteranship and a coaching staff that wants to win now, that doesn't have time to sit here and get a developmental project player. Yeah, I could see a regime like that going for it and selling the farm to their fan base 100%.
But didn't they just draft Malik Neighbors last year?
Yeah, with their first overall pick. They thought it was going to be better for Daniel Jones. They got off of Saquon last year. They drafted Malik Neighbors. Like instead of keeping Saquon and getting Malik Neighbors, like keeping Saquon makes Malik Neighbors' career easier. Them not having a running back made Malik's Neighbors' job even harder, and he still kind of popped off. Malik Neighbors is really good, dude. Still kind of popped off. And that was with bad quarterback play, too. Remember, they cut Daniel Jones. They said, get out of here.
I'm just like the Cowboys may take Ashton Genty. I'm kind of nervous because now I think Ashton Genty will be a really good look for the Dolphins, but I don't know if he'll survive at number 12. Cowboys sneak right up before us and grab him.
I think there's a high chance Ashton Genty is going to be there at 13. I really do believe that. But then again, I wouldn't be shocked if he's not there. I could see a team like possibly the Raiders. The Raiders with Geno Smith, I could see a team getting him at number 6. I must say.
Man, I'm surprised they didn't keep Jacobs when they had Jacobs there.
If I'm Carolina at number 8 and I don't have no good trade option and I'm stuck with, well, if I'm Carolina at number 8 and Shadur Sanders is there, I'm taking Shadur Sanders.
Well, now see, because now they believe in what's his name now?
They can say they believe, but this man has gotten coaches fired, man. This man is not really. He's gotten benched for Andy Dalton.
I mean, but towards the end of the year, though, you saw he was doing Steph Curry out there. He was like no look passes and stuff.
He did take Patrick Mahomes to the wire, and if it wasn't for Leggett dropping that touchdown, they probably beat the Chiefs last year. Bryce Young, he had a really big game against the Chiefs. He almost beat them. And the receiver Leggett dropped the touchdown pass that Bryce Young dropped on the money. And that was with that Panthers roster that he had last year. Derek Brown, their best defensive tackle, gone. You know what? I remember Derek Brown being in the trade block conversations last offseason, I believe. That could be a guy coming off of injury, stud defensive tackle. Wow. That could be a guy that Greer can sit here and trade Ramsey for. That would be the perfect trade right there. A real dog at defensive tackle. Derek Brown. Trust that he can stay healthy. Because he only missed last year. I think that was his only year he ever got hurt. Trade and pay. You got a young defensive tackle. That's a good guy to have for the next 4 to 5 years, because you weren't going to have Ramsey for that long anyways. Derek Brown is a good name. I wonder if the Panthers are still looking to trade him.
Could be, but I'm stuck. I'm still stuck on Ashton Genty now. Now that I'm thinking about it, trying to think about him in our backfield.
I've been thinking about that for a while, because ever since Kenna has been bringing it up, and I see how much it'll help, and that's what led me to start believing that we need to draft another weapon, an offensive weapon. At 13.
Another weapon.
If it's not quarterback, let's say 4 quarterbacks go in the top 12 picks, like a season like last season. Shocks everybody. Will Howard, Shadur Sanders, Jackson Dart, Cam Ward, all off the board. At 13, and Genty's off the board. At 13, I still want another weapon, dude. If we could get another wide receiver, if we could get tight end Colston Loveland. See what I'm saying? If we
McMillan will be there, but I'm not sure about him. He says he doesn't look at film or nothing.
That's the thing. That's why I said Colston Loveland. I'd rather another tight end instead of Tap McMillan. I'd be happy with Emeka Egbuka, because now we're working with three weapons. Emeka, Tyreek, and Waddle. With Jonnu, A-Chain, now that's an elite trio of wide receivers. Elite.
But then what are they gonna say if Tua can't do it this year?
Imagine Tua not being able to do it with those 3 weapons and that tight end and A-Chain. That's it. Week 3, you're benched, Tua. You are benched. That will come out of Mike McDaniel's mouth. Hey, guys, I told Tua to go check himself in, and it seems like he can't see very well. Everyone is open, and he's not throwing the ball. He continues to check it down.
I mean, I just like they giving him weapons. They built around him, but you can't build on shaky ground. And a quarterback is inconsistently in the lineup, not there all the time, is a quarterback you just can't build around. And so
I get it, but at this point, this is only going to help the next quarterback that takes the reign even more easier. That's what we got to think about. That's why I want another weapon. I don't mind Genty because it's another weapon. But what it does take away is A Chain's usage. And I feel good with A Chain as a deadly weapon. I don't want to take away his usage. If
but
anything,
remember
I've
they
been
were
one of the ones
saying,
saying we should bump him up in usage.
yeah, they should, but like remember they were saying they don't want to overwork A Chain because too many hits on the body and all that. They didn't want him to get hurt, so this could actually be a help to him too.
Yeah, but you draft Genty, A Chain is not looked at as a star anymore. You're not taking the ball out of Genty's hand to try to give it to A Chain anymore.
But you could put them both in the backfield though.
But you're putting them both in the backfield for what? Like I just said, Marcus, you're not taking the ball out of Genty's hands to give it to A Chain. It's not even a good decision anymore. You're better off having a fullback next to Genty and selling run every play. You don't want to show pass with A Chain back there.
Yeah.
You just want to sell run. We get Genty, it's a run downhill, run outside zone, run, and work it off the play action and eat high efficient throws with receivers always mostly now on one-on-one coverage. That's what someone
We
like Genty will force. A
we don't
stack
have to
box, more one-on-ones for our weapons.
when we don't really have to worry about those 4th and 1s, 3rd and 1s anymore.
Amika Buka makes A Chain a deadly weapon because now having the three elite receivers, now it forces teams to go light boxes. Now it forces teams to go heavy dime package, possibly even quarters. Now you can have and utilize A Chain skill set and not worry about the pounding and the beating because you got so much speed and elite wide receivers. These guys have to be covered by good cover guys. It's a game
Yeah.
changer. Both of them are
So
game changers to me. But yeah,
so
I do
we'll
think we
see.
need a weapon. We need a weapon to feed this offense.
But this
It
defense though,
feels like this offense, we need that. We need something like that.
yeah, but the defense looking kind of suspect this year.
What I think about the weapon offensively in the first round, just get it because it's gonna help our defense, Marcus. If we become more explosive, more points on the board, forcing teams to commit to the pass early. That's why I say I'm gonna trust Cam Smith. I'm gonna trust Storm Duck, Cater Kohu, if that's what we go in with. Because we got versatile safeties back there now, not old ones that are slow. We got fast safeties that are versatile back there in Ashton Davis and Iffy with young, fast corners that are going to be opportunistic because of our elite pass rush and putting teams in one-dimensional offenses. Getting another weapon and putting points on the board early and often with this team makes us deadly on defense. I see us turning the ball over, getting more interceptions. The quarterback, if they're forced to hold on to the ball, our pass rush will get there quick.
What are we gonna do with corner? You gonna put Storm Duck back there?
He was back there last year with no pass rush, no sacks, nobody.
Yeah,
That's
but he
what
was
gives
back.
me.
He was back there with Ramsey though, and Ramsey won out.
Ramsey was back there covering number twos, Marcus. It was Storm Duck covering the number ones. It was Kendall Fuller covering the number ones for most of the season till he got hurt. This is what I'm explaining. This is what I'm complaining about with Ramsey. Ramsey's a name that everybody wants to use, but he wasn't doing out there what other number one cornerbacks. He wasn't doing what Sauce Gardner's out there asked to do. He wasn't doing what Denzel Ward is. He wasn't doing what Christian Gonzalez is out there to do.
He getting up there in age, so.
And that's why I said it's perfect timing. And Chris Grier is doing good because he's getting rid of a prospect that's just a name that's not doing what his name used to be able to do. He's aging and regressing. This is good. This is timing the player's developmental. He's not getting any better. He's not getting any younger. Cornerback is a position that you got to be highly gifted and athletically trained to stay healthy and everything. He's losing that. Anthony is back. What's you thought about Anthony? What's up, big dog?
Honestly, Pete, for me, I disagree with you a little bit. I
Tell
think
me why.
the corner position, to me, you can become a smart corner like as you get older because of the experience you have, you can transition your athleticism. You can use your athleticism in a smarter way. Then, like, I think Jalen can become, like, more intelligent. Like, as you get older, I think the safety position and the corner position is one of these positions where you can start transitioning to using more of your football IQ than your athleticism, to be honest. And I think Jalen, as he gets older, might do that.
So you disagree with me because you think his mental side of his game will help him out while he's losing speed and regressing.
Yeah, his athletic. I don't think his athleticism like his speed is not regressing. It's
Anthony. So while you keep thinking that and disagreeing, if I put the film up and show you Garrett Wilson cooking this dude, Garrett Wilson, who's on a rookie contract in the league with a bad quarterback, old aging Aaron Rodgers, and you see he cannot cover Garrett Wilson, and he's paid $25 million a year, and he's taken off of Garrett Wilson to cover other receivers in that game. Why wasn't his mental helping him out?
Yeah, no, for me, when I watched that game, to me, there was blown coverage behind him that caused him to get
There was
burned.
no blown coverage. Matter of fact, I could tell you one specific play in the first quarter. Snap, RPO, he faked it. Aaron Rodgers faked it to Breece Hall in an RPO, which that play had to be quick. Everybody's mano a mano. That's a quick play. It's RPO. Ramsey saw Garrett Wilson. Aaron Rodgers saw Garrett Wilson cook him and have separation, and Aaron Rodgers peeled it back and threw the pass real quick.
Yeah, no, Pete.
Because he got beat by the route. If Ramsey was covering, if Ramsey was covering and had sticky coverage, he would have handed it off to Breece Hall. That play would have not went for 40-something yards.
Pete, I know the play you're talking about, and the reason why I'm saying I blame it on not blown coverage, but how much do you when he doesn't have a reliable safety behind him? He had Jordan Porter behind him. How long do you expect him to hold the coverage when the safety behind him is crap?
You obviously don't know the play that I'm calling about because I just specifically told you that Aaron Rodgers ran an RPO, run pass option. He faked it. He was faking the handoff quick out of shotgun to Breece Hall, and Garrett Wilson got open so fast, Anthony.
Do you think he bit on the RPO?
No,
maybe that's what it is.
He just got cooked off that. He got beat.
No, that's what I'm asking. The getting beat. Maybe do you think also that has to do? Maybe his eyes were focused on that one play that you're talking about. Maybe
his eyes were not at the quarterback. No, his eyes. He He moved in motion with Garrett Wilson into the slot. After he moved in motion into the slot, Aaron Rodgers must have liked what he saw. He snapped the ball, pulled it off, and threw the slant because it was Aaron Rodgers, in fact, that had his eyes there before Garrett Wilson even got open. It's like Aaron Rodgers wanted that to happen.
Was there a pick on that play?
No pick at all. No pick at all. It was a quick out and in, and Jalen Ramsey ate it, and he got toasted. And he went for like 40-something yards.
The one I'm
if I was
thinking
inside on the computer, I would have
Yeah.
showed you the play. It would have reminded you right
Pete,
off the bat.
Pete,
He got
I
cooked.
think the
It
play,
happened in
I'm
the first
thinking of a
quarter.
different play in that same game that where he was covering Garrett Wilson later on in the game, and he basically got burnt, not because of him, but because of there was a play in that same game that the safety.
He got burnt like 3 times or 4 times by Garrett Wilson. Even one on 3rd and long on a deep bomb that was right there on the sideline.
Yeah,
toe
no,
tapping
2 of
by
those
Garrett
plays
Wilson.
I blame on him. 2 of those plays I blame him for getting burnt, but the 2 plays at the end of the game that he got burnt by Garrett Wilson, I don't blame on him. I blame on Jordan Poyer for not picking up on that. Like, the safety has to help the corner, in my honest opinion, so he doesn't have to either hold or worry about getting burnt. And I saw Jordan Poyer basically bite on another route on those plays that caused Jalen to get burnt. So I agree. There's 2 plays in that game that are the fault of Jalen, but there's 2 of them that are not, and it's the safety. To be honest.
I hear you. No, I hear you. I hear you.
And
I do hear you.
And do you guys agree with Jalen specifically? His veteran instincts. He's been in the league for 10 years, right? Has Jalen been in the league for 10 years?
Yeah.
Possibly.
Because-
When he got drafted, that 2015?
Yeah, he was
season?
20 years old when he got drafted.
Yeah, he got drafted number 3 overall by the Jaguars, I think.
Yeah, and to me that's what I'm saying. I think as he gets older, he's gonna have to rely more on his mental acumen and experience than his athletic. I think athleticism is more. He's gonna lose his lateral athleticism, like going side to side. I think he's still gonna have the vertical speed going backpedaling, Pete, but the speed going side to side is going to be what's affected, in my
You
honest
can't have
opinion.
Jalen Ramsey on this team. We're playing the Bengals. He can't cover T. Higgins nor Jamar Chase. He just can't. We play the Eagles. He can't cover Devontae Smith or A.J. Brown. I'll tell you who he could cover. He could possibly cover Keenan Allen's of the world at this point. He could possibly cover Stephon Diggs now. This Stephon Diggs coming off that broken leg. See my point, Anthony?
How
He
about
can
the guy who
possibly-
played?
He can possibly cover Calvin
Brandon
Ridley
Cooks?
from Tennessee. Brandon, he might be able to cover Brandon Cooks, but he's going to get toasted at least twice. Brandon Cooks might have 4 targets, 2 catches, 60 yards. 6 targets, 2 catches, 60 yards. Brandon Cooks is still too much of a speedster for Ramsey, but he'll probably be able to do some good
Yeah,
covering
no,
on him.
and
Brandon
I think
Cooks, Jalen Ramsey's good for some of these aging veteran wide receivers that are starting to fall off, that teams are still hopped on, but not at $25 million a year, dude. No, it just don't happen. But with that, Anthony, I'm gonna go ahead and end the show. It's 7
Okay,
o'clock, almost perfect timing. Thank you for your time. Thank everyone for their time. God bless you, Fred. If you're out there in the hospital still listening, Marcus Bank, you're the man, bro. Appreciate you sliding through today and giving me your thoughts. If you guys want to go ahead and say anything before leaving, peace out to the chat. Appreciate all of you guys as well. Chris Grier's cooking. You guys have any final words?
No, Pete, I just want to say thank you for having me on. It's always great to come in and be on the show. And I hope you have a great day. And I hope everybody that's been on the show, everybody that's been listening to the show has a great day. And I hope to see and hear from all of y'all soon.
Likewise, man. I appreciate that, Marcus. Take care of yourself, guys. Peace out.